The scene gradually materialized at a hospital. A question was posed. Have you ever heard about the 5 legends of this hospital yet? The nurse looked a bit bewildered upon hearing the question. 5 legends? The other nurse pointed her gaze, indicating the person lying there is precisely one of them. The ICU room swiftly appeared, where only the persistent beeping of a heart monitor could be heard, and the figure lying on the bed was none other than intern Dr. Ye Wuming, whose soul was erased by an angel. In the silent space, a sound suddenly emerged, accompanied by a continuous, flashing, ominous aura. A cacophony of voices simultaneously erupted. The scent of an angel is so potent, isn't it? The green, ominous aura drew ever closer to Ye Wuming's location as a voice gloated, "Once I've devoured him, I can finally evolve." However, the story's progression completely slipped from its grasp. It froze, eyes wide, just a few seconds later. From its mouth, continuous green, freezing light rays erupted uncontrollably. The technique that just manifested was the Extreme Frost Spirit domain, which completely froze the opponent. Just as the opponent was incapacitated, a female voice rang out. "You dare devour someone right before my eyes? Do you truly believe I don't exist?" This person, possessing such a powerful voice and aura, was none other than Bai Wei. She gently touched the opponent with her finger. Her voice judged, "A humanoid spirit. At least A-class, I presume." No sooner had she finished speaking than she unleashed a move, sending it flying far away. It was as if she gave it no time to even comprehend its current predicament. After that was settled, Bai Wei approached Ye Wuming's location to observe him. The questions rose simultaneously. "Big brother, who is this guy?" A shadowy figure materialized right behind her, followed by a whisper. Ye Wuming, 29 years old, a third-year medical student at Tsinghua University, was granted a special 5-year leave from his studies by his superiors. Bai Wei's curious finger slowly and gently moved towards Wuming's eyes to check, her mouth still murmuring curiously. "Cared for by your superiors and targeted by an A-grade spirit entity? What exactly is so special about you?" Wuming's eyes were tightly shut, his body appearing to have completely succumbed to unconsciousness. However, deep within his subconscious, his hands were still struggling incessantly. Both arms ceaselessly pounded on the door, accompanied by shouts and desperate pleas. "Is anyone there? Open the door! Let me out!" He was so utterly fed up. His pleas received no answer. Wuming helplessly sank to the ground, then sighed. "I just fell from a rooftop, didn't I? Is there really a need to lock me up in this dump?" The moment he finished speaking, the door suddenly swung open, and a strange gust of wind forcefully pulled his body backward. What the heck? Ye Wuming's entire body tumbled backward, his face still contorted in a grimace from that painful fall. But just a few seconds later, his eyes widened in surprise as he mumbled, "I can't believe this bizarre place even has a hospital." "Wait, what? Didn't I always think I was locked inside? Turns out I've been outside all this time." As Wuming was monologuing, a voice cut in. "Since you hit your head, your IQ is temporarily a bit diminished." He thought, well, that's understandable. Upon hearing that, he immediately retorted, "Who are you calling dumb just because they got hit?" Suddenly, Wuming noticed an unusual presence peeking and asked, "Who's talking?" From the shadows, a figure appeared, accompanied by a greeting. "Director, sir, it is an honor to serve you. I am the butler of the Hospital of Divinities. You may call me number 1. Wuming still couldn't comprehend what the person in front of him was saying, his mouth agape as he asked back, "Director? A student like me becoming the director? Is this hospital even trustworthy? And what exactly are the divinities in the Hospital of Divinities?" Number 1 replied with an affirmation. "It's trustworthy, of course. After all, in this hospital, only you can reluctantly be considered normal." Number 1's gaze fell on Wuming, full of unspoken guidance. "As for the divinities, you will know once you're inside." The hospital doors slowly opened, revealing a scene inside that promised to be full of surprises. Number 1 led Wuming inside, speaking, "Welcome to the Hospital of Divinities." As soon as he stepped inside, a thought immediately popped into his head. Why does it look exactly like the hospital I used to intern at? A statue stood right in the center of the hospital, making Wuming curious. "Who is this?" Number 1 immediately replied, explaining, "That's the previous director. Once you officially take over the hospital, this statue will change to your image." He looked around, continuously rubbing his chin in bewilderment. "If I take over the hospital, I can leave this place?" Number 1 confirmed, "That's right. Just sign here, and you will officially take over the hospital. It's a contract to appoint you as the hospital director." The Pact of the Gods, self-sale contract for the director of the Gods Hospital, was handed to Vo Ming by Number 1. He didn't hesitate, immediately putting pen to paper and signing the signature line. That action made Number 1 furrow his brow in curiosity. "Aren't you going to look over the contract's contents?" Vo Ming grimaced and replied, "If I read it, and then don't sign. Can I still leave? Number 1 shook his head, indicating no, not then. Precisely because of that answer, he signed, handed it to Number 1, and calmly stated, "Then what difference does reading it make?" As the contract took effect, the system also sent a notification. "Congratulations! You have signed the director's contract. Reward received. Yandi's Tome A+1. Detected the director's brain damage. Activating treatment mode." However, something was very amiss. Voming's body was being strongly pulled by something. He muttered in bewilderment. Before his sentence was even finished, there was no longer any figure standing with Number 1. Voming's eyes glazed over as his body was pulled to a different location. Unlike his previous stance, he now stood tall on a high platform. Number 1, slightly surprised, uttered, "So it was you!" His eyes narrowed tightly as he observed the situation. Then he made a statement about the character who had just appeared before him, Archangel Michael. The scene gradually shifts to 3 days later. A questioning voice rang out. "Do you have anything you wish to explain, sir?" Yi Wuming replied with a resolute gaze. "There's nothing left to say. I've already said everything that needed to be said." A mysterious doctor figure approached and said, "If that's the case, then The shadow mysteriously gripped his shoulder tightly from behind. "What are you guys planning to do?" The situation grew increasingly chaotic, with objects falling and leaving distinct sounds echoing in the night. The dark room was gradually lit up. As soon as the lights came on, a tray piled high with food appeared. The helpless doctor sighed. "Well done, you two. I told you two to fast. Yet you're secretly snacking in the middle of the night, aren't you?" Yi Wuming and Nam Than held food in their hands. Their mouths worked to flatter him. "Oh, dear doctor, please don't be angry. How about this? We'll invite you to eat with us, okay?" Yes, delicious food should definitely be shared. However, the doctor resolutely refused, taking the food away with a gesture that clearly commanded, "Confiscate everything." "I'm heartbroken that my food is being confiscated." Yi Wuming sat on the ground, pleading, "No, my late-night snack." Even Nam Than sighed to the heavens. "Oh, my heavens!" A life without late-night snacks is no longer a life well lived at night. The doctor, helpless with his 2 patients, still gave them a warning before leaving. "You two, just listen to me." A tense situation, impossible to resist. The 2 of them could only dejectedly watch as night slowly fell, while Yi Wuming was still sound asleep. At the same time, a rustling sound echoed somewhere, this incessant sound gradually spreading closer and closer to his position. The noisy sound disrupted his sleep. Unable to bear it, Yi Wuming sat up, forcefully pulled open the curtains, and exclaimed loudly, "All right." However, an unexpected scene lay before him. Before him was a mysterious shadow, and a whispering voice instructed, "Keep your voice down. Don't let the doctor hear us." Right after those words, the human-shaped Wu Ling bared its sharp fangs, its entire body lunging forward to gnaw savagely. The continuous bites left bloody marks on Nanchang's body, causing immense pain. He couldn't move, his eyes turned towards his friend, and he cried out, "Save me!" Witnessing this bizarre scene, Yi Wuming's jaw dropped, not understanding what the heck this was. Suddenly, the human-shaped Wu Ling's legs changed direction. Its legs leapt swiftly off the ground. A resolute voice declared, "Eliminate that beggar, Yi Wuming, immediately." But things weren't so easy. He had already grabbed an object in his hand to fight back. The thud of hitting the human-shaped Wu Ling's head echoed through the room. Yi Wuming shouted loudly, threatening, "Go eat your own head." Immediately after the first blow, which left the Wu Ling dazed, he changed direction and grabbed the thermos in his hand. The powerful throw of the thermos caused the hot water inside to spill out everywhere. Feeling the heat, the Wu Ling thrashed about. Its body was burning up, with steam rising profusely around it. Seizing the moment amidst the chaos, Yi Wuming approached and carried his friend Nanchang on his back. "Let's run!" The weight on his back made his legs unsteady as he moved. Despite that, he was determined not to give up. His eyes and legs were resolutely focused forward. He didn't forget to reassure his friend Nanchang, "Don't be afraid. I'll take you to find someone to save us." However, just as his words faded, a wind-splitting sound erupted, and the humanoid Wu Ling's hand suddenly pierced through Ye Wu-ming's body. Blood immediately splattered everywhere, and a helpless voice cried out, "You!" The humanoid Wu Ling muttered curses, damning the foolish humans. It had completely invaded Nanchang's body. Its appearance became more malevolent than ever. At this moment of extreme chaos, Ye Wu-ming was disoriented by the surrounding sounds. Michael pointed his sword at him and commanded, "Go on, enjoy your life." Sound of chattering surrounded him. How pitiful. He's been laid up for 5 whole years now. His parents also passed away, consumed by unbearable grief. He's little Yi, isn't he? I heard after the examination, they discovered he had brain damage. How truly pathetic. Such a bright future, yet just one hit, and his entire life collapsed. The stinging whispers pressed down and crushed Yu Wuming's mind. He couldn't bear it any longer. He was determined to break free from the restraint. Michael was still ordering, "Brat, accept reality. This is fate's gift to you." However, Michael had barely finished speaking when he was forced to freeze by the brutal events unfolding before him. Wuming was charging forward with his fist, incredibly fast. A shout ringing out, "This one's for your head." And just like that, nothing could stop him. The brutal punch landed squarely on Michael's nose. Wuming's long-suppressed emotions were unleashed, an earth-shattering scream erupting, "Just die already!" Flames raged, engulfing him. "This kind of life!" His voice cut short by a grating sound. His body was becoming berserk. His clothes ripped too, revealing bulging muscles. All his frustration was unleashed. "I'd had enough." This growing power and violence propelled Wuming's fist forward. He was condemning his opponent. "You bastards destroyed my family and left me bedridden for 5 long years." Each word was a truly painful punch delivered to his opponent. However, this humanoid Wuling was not easy to defeat. It even laughed mockingly in return, as Wuming's arm was tightly gripping Wuling's hand. Wuling, however, slightly loosened its grip, shifting its actions. His eyes fixed with fury, his right arm moved back, preparing a weapon, and he declared sharply, "You bastards!" A fiery roar erupted, accompanied by the brilliant golden light of a sword appearing. Wuming slashed the sword forcefully down to the ground and declared, "You all deserve to die. All the hatred, resentment from the past is being reawakened." At this very moment, Wuming was radiant, with power and determined to fight to the bitter end. His technique was brightly illuminating a whole section of the city. Even Baiwei, who was nonchalantly sipping water, choked and spluttered upon seeing this intense, powerful light. Her eyes widened, expressing, "This spirit domain's power must be at least S-class, wouldn't you say?" A voice responded to her observation. "Within that golden light, there's a divine presence. That's a divine domain. The Archangel of Divine Domain, number 003. The character who declared this with such certainty was Liu Baici, a professional from Jinghua City, captain of Squad 114. At this unexpected turn of events, Baiwei's eyes widened. "Big brother, we absolutely have to find this person, fast!" A divine domain this powerful absolutely cannot fall into the wrong hands. Lu Baiping calmly reassured them, "Relax, I've got this." A knowing smile played on his lips as he confidently declared, "Someone will definitely go find him." The scene shifted to another grand hall, where an exasperated voice rang out, "Seriously? This guy is an absolute genius, but we can't just let someone else snatch him away." The character grumbling in anger was none other than Xu Jingshan, a professional from Yinghua City, a Tier 3 member of Squad 114, after a long struggle with a humanoid spirit. Wuming's tired hands let his sword clatter to the ground. Exhausted, his eyes were fixed on his friend, Nan Cheng, who lay, lying pitifully on the ground. His friend's eyes, even in passing, couldn't find peace enough to close. His body was marred by the surrounding blood. Overwhelmed by helplessness, Wuming whispered, "I'm sorry I couldn't save you." No sooner had he spoken than another dark, resentful voice cut in, mocking, "You can't even save yourself." Taken aback and curious, he whipped his head around, looking behind him. "Who's there?" It turned out the battle wasn't over yet. The humanoid spirit was still perfectly intact, and it gave a subtle push, enough to make Wuming unable to stand firm. The humanoid Wuling used its massive body to lift him up, ignoring his loud cries to let go. Wuming struggled to summon his sword, but he felt utterly powerless right after. "It's no use. The sword won't manifest." Wuling continued to squeeze Wuming's neck, a grim voice uttering, "Such a strong angelic essence. Once I devour you, I'm sure I can evolve." Just as the perilous situation unfolded, a timely skill appeared. It swiftly moved towards Wuling's arm, and just like that, Wuming was dropped. After wrestling with the monster for a while, he finally landed safely. Jingshan looked at the current situation and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. Thank goodness. However, before he could celebrate for long, Jingshan had to angrily shout, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Put that person down right now." The humanoid Wuling's form didn't disappear or weaken. Instead, it was gradually splitting into two. One side continued to squeeze Wuming's neck, while the other charged forward, growling and threatening Jingshan. He saw the development before his eyes and immediately realized. So it's a monster that can split itself, huh? Isn't that quite a coincidence? The statement came with a meaningful smile. A confident voice affirmed, "I too am someone who can split." Immediately after splitting, Jinglan appeared. She didn't even know what was going on, yet she was already complaining. "Ugh, this is so annoying. I was still getting my beauty sleep. Couldn't you have called someone else?" He tried to persuade her. "Oh, come on, big sis. The situation is urgent. Please lend a hand." Jinglan didn't hesitate for a second, despite her drowsiness. She dashed forward quickly. All right, I'll help you out just this one more time. Her feet moved swiftly forward, and her voice drew the opponent's attention. Hey, look over here! The moment Wu Ling turned its head to look, a weapon was already forming in Jinglan's hand. She acted so fast, without even a blink, unleashing a vertical slash that struck straight down, causing Wu Ming to freeze in his tracks. Upon closer observation, Wu Ling was finally terrified by the slash. It let go of his neck and scurried away rapidly. Wu Ming clutched his neck, feeling the lingering pain, coughing incessantly. Xinglan, meanwhile, stood there radiating confidence. She lectured, "All right, kid, watch closely. If you want to finish off a Wu Ling, this is how you do it." Jingshan continued, "For the first technique, you must destroy the Wu Jing in their heads." Finally, for the decisive blow, Jinglan struck with fierce power. Only then can you annihilate them completely. The final result was truly astonishing. The human-shaped Wu Ling, which had been so persistent just moments ago, was now nothing more than tiny fragments, and the current scene had also undergone a significant change. Everything seemed to be gradually restoring itself, but Wu Ming still couldn't grasp what had happened, muttering to himself. To keep his companion from getting too confused, Jing Shan explained, "This is a barrier. Once the Wu Ling dies, the barrier automatically dissipates. Everything around will also return to how it was." Hearing this, Wu Ming rejoiced with hope. "So, my friend is still alive?" Jingshan hesitated, replying, "Not necessarily." The quiet scene suddenly became unusually boisterous. "Doctors are coming to save Nancheng. Hurry! Is anyone there?" Looking at the current situation, Jingshan predicted, "It seems your friend probably won't make it." Wu Ming's spirit was still unsettled, but curiosity surged. What exactly was that thing? Jingshan, lost in thought, prepared to light a cigarette and spoke. "Do you know about the Great Fog event that appeared 100 years ago?" Wu Ming's eyes narrowed in annoyance as he reminded the other, "Smoking is prohibited in hospitals." Jingshan nodded. "I know, but I haven't been able to smoke for a long time. Now I just want a little whiff." Back to the main topic, he explained to Wu Ming that the Great Fog appeared very suddenly, quickly engulfing the entire world. At first everyone thought it was just a rare weather phenomenon, but soon enough, everyone realized they were wrong. Cities covered by the Great Fog began to disappear, and people were swallowed by the fog. But for some unknown reason, only Wuxia in the entire world was unaffected. The colossal fog was stopped outside its borders, unable to advance a single step. Just when everyone thought they could finally rest easy, they discovered that life had emerged within the fog. Those things are called Wu Lin. They can leave the mist and infiltrate Hoeshia. They prey on humans for food. Wu Lin are categorized according to their power, from low to high. F, B, A, S, 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 V, S, S. Low-level Wu Lin have animalistic forms. The higher their level, the more human-like they appear. Their intelligence develops accordingly. Of course, there's also the highest level, called the Wu Lin King. Their intelligence and appearance are no different from humans. To find them, one can only rely on a type of bird called the baotang. At this point, Jingshan paused for a moment, a cigarette in his hand. However, fortunately to this day, no Wu Lin has ever been discovered. Wu Ming grew even more curious. Questions poured out in a rush. "So, does that mean my friend died just because those Wu Lin were hungry and wanted to eat people?" Jingshan stared intently and stated, No, that Wu Lin came to find you. In other words, you caused your friend's death." The accusation made him break out in a sweat. "I don't accept that. You're talking nonsense." Even so, Jingshan still pointed out the truth behind it. "Because you are a spirit contractee, a human chosen by the gods. If a Wu Lin eats you, they will evolve. Admit it. You were the one who caused your friend's death." Wu Ming's face was utterly helpless and resigned. Sweat poured down his face incessantly. These words of self-reproach. "It's just me again." A hand rose to cover his face, trying to contain the sadness. "How fortunate that there's a supportive hand beside you, with Shu Jingshan offering heartfelt advice. So you don't want anyone else to be harmed or killed by you, do you? Instead, follow me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shu Jingshan, a member of Squad 114 of the Wuxia Executor. Within the Executor, everyone is just like you. So join the Executor, and from here, leave behind the lives of ordinary people. What do you say?" Wu Ming immediately smacked Shu Jingshan's hand away. He said warily, "So you're just a swindler. I almost believed you." He chuckled. "Why say such unpleasant things? Who's a swindler, huh? The Executor is an organization established by the nation, recruiting people like us, people who can use the spirit domain, or like you, can use the divine domain. Moreover, the Executor's existence on one hand is to eradicate spirit beasts, and on the other it's also because we are too dangerous. We need to be monitored by the state." He clearly didn't believe it. "Are you done talking yet? If you're done, then you can leave now, can't you?" Shu Jingshan tugged on Wu Ming's shirt and shook it. "Aren't you tempted? You don't want to join? You really don't want to consider it even a little? Wu Ming replied with an incredibly firm gaze. No need to remind me. I just want to be a normal person. He frowned, reminding him. From the moment you were chosen by the Divine One, you ceased to be an ordinary person. Wu Ming's step suddenly halted. He clenched his fists, thinking to himself, I know that. Which is why I only want to be an ordinary person. Wu Ming returned to his hospital room. It was already past midnight. He still tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Should I listen to that person? Wu Ming's expression was tense. He tried to close his eyes, thinking perhaps keeping his distance from ordinary people was the right thing to do. Suddenly, he woke up as if his soul had been pulled away. Wu Ming stared blankly at the large hospital gate. Why am I back here again? Suddenly, someone appeared. It's I, your beloved hospital director. He bowed respectfully and reverently. It's a pleasure to see you again, my lord. Get away from me immediately. Step back a little. I find you quite despicable. Number 2, putting on a show, immediately collapsed to his knees. He pulled out a handkerchief and wiped his tears. I knew it! Turns out I've been giving my affection to the wrong person. Wu Ming looked suspicious. Last time I met you, you weren't like this. You'd better act a little more normal. Then suddenly, number 2 stood up. My dear director, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. The one you met last time was my older brother, number 1, and I am number 2. He asked a killer question. Are you kidding me? You two look exactly alike, he indignantly pointed out. How could we possibly be alike? I have this noble, silly strand of hair. Wu Ming ignored the trivial detail. So where's your brother? Number 2 opened a large gate. My brother is resting. We work in shifts. Monday, Wednesday, Friday are my days, while Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday are his. On weekends, director, you'll have to manage on your own, okay? He was still suspicious. Why did I come back here? He replied with an obvious tone. This is your hospital. Of course you'd come back here. But most importantly, you just opened the divine domain, and the hospital also helped you unlock the first ward. That's why you'll be dragged in here by force. Wu Ming was curious. The first ward in the hospital still has patients? Number 2 introduced. That's right. And it's not just one person. He looked at the statue of himself. It felt really strange. He praised it. It's very handsome. It's a memorial to the director back then. Wu Ming felt helpless. You don't have to make it sound like I'm already dead. Number 2 excitedly said, Actually, last time you left too quickly. My brother didn't even get a chance to introduce the hospital situation to you. The hospital has a total of 8 floors. The first floor is the main hall, the pharmacy, the cafeteria, and the staff dormitories. He led you to a secluded area, along with a fully equipped room with luxurious furnishings. Your office. Wu Ming couldn't help but look around curiously. So many books. He walked over to a bookshelf, wanting to examine them, but couldn't get any out. Number 2 then explained, My dear director, don't waste your energy anymore. Right now, you still can't touch these books yet. Wu Ming was puzzled. Why? Isn't this my office? He quirked an eyebrow and took a leisurely sip of his tea. Not exactly. You see, since you're too weak, and the contents within are far too potent, to protect you from an untimely demise, the hospital has set up a restriction. All right, my dear director, don't look anymore. You should go check the patient rooms now. The key to the basement door? I'm not sure where I tossed it. You can just look for it yourself, director. He was startled and displeased. Can't you people be a little less irresponsible? Number 2 shamelessly chuckled and replied, My esteemed director, you understand, don't you? My brother and I already looked untrustworthy from the very beginning, but it's fine. Down there is a prison. Inside, there's probably no one. Wu Ming didn't realize that, where he passed, a swirling black mist lay hidden. He continued to ask, What about the stairs to the 3rd floor? He explained that you need to meet certain conditions to open the 3rd floor. Until then, there's no staircase leading up. Wu Ming found it rather complex. Is this a seal? Number 2 smiled cheerfully. That's right. After all our patients are very dangerous. He hesitated a bit in front of the patient's room door. So, should I open it? To his surprise, Wu Ming didn't hear anyone respond. When he turned back to look, the guy had already bolted, faintly chuckling. Director, good luck to you. That kind of behavior truly shook him to his core. In the end, he could only face the patient's room alone. Wu Ming's hand slowly reached up and touched the doorknob. However, Wu Ming's eyes frantically darted around, searching for something. After searching for a while, he helplessly wondered, Isn't anyone here? Right after that question, a clattering sound echoed from outside. It caught Wu Ming's attention, yet even with his best efforts, he couldn't open the door. What the heck? Why won't the door open? In that moment of confusion, a notification panel appeared. After creating a patient's file, the room door will automatically open. He still didn't understand the problem, so he muttered, There's no one here. How am I supposed to create a file? Searching around, he discovered there's nothing under the bed either. Wu Ming's eyes began to express his annoyance. No one's here, right? No sooner had he spoken than a disheveled woman appeared before him. However, just as quickly, the scene emptied. leaving only an indescribable sense of gloom. Meanwhile, number 2 was sipping tea, letting out a sigh of relief. Phew! Good thing I ran like the wind. Just listen to how dreadful that sounds. Upon hearing this, number 1 asked skeptically, "Is the new patient really seer terrifying?" Number 2 merely brushed him off, shaking his head. Who knows? The director hasn't even created a patient file yet, so we can't look up any patient information. Number 1 calmly recounted, "I just took a look. There are a few books on the shelf related to the patient. This time, they're all pitch black." The moment he heard that, number 2 was so shocked, he spewed his tea all over his older brother's face. "Is the patient that severely ill?" "If I'm not mistaken, the books." Patients are categorized by the color of their illness, right? Despite the spit on his face, number 1 calmly wiped it away and continued. "Indeed, the darker the color, the more severe the illness. However, the director also stands to gain greater benefits from it." Still quite cautious, number 2 reminded his older brother, "That's only if we can actually cure them. Remember this, for generations, the patient files of previous directors were only light gray, and it still took several years to cure a single person." As soon as he heard this, number 1's usual calm expression faltered. He spoke quickly. "Oh, that reminds me. Only when this world faces serious issues does a patient develop such a severe condition, isn't that right?" Number 2 grew solemn, nodding in agreement. The last time a black patient record appeared, it was when the world was almost completely destroyed. After discussing for a bit, the 2 exchanged knowing glances. In the end, they could only sigh and lament poor director. The situation at Wu Ming's location was quite unstable. His face had turned an ashen purple. He was a little embarrassed. His hand slowly rose, accompanied by a greeting. However, the other party showed no reaction, their hair still falling to obscure most of their face. Ye Wu Ming then introduced himself thoroughly. "I'm the director here. You're a patient, aren't you?" Immediately after that greeting, the system immediately updated. Patient file number 1, patient Gaia. 4th identity, Earth Mother Goddess. Origin, Greek mythology. Medical history, psychiatric disorder. Mission, treat patient Gaia. Reaching 1%, 50%, and 100% progress will unlock the corresponding patient records. Current treatment progress, 0%. The moment he heard the name, Gaia, Wu Ming immediately envisioned the image of a beautiful woman. He grew even more curious. The Earth Mother Goddess from Greek mythology, the one revered as the mother of all gods, has now become a patient like this? The more Wu Ming learned about the truth, the more confused and self-questioning he became. But why would a god like that appear here? A hospital that treats the creator god as a patient. Just how ridiculously powerful is the one who built this place? Yet he still couldn't shake off these questions. However, why choose a human like me to be the director? Do I look like a super-duper master physician or something? What? They're crazy. Everyone here must be completely insane. Gaia suddenly raised her voice and posed a question. Why are they imprisoned? Wu Ming, already confused, became even more bewildered by this question. What was that? Gaia emphasized the question, her voice a low growl. Why are they imprisoned? Why are they imprisoned? Why are they imprisoned? His eyes fixated on Gaia, full of confusion. He furrowed his brows, trying to ask, "They? Who are they?" The situation grew increasingly chaotic. Gaia's hand gripped Wu Ming's neck tightly. The question insistent. Why are they imprisoned? He was being choked in agony, his face distorted as he struggled to cry out, "Let go! Help!" Phew! Almost got choked to death there. Well, looks like sleep is canceled for tonight. Gaia, the mother earth goddess in Greek mythology, mother of the gods and grandmother of Zeus, gave birth to the sky god Uranus, the sea god Pontus, and the mountain god Orea. Gaia's children were once imprisoned by their father Uranus within Gaia's own body, so the ones being mentioned are indeed her children. It seems I've figured out how to cure her. Newly graduated headmaster offers you a small gift. A new scene appears. Wu Ming, relaxed, spoke. "Freedom. It's been so long since I've had you." Suddenly, the sound of a bicycle echoed. Brakes screeched on the road, and the bike came to an abrupt halt, quickly kicking up a significant amount of dust into the air. He was enjoying the fresh air, then inhaled that smoky dust, unable to stop his dry coughing. Turns out the one who suddenly stopped their bike was Li Jin, the 13-year-old cousin of Ye Wu Ming. He waved his hand, beaming with joy. "Big bro, long time no see." Annoyed, Wu Ming repeatedly smacked his cousin's head, scolding. "Where did you dig up this ancient relic, huh? What kind of drift was that? It looked like you were trying to fling both yourself and the bike into outer space." Li Jin, rubbing his aching head, sheepishly remarked, "Bro, you've been laid up for 5 years, yet your hands are still ridiculously strong, aren't they?" He didn't care for such trivial matters. He immediately asked curiously, "Oh, right, where's Auntie?" Li Jin explained, "My mom told us to head to the graveyard first. She'll join us after she's finished her work." "Let's go. Get on. I'll take you there." Wu Ming, confused and not understanding, kept asking, Get on, where? Li Jin's arm slammed hard against the top of the bicycle frame. With a slightly embarrassed expression, he asked, Just sit for now. We're stuck in traffic. A tiny bicycle, straining under the weight of 2 men. He excitedly yelled, Let's go! And so the bicycle creaked, with the large-framed Wu Ming sitting, rather oddly, blocking the front. After a while of traveling, the 2 of them finally arrived at their destination, a sacred place containing the graves of Wu Ming's parents. He stared intently at the grave, his words coming out mournfully. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry I'm late. Just then, a strange voice requested, I'd like to light an incense stick, if I may. It turned out to be Xu Jingshan, approaching with a bouquet of flowers in his hand. She immediately replied politely, Of course. Please, go ahead. Jingshan nodded, expressing his thanks. In front of Wu Ming's parents' graves, he respectfully placed the bouquet, but no sooner had he finished than he received a subtle hint to leave. The offerings are done, you can go now. Seeing this, she immediately reminded Ming. Jingshan turned his head to stop her, saying, My sister wants to talk privately with Ye Wu Ming for a moment. She subtly patted Wu Ming's shoulder, reminding him, You two just talk. I also want to say a few words to my elder brother and sister. He looked after his aunt and called out, trying to hold her back. She gave him an affectionate look, along with some words of advice. My child, I don't know what's going on between the 2 of you, but you can only solve things by speaking frankly, right? Wu Ming, listening to his aunt, just walked further and further away, making a promise. Jingshan and Li Jin, observing the situation, immediately remarked, Some things cannot be avoided forever. Meanwhile, Wu Ming coldly asked, Uncle, do you have anything else to say? That day, I already said it clearly. Jingshan, out of habit, put a cigarette in his mouth again, and replied, But that day, I didn't speak clearly. He spoke calmly while finding a seat. Are you curious about Michael, the archangel who made you this way? As soon as this question was uttered, Wu Ming's face became distraught. He slowly sat down and affirmed, To be honest, I am curious. These gods who should only appear in legends, why did they enter the real world? Jingshan began to elaborate. This story must begin in 1902. At that time, the Great Fog had not yet descended. Technically, it was still the Qing dynasty. Right in the capital, 3 people traveled at night to save time. They chose to take a shortcut through the mountains and forests. Halfway through, heavy rain poured down. All 3, seeking shelter, went into a nearby cave. Unexpectedly, just as they entered, a golden lightning bolt struck down. Following that, something also fell to the ground with the lightning, creating a deep, gaping hole. Those 3, brave as they were, immediately went closer to check it out. Everyone looked very curious, yet one glance was enough to leave them stunned. Turns out, the person had 6 pairs of wings. Their entire body radiated a brilliant golden light. That was the 3rd deity discovered in Huaxia, Archangel 003, Michael. The timing of the event caught Wu Ming by surprise. Why, you're asked? So early? Jingshan replied firmly. Yes, exactly 22 years earlier than the spreading mist. That's why we're still speculating. Did the deities bring the mist? Or did the mist summon the deities? The reason the hypothesis of the mist-summoning deities still exists is because someone once spoke with a deity. That deity said the mist appeared a very long time ago, but gradually became uncontrollable. The deeper Wu Ming listened to the story, the more he understood the problem. He questioned back. Uncontrollable? Meaning someone used to control the mist before? Jingshan shook his head, looking troubled. Who knows, really? These deities always speak in riddles. According to our research, before the mist appeared, a total of 7 deities had descended, and each of those deities was stronger than any deity who appeared after the mist. He turned and asked a question. Do you know what this means? The stronger the divine spirits, the more terrifying the power of those who sign contracts with them. You, Ye Wu Ming, your power is much stronger than many others. Shouldn't a person like you bear the mission of protecting humanity? So, Wu Ming's eyes narrowed, his expression clearly refusing. I don't like having moral responsibilities forced upon me. Now, I don't have many family members left. I just want to be with them. Just as you were about to leave, Jingshan raised his voice to warn Ye Wu Ming. It's not certain about the spiritual situation, that the spiritual beings will let you stay with your family. As he spoke, he pointed into the distance. For example, over there. Bai Wei appeared, waving her hand with blinking eyes. Moreover, beside her was a spiritual being tightly trapped. Wu Ming was a bit surprised to see the spiritual being open its mouth over there. Finally, Jingshan handed the other party a mysterious piece of paper. He reminded him, My number is on this. If you've thought it over carefully, give me a call. As soon as he finished speaking, Jingshan approached Bai Wei. The 2 of them left without looking back. This moment truly made Wu Ming even more confused. What am I supposed to do now? A new day arrived, the scene filled with light. In Wu Ming's hand was yesterday's piece of paper. Jingshan had left it, and he was still observing it very carefully. Right beside him was his younger cousin, Li Jin, reading a book. He curiously asked, "Brother, what did that person say to you?" "Vo Min, why do you look so dazed, so utterly silent and contemplative?" The question was posed to Lai Tan. If you had the power, would you be willing to help save the world? The moment he heard the question, Lai Tan's eyes lit up. Saving the world? Like a superhero? Just a few seconds later, his feet stomped firmly on the ground. His declaration was grand and resounding. If I truly had the ability, I would definitely save the world. After all, this world belongs to us. No one has the right to take it away. Vo Min chuckled, looking at his younger cousin. Typical of the youth. Always overflowing with passion. You keep that passion going. I'm off to catch up on some sleep. With that, he quickly moved outside, leaving Lai Tan inside, staring after him. A thought sparked in his mind. Passion, huh? Perhaps we simply don't want to see this world destroyed before our very eyes. The story grew increasingly complex as another critical scene unfolded before them. Vo Min was doing something incredibly mysterious. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed. His eyes followed, and he posed a question. "No need to knock this time, huh?" Number 1 appeared, wearing a pair of glasses. "Welcome home, Director General." Vo Min's eyes suddenly lit up, realizing that the man without hair was Number 1. Number 1 nodded, confirming, "Yes." "Director, sir, let's not stray from the point. Number 1 is highlighting the issue." "Director, sir, patient Number 1's medical record has been placed on the table in your office. You can check it any time." Vo Min heard this and immediately replied, "All right, I know. You just continue with your work. I'll call if anything comes up." Number 1 heard this, bowed respectfully, and clearly complied. "Director, sir, Number 1 is always ready to serve you." Vo Min, with an expression of admiration, thought, Number 1 is still so dependable. That useless Number 2 only knows how to sell out his boss. As soon as he left, a sound rang out, announcing, "Hospital of Deities, June 20th, 1006. Number 2 diligently recorded the events. The new director called me useless and thinks my brother is better than me." Number 1 saw this and curiously asked, "What are you doing?" Number 2 replied concisely, "Recording grudges." Number 1 saw the situation and started sweating profusely. "Why does this notebook seem so familiar to me?" Number 2 didn't let him wonder and explained, "Of course! I still have over a dozen boxes of similar notebooks, but those are all about previous directors. This one is a dedicated grudge-keeping notebook for the new director." In another dark room, Vo Min was intently rereading some notes. He was curious. Why is there a key in here too? Everything was making him more and more curious about patient Number 1's medical record. In it, it recorded the patient's stage at title, Earth Mother Goddess, origin, Greek mythology, pre-existing condition, mental disorder, updated record, extreme pain, due to her son being sealed inside her body. Wu Ming fell into deep thought. Sweat broke out as he made a series of deductions. There's an updated record too. What's this? So, whatever I find in real life will also appear in the medical record? How miraculous. The key in his hand suddenly flew high into the air. Then he himself snatched it firmly into his hand. He mumbled, "If the information I found is real, then this illness can be cured." Suddenly, a blue light appeared somewhere around the notebook, and a reminder popped up. Please note, during the treatment process, apart from the methods in the book, Emperor Yan's book, by the head dean, all other treatments are ineffective. As soon as Wu Ming moved out of the room, a voice called out, "Head dean, sir!" He stopped and replied, "What is it?" Number 1 appeared with a large tray of pastries. He reminded, "Head dean, sir, it's tea time." "Head dean, sir, would you like some?" Wu Ming, still sweating from his thoughts, gasped in surprise. He almost got clobbered to death by pastries. Ultimately, he declined. "No need," he added. "Regarding my upcoming trip, I'll go meet Guy first." Before leaving, he also handed over the key he found earlier. Number 1 looked at it, observing with a bit of hesitation. "Isn't this the basement key?" Wu Ming turned back, surprised. "The basement? This basement?" Number 1 confirmed. "Yes, it's just that this key has been lost for a long time." "Your Excellency, Dean, where did you find it?" "I quickly pointed it out. It was placed right on the patient's chart, you know." "Didn't you all find it?" He heard and immediately shook his head, denying, "It wasn't us." Even though he had doubts, Wu Ming had to reassure himself. It must have been someone else in the hospital who left it. "Oh well, I'll go down to the basement to check. And as for your afternoon tea, deal with it yourself." However, Number 1 once again used a large cake tray to block Wu Ming's path, saying continuously, "Your Excellency, Dean, we humbly request you treat the patient first. The basement can wait until the treatment progress reaches 1%. Wu Ming looked utterly pensive. "Why? Is there something down there?" Number 1 replied hesitantly, "Perhaps there is." Despite that, after hearing, he still turned his head and walked away, muttering and complaining, "Seriously, so many rules." As soon as Wu Ming left, Number 1 quickly rushed over. A hurried voice exclaimed, "H, has she returned?" Number 1 was uneasy. "I hope not, otherwise This time, the new dean will surely. It'll be a disaster. In front of the patient's door, Wu Ming hesitated. He mumbled to himself, "Don't be scared. She can't strangle you. At worst, we'll just start a new game." Just like that, he overcame his fear, his hand firmly grasping the doorknob. The door opened. The scene inside was strangely dark. Wu Ming couldn't help but comment just by looking. This situation is like loading a save in a game. He approached the patient, intending to strike up a conversation. "So, do you remember me?" However, no sooner had the question left his lips than patient Gaer's eyes lit up fiercely. Her arm shot up, a gesture as if she was about to pounce on the spot where Wu Ming stood. Very quickly. He quickly diffused the situation with a soft voice. "Mother, I miss you terribly." The words completely awakened patient Gaer's consciousness. Her gaze became gentler, and Wu Ming stood, facing her, also felt the pressure ease as his fear gradually diminished. He began to cry uncontrollably. "Mother, have you forgotten? I'm your son." Gaer's mouth was initially clenched tight, but then she relaxed, looking at him intently, deeply moved. "My child." Wu Ming noticed the patient's renewed composure. His voice grew even more reassuring. Yes, that's right. However, very quickly, Gaer asked skeptically, "But I remember you were one-eyed." Caught off guard, his face filled with fear, and he froze. "Oh no, I forgot. I was imprisoned as a one-eyed giant, and a giant in her grasp." Wu Ming tried to explain. Well, I grew a few more eyes recently." She still didn't believe him. Her questions came thick and fast. "Can eyes really grow back? But why did you get shorter?" A barrage of difficult questions left him flustered and stammering. How am I supposed to explain this now? Should I say it's due to advanced modern technology? Oh, whatever. At worst, I'll just die and reread the boss's file again. After a long moment of careful thought, Wu Ming finally dared to reply, "Well, it's because medical science is advanced these days, Mom. I wanted to blend in with human society, so I got cosmetic surgery." The noisy atmosphere suddenly fell silent right after his words. The arm that had been poised suddenly rose high, as if preparing to take action. Wu Ming even closed his eyes, ready for the impact. Great, I'm about to get punched again. But the situation unfolded completely differently. Instead of hitting him, she tightly pulled him into her embrace. A voice, full of a mother's tenderness, spoke. "Oh, my poor child." The moment this embrace was given, the system popped up, reporting on patient Gaer. Treatment progress reached 3%. The corresponding patient's record has been unlocked. In this rather delightful moment, Wu Ming proudly thought to himself, "I truly am a genius." The scene in the patient's room, otherwise dark, only glowed with a few rays of light from the embrace between him and his old mother. Number 2, observing the situation, then expressed, "How truly pitiful, Director Sama. Not only did he gain a mother, but he also had to admit to getting cosmetic surgery. In the end, it was all for naught." Number 1 complained, "It's also admin's fault for not reminding His Excellency, the Director." Number 2 shot a judging glance. "Today's shift was yours because you didn't explain things clearly. You caused His Excellency, the Director, to use the wrong treatment method." Despite that, Number 1 quickly turned the tables. "Actually, the primary responsibility lies with His Excellency, the Director. He didn't read the words in the medical record carefully enough." Number 2 agreed. "You're right. Later, when we meet the Director, let's just blame everything on him, okay?" Just as Wu Ming appeared, Number 1 and his companion were startled. Number 2 then jumped back, looking behind them in alarm. A question was posed. "What's wrong?" Number 2, having just heard it, immediately started babbling incoherently. Yes, I said I wanted to blame His Excellency." No sooner had he finished speaking than he couldn't bear the tension. He quickly fled the scene. Even Wu Ming didn't understand what was happening, only having a slight hunch that Dren, the Director, had caused trouble again. Ignoring the surrounding chaos, he focused on searching for books on the shelf. After a while of searching, Wu Ming picked up a book. All right, let's see what this book holds. Yet, as soon as he opened the book, his eyes couldn't conceal his surprise. This was, precisely, utterly unexpected, because there was absolutely nothing inside the book. A voice from behind spoke up. "Excuse me, His Excellency, the Director, because we didn't have time to remind you. The hospital determined this treatment was ineffective. Besides the treatment method, according to the Director's professional book, all other methods are ineffective." Vo Min said loudly and angrily, "Are you kidding? Who gets sick according to the standards in a book? Even diagnoses have to follow books. Why don't you just give the book directly to the patient to read? Maybe they'll cure themselves." Feeling utterly exhausted and helpless, his entire body slumped to the ground. A curious question arose. "So what now? Where is that, Emperor Yan's book?" Number 1 answered, "It's inside you. After you signed the contract to assume the position of hospital director, the hospital gifted it to you." As soon as he heard the answer, Vo Min instinctively turned back and asked, "How do I use it then?" Number 1 replied hesitantly, "Sorry, Director, this is your private matter. We don't know either." The situation was getting more and more complicated. Vo Min slapped his hand on his forehead, complaining, "I knew it. This hospital is truly a bottomless pit. The hospital has already brought enough exhaustion." He returned to his room to rest. Yet many questions about Emperor Yan's book still echoed in his mind. Unable to bear it any longer, Vo Min suddenly sat up. "Emperor Yan's book. What is that? I haven't even been able to use this divine domain for the past few days." Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong and blurted out, "What the hell is this?" He forcefully opened the window. The sight outside truly startled him. Outside, Xu Jingshan popped his head up, waving his hand in greeting, as Wu Ming turned pale, yelling helplessly at him. "Damn it, uncle. I'm on the 22nd floor, you know?" After getting inside the room, Jingshan panted and complained, "I'm exhausted to death." Looking at the window hanging situation earlier, Wu Ming reproached him. "You are so weak, uncle. Are you crazy?" Jingshan glared and replied, "This is something no one can know, so why would I use the main entrance?" Hearing this, he instinctively hugged his body. "What are you planning, you damn perverted uncle? I'm a decent person, you know." He took a drag from his cigarette and reassured him. "Don't worry. Even if I'm not decent, I'm not interested in a weak kid like you." Along with those words, the uncle slowly pulled a piece of paper from his jacket pocket. Wu Ming glanced at it, bewildered, not understanding what he meant. Jingshan pointed and said confidently, "The organization gave this to you, but it was immediately rejected by Wu Ming. I don't need it. I'm not going to join CA Ren." Jingshan nodded solemnly and said seriously, "I know, but this is compensation for your parents' deaths." As soon as he heard parents, Wu Ming's gaze was no longer calm. "What do you mean by that, uncle? My parents' deaths weren't an accident, were they?" Jingshan maintained his calm demeanor as he spoke. "Indeed, no. This morning, the team leader received a set of documents from superiors stating that your parents' deaths might be related to Case File C." Hearing the story only made Vo Min even more curious. What is Case File C? Jingshan's eyes grew more mysterious as he recounted the tale. It's one of CA Ren Agency's top secret cases. CA Ren Agency has 3 types of secret cases: Case File A, Case File B, and Case File C. Case File A, among them, concerns unsolved domestic cases. For example, the Red-Eyed Ling murder case from a few years back. Case File B, however, involves events beyond the veil, and at my rank, I can't know the specifics. As for Case File C, it's even more peculiar. It mainly concerns events connected to deities. For example, the Michael Pitt incident of 1902. It belonged to Case File C, but it was only declassified after your divine domain manifested. Vo Min's complexion seemed to worsen by the minute. He asked further, a curious glint in his eye, "How can I find out about my parents' case?" Jingshan stood up abruptly and stated directly, "Typically, Case File C is only declassified when the associated deity reappears. Of course, there's still another way." He approached, patting Vo Min's shoulder to reassure him. His words continuously reminded him that within CA Ren Agency, one only needs to reach a certain rank to be able to view all 3 types of case files. He waved his hand dismissively, his face showing a clear refusal, and retorted, "After all that talk, you just want me to join the Tung Geep Nan, don't you?" Xu Jingshan gaped, trying desperately to explain. "Not at all. I just came to give you money. I've already told you. Just think about it yourself. It's not like we're living in an era where people are forced into things. Who would dare force someone's fate anymore?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Baiwei, sitting dejectedly, chimed in, "I've already said, if you want to know if a melon is sweet, you have to taste it first." After saying that, she picked up a huge piece of melon in her hand and commented, "See, isn't it sweet now?" As she tasted the melon, she also asked, "Captain Zhu Jing has been trying to persuade him for almost half a month, but that kid is still putting up a fight." Lu Bai put the melon down on the table, adding, "Honestly, sometimes I also wonder, is letting him join the Tung Geep Nan ultimately the right or wrong thing to do?" Baiwei immediately shot down that idea. How could joining the Tung Geep Nan ever be wrong? Just as the two of them were squabbling, a strange voice broke in, interjected, "All right, stop overthinking things. Everything is simply fate." The person who appeared was none other than Deputy Captain Zhao Nancheng, Deputy Captain of Squad 144. Nancheng's appearance made Lu Bai's eyes light up brightly, and the Deputy Captain's smiling expression, Zhao, was also very gentle. However, the sweet scene was immediately cut short by Baiwei. "Hey, Captains, perhaps you could consider something for a moment? Does that even reach the listener's perception? We completely don't understand what you two are saying." The 2 captains, hearing this, immediately replied in unison, "It's a secret, don't ask. Baiwei still hasn't given in," she pointed out, arguing that secrets are meant to be shared. Suddenly, something unusual made Lu Bai feel it very clearly. He painfully clutched his eyes. Baiwei worriedly asked, "What's wrong?" The information he perceived was the appearance of a large number of Wu Ling around Ye Wu-ming's house. We need to get there immediately. Footsteps echoed. Xu Jingshan's feet were gradually stepping onto the window frame. Before leaving, he turned his head back and said, "All right, payment's been made. I'm off first." Wu-ming sensed danger and annoyedly reminded, Hey, don't jump off the building. Use the main door." The reminder made him scratch his head awkwardly. "It's become a habit." Wu-ming further corrected him. "Don't you dare get used to that stunt." The surroundings suddenly felt off. Both of them looked at each other, then noticed his gaze was directed towards the window. Then, startled, he exclaimed, "What is that?" Jingshan immediately assumed it was Wu-ling. It's far from simple. Exactly. It's a huge number of Wu-ling. They are surrounding and invading. It's an emergency. Jingshan ran quickly out the main door. Just then, Li Jin caught sight of him. Just a few seconds later, Wu-ming also burst out of his room, reminding them, "Xiao Jin, stay safely inside the house. Absolutely do not go out." Li Jin, only focused on what he saw before him, accused his brother, "You're hiding the old man in the house." Wu-ming, busy as he was, only managed a quick explanation. "No, it's not like you think." That only made Li Jin more gleeful, nodding his head. "Oh, I understand. I totally get it now." The accusation only made Wu-ming more exasperated, frowning. "What exactly do you understand?" After saying that, he quickly ran out, his voice echoing back. "Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand anyway." "Anyway, you're not allowed to go out." Li Jin let out a breath full of scorn and loathing. His expression screamed an implied curse. "A bunch of scum!" Outside, Wu-ming frantically ran out to assess the situation, helplessly realizing the scene before him. "Damn it, so many?" Jingshan turned his head to reproach. "What is this kid doing running out here?" "This isn't something you can get involved in." However, Wu-ming's demeanor became confident, and with the weapon in his hand, he declared, "Actually, I don't want to be left out either. Precisely, these spirit phantoms have stimulated my fighting spirit, as danger is imminent." Wu-ming stood shoulder to shoulder with Jingshan. "All right then, let's do this together." Immediately after that, the sword violently pulled itself free from Jingshan's hand. The sight made Wu-ming utterly confused. What is it doing? In a flash, the sword from a moment ago had transformed into a blade gushing with blood. A powerful, formidable weapon was piercing through the ground. Under the power of the blood sword, Xu Jingshan created an encompassing red zone. That red zone expanded further and further around the city. His gaze drifted into the distance, explaining, "This is a skill seal that every spirit master knows. The seal can protect ordinary people from being affected. Later, you will learn to hear the calling." Wu-ming heard, only to respond with refusal. "I already said it. I'm not joining." He didn't want to force him, letting him decide whether to follow, just as the spirit domain appeared, drawing Wu-ming's curious gaze. "I haven't even asked why your spirit domain is a person." When Jinglan appeared, her legs swiftly rushed forward. Xu Jingshan charged up with her. Before striking, he made sure to tell Wu-ming, "After we deal with this trash, I'll slowly explain it all to you." Hearing this, he nodded. "All right." His internal urge seemingly elevated even further. With the weapon in his hand glowing brightly, Wu-ming mused to himself. Lately, no matter how I called, it wouldn't show up. Yet today, it decided to finally show its face. Although I don't want to join these so-called spirit masters, these damned fog spirits truly deserve to die. He was absolutely seething. His hatred for the fog spirits grew as each one became crazed, their screams piercing the sky while Xu Jingshan slashed wildly. Angry voices intertwined. "This old man will wipe you all out." Not to be outdone, Wu-ming wielded his weapon with impressive efficiency. Wherever he slashed, the necks of the fog spirits flew right along. But he constantly had to deal with fog spirits appearing unexpectedly from all directions. Their sharp claws gripped tightly onto the golden glowing sword as Wu-ming struggled, breaking into a sweat. "They're just too many. I can't kill them all." Not only were they numerous, but they were also very strong, their fierce clawing knocking the sword right out of Wu-ming's hand and sending it flying far away. The situation grew increasingly critical as the fog spirit's mouth slowly opened wider, threatening Wu-ming's life. But luckily, right then, a sword flashed across the fog spirit's mouth and it couldn't withstand the blow. Its entire body fell flat, utterly helpless. Turns out that was the power of Xu Jingshan. His voice boomed threateningly. "Damn it, your old man is still right here." He didn't just subdue the fog spirit. He swiftly redirected his sword to launch a new, agile attack. He glanced over, expressing, "What a shame I don't have a spirit domain. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to cut them down one by one." Wu-ming was a little surprised to hear that. "No spirit domain, huh?" Xu Jingshan, still cheerful despite that fact, loudly declared, "Let's talk after we're done here." Meanwhile, Wu-ming's sword was being retrieved. Jinglan swiftly pulled the sword out of the ground. Her hands firmly grasped it. He stood some distance away, not hesitating for a second. He reached out and firmly grasped his weapon. his eyes increasingly burning with the determination to wipe out the fog spirits before him. Every single one of his sword strikes left a trail of blood on the ground. Jing Lan, Shu Jingshan, and Wu Ming stood rooted, facing 3 different directions. Everyone is determined to fight. You seem to be exhausted from all the complaining. Are these Wulings just young grass? They keep growing back no matter how many times we cut them. Shu Jingshan carefully observed the situation and suddenly realized, damn it, something isn't right here. The Wulings suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, and their very nature seemed to change. They gradually parted ways, forming 2 lines as if welcoming someone's arrival. Then, a 5-fingered Wuling appeared. This made Yi Wuming speculate it was human-like. This Wuling was completely different from the ones that had appeared before, with its mutated form and movement style. Shu Jingshan yelled out, asserting, "No! That's a Wuling, an S-rank or higher humanoid Wuling, Yi Wuming." Yi Wuming gradually grew worried and asked, "Sirs, don't we have any reinforcements? We're no match for that thing." Ignoring the critical situation before them, Shu Jingshan lit a cigarette. The reply was terrifyingly calm. Of course there are, but they haven't shown up for quite some time. Perhaps they've run into trouble too. Scene change. Outside the red zone, controlled by Shu Jingshan, a car, moving at high speed, suddenly came to a halt. Bai Wei observed the situation. Her curiosity piqued. Why are so many Wulings gathered here? Jiang Ningning, a member of Team 144, cried out in panic. Is that Ye Wuming guy a reborn Tang Sanzang or something? Why do they keep clinging on and won't let go? Hey, tell me, if I take a bite of his flesh, can I become immortal? Hai Thui, a member of Squad 144, propped his hand on his chin and replied, disheartened, I don't know. While Ning Ning was still eagerly expressing her thoughts, if I see one later, I'll try biting it. What if it really grants immortality? However, an unexpected situation was suddenly upon them. It made the facial muscles of both Ning Ning and Hai Thi tense up as the legs of a giant mist spirit were stomping directly onto the roof of their car. In truth, it wasn't just one, but very, very many of them were simultaneously surrounding them outside. And Ning Ning screamed in terror nonstop. The car couldn't stay still anymore. Its speed immediately accelerated, ignoring the horde of mist spirits harassing them outside. Ai Wei continued to focus intently on driving forward. After a while, their feet were finally able to step out of the beleaguered car. Ning Ning praised Sister Wei endlessly. Wow, your ice sculpting technique has improved again. Ai Wei froze the horde of mist spirits. Then, she directly made them explode in midair. Bai Wei used her reconnaissance skill, locating 5 S-tier mist spirits, which startled Ning Ning. The 5 of us have already found the mist spirit's lair. She plunged into the spirit domain, with so many mist spirits swirling around her. Then Ning Ning leapt forward, her 2 agile hands already drawing her guns, preparing to directly engage in midair combat. Her face couldn't hide her frenzy. Killing felt incredibly satisfying, and in the blink of an eye she had slaughtered all the surrounding mist spirits. Bai Wei, almost blown away by the dust and debris, yelled, This damn kid is going crazy again. Lu Bai ordered Shirui to find Bai Wei's distant sniper position over there and then assign it to her. Both immediately responded in unison, Understood! She nimbly grabbed Shirui, soaring into the air. Come on, Shirui! Bai Wei directly stepped onto the car roof to gain momentum. Then, she used that airborne momentum to propel herself even higher. She turned her head, asking, Where are our teammates? Shirui simply pointed towards the towering building across the way, and just like that, Bai Wei conjured an ice staircase to reach it. Then, with a playful toss, she said, Go on, Shirui, you can go down by yourself. Nansheng flinched. Little Wei, are you going to let Shirui free fall? Nevertheless, he didn't seem fazed in the slightest. Employing his spirit domain, he landed gently, with practiced ease. Lu Bai remarked, Well, look at that, Shirui's still alive. Truly, he has a strong will to live. He then cast a knowing glance towards Ning Ning. I reckon I'm pretty tough myself, you know. He then reminded Lao Zhao to keep an eye on her. Don't let her actually kill people to the point of madness. Nanchang suspiciously pointed at himself. Me? Then, he helplessly accepted his fate, casually swatting away a spirit phantom that lunged at him. I'll try my best. These kids these days are getting harder and harder to wrangle. Lu Bai knelt on one knee, clutching his right eye. Spiritual energy pulsed, seeping out between his fingers. His other hand touched the ground, as if transmitting power. Instantly, the space around him warped, and a barrier opened. Strange, shadowy figures appeared before Lu Bai. They seemed to be transmitting some information. Lu Bai listened, then fell into deep thought about the red-eyed Vu Lin. Before that, when he arrived at the organization's headquarters, while waiting, Lu Bai speculated, I heard Jinghua City is in trouble already. Surely they're not looking for us because of this, right? Another squad leader agreed. Probably, he said. You can still joke around. If it's really like that, I might have to write my will. Just then, the conference room door burst open. The superior assigned tasks. Has everyone heard about the situation in Jinghua City yet? Lu Bai, you go handle the situation in Jinghua City. Qian, Dao. This concerns the red-eyed Wu Lin incident. Lead your team to investigate and try to stop those things outside the mist. That person replied with great resolve. Rest assured, Chief, unless I die. Otherwise, I absolutely won't let any red-eyed Wu Lin appear again. Now, recalling it, his gaze lowered. So many red-eyed Wu Lins. Could he really? The spiritual domain rapidly expanded, according to Lu Bai's emotions. Finally, the divine eye appeared when he was enraged. A bunch of trash! All of them deserve to die! On the other side, Jing Shan and 2 others were on guard, fighting. Wu Ming anxiously asked, Uncle, aren't you unable to absorb it? He held a cigarette, smiling reassuringly one last time. You can only wield the holy sword now. So let's fight. In a flash, both rushed forward like lightning, simultaneously charging to attack that demon spirit. But then Jing Shan's moves were blocked. Their attacks couldn't touch it at all. This left all 3 terrified and pale as the demon spirit coldly mocked them, saying they were just throwing eggs at a rock. Jing Shan powerfully gripped his saber and roared, Break through! Yet his strike caused absolutely no damage. What's more, at that very moment, the demon spirit even pulled back its fist, then channeled all its power into its other hand. With a single move, it swept away all 3 of them at once, causing Jing Shan's group to be unable to resist and fall back. Wu Ming couldn't believe it. He sat up, unable to believe it. How can it be this strong? He wondered, frowning as he looked at his 2 struggling teammates. What should we do now? Suddenly, Jing Shan lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, then tossed it aside. This is the only way left, he declared. He took out something, dripped his own blood onto it, then suddenly began to explain. Young Master Yi, you asked me earlier why my spirit domain has a human form. Actually, that's not a spirit domain at all. It's my elder sister. Jing Lan erupted with a power source similar to her younger brothers. Jing Shan recounted, My sister was killed by the demon spirit. Her lingering obsession caused the 2 of us to share one body. A sword hilt seemed to appear in his hand. And now, both siblings have now summoned their weapons. This is my true spirit domain. This sight made Wu Ming's eyes widen. Jing Shan slightly turned his head and reminded him, Kid, take a good look. Immediately, the 2 siblings charged forward in unison, shouting together as they stormed towards the void spirit, Go to hell! In the blink of an eye, they were already close to it, splitting into 2 directions to flank the monster. Yet, the void spirit showed no sign of wavering, merely gazing at them with cold indifference. Then, a powerful wave of blood-red light swept through its body. Jing Shan stepped forward, striking a powerful blow at the enemy as his eyes glowed with an unusual brilliance, activating his spirit domain. As the 2 siblings simultaneously passed through, the void spirit took double damage from the blazing slash. Immediately, its entire body was wounded so badly that blood gushed out. But who would have thought, at that exact moment, Jing Shan unexpectedly slipped and fell due to the aftershock. The wicked void spirit immediately seized this rare opportunity, charging like a maniac, intent on delivering a fatal blow to him. But Wu Ming rushed forward to block it, yelling, Damn it, I'm still here! He then held up a brick, giving Jing Shan a thumbs up. That's incredible! The void spirit, now engulfed in blazing fire, could still be seen struggling within the flames. Jing Shan chuckled faintly. In my entire life, this is the first time I've ever used a spirit domain. I never expected it to be this formidable. But who would have thought? Soon after, his vision suddenly blurred. His body gave out, causing him to stumble and collapse. Wu Ming, bewildered, turned his head and cried out, Jing! Only then did he react, rushing over. He embraced Jing, calling out, Jing! Jing! He struggled to force a smile. See? I killed an S-rank void spirit! Wu Ming couldn't hide his tears. I see. Jing, you're amazing. Jing Shan weakly sighed. It's a pity the squad leaders aren't here to witness this. At this moment, he seemed to feel someone gently taking his hand. It was the soul of his deceased sister, gently smiling. Her body, like smoke, was gradually fading away. Jing Shan smiled contentedly and closed his eyes. But I can go find you now. Finally, he quietly let go, his tears falling uncontrollably with a choked sob. Wu Ming looked up and roared, recalling Uncle Jing, wanting to vent everything out. A golden light suddenly enveloped him. At the same time, the surrounding mist spirits sensed something was coming. A dark figure with 2 horns on its head gradually revealed itself, saying, I must thank you. Wu Ming was startled and nervously shouted, Who is it? The figure slowly took powerful steps closer. After that, it fully revealed its mist spirit body, full of oppressive power, along with a wicked and cunning smiling face. By then, Wu Ming also realized who the enemy that had just arrived was. His expression grew tenser. You've evolved. It actually spoke human language. That's right! Fierce flames erupted in the Mist Spirit's hands. It laughed boastfully. Look at this! I even gained the abilities of your comrades! Then it cackled maliciously. Now go on your way with the Mist Spirit, unleashed infernal flames towards Wu Ming. Your comrades! Unexpectedly, he had already managed to summon his saber. He timely blocked its flames. But at the same time, the weapon in his hand also developed cracks. Instantly, an explosion occurred, blowing Wu Ming away. A moment later, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, leaving behind scattered sparks. He was injured in the leg and fell down. Powerless, Wu Ming lay on the ground, trying to crawl towards Uncle Jing Shan, his eyes full of pain. He ignored the wounds on Uncle Jing's face. Wu Ming vaguely looked at that man. My life was exchanged by Uncle Jing using his own life. Immediately, Wu Ming's eyes glowed with radiance. I can't die like this! The system immediately appeared, successfully activating the Yandi manual. It detected that the principal's life force was rapidly decreasing and initiated wound treatment. His body was reassembled, as if protected by countless spiritual energies. It announced that healing was underway. The principal's wounds were successfully treated. In just a few seconds, Wu Ming could stand up. That Wu Ling gritted her teeth, muttering, I didn't expect you could heal yourself. But he paid no attention to her. Jingshan, I'll take you out of here. She furiously roared. Rest assured, no one will be able to leave. Let's see if you recover faster or if I kill faster. In a flash, countless blazing flames attacked them. But then, a pair of golden wings suddenly appeared, enveloping and protecting both Wu Ming and Jingshan. He gently touched Jingshan's face. Jingshan, wait for me a moment. I once said that I only wanted to be a normal person. I thought as long as I left Si Ye Ren, I could live in peace. When he lifted his head, Wu Ming's eyes had changed. Now, it seems I was wrong. His eyes suddenly shone brightly, and Wu Ming summoned a new weapon into his hand. With a resolute expression, he murmured to himself, Only when all you monsters are dead can I return to being a normal person. He flew forward to attack, like a god judging sinners. Wu Ling was not afraid either, immediately wanting to counterattack. However, Wu Ming's attack easily prevented her from doing so. With just a single move, he gently landed. The monster, suffering its wounds, knelt down. Wu Ming turned back and glared at it. Now! I can't kill you. Then he staggered and fell. Still, injuring you is enough. Someone suddenly appeared and caught Wu Ming. The newcomer was Bai Wei. I'm sorry I'm late. She frantically looked around. Oh my! His head was throbbing, and he was coughing dryly from overexertion. His trembling hand pointed towards a spot over there. And then the team members saw Jingshan lying there. Ning Ning couldn't hold back her tears, covering her face and sobbing. Bai Wei was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. How could this happen? Nan Cheng lowered his head in despair. I was one step too late. Shishi trembled, choked up, and exclaimed, Jingshan! However, at that moment, no one noticed the Wu Ling monster. Its eyes glowed brightly, as if it had found an opportunity. A laser-like beam shot towards her. However, Bai Wei reacted quickly and blocked the attack. Her eyes filled with wrath, she turned to look at it. You scum! In her hand, she powerfully gathered her own spirit domain, summoning countless sharp ice arrows to attack. Bai Wei used her powerful skill. Her entire body erupted with immense power. Her spirit domain, icy cold, she proclaimed, Falling Ice Star! Immediately, countless arrows flew towards Wu Ling. As they descended, they created dense smoke and dust, exploding through space. When the smoke and dust dissipated, Wu Ling was already frozen. Bai Wei had no intention of stopping, shouting, Bone Dragon's Breath! Then a colossal dragon appeared, easily enveloping the ice block. She charged forward, wielding her ice spear, full of burning hatred. Instantly, a chilling and shocking explosion erupted. Finally, Bai Wei slowly stepped out of the swirling smoke and dust. After delivering the finishing blow to that wicked S-class spirit beast, she let out a long sigh, exhausted from the utterly uneven battle. The hatred in her eyes dissipated, leaving only sadness and relief. Bai Wei approached Jingshan and his comrades. She gently spoke a single sentence. Elder Jing, rest in peace. A week later, his funeral was held. All the team members were present before Jingshan's gravestone. Wu Ming gently placed a brand new pack of cigarettes down. He sadly whispered, Elder Jing, this time you can finally smoke in peace. Lu Bai slowly added, Old Shu was a heavy smoker. The doctors used to forbid him, but now there's nothing to worry about anymore. Then he placed something else on the pack of cigarettes and quipped, See, I'm still the best of you, old man. I even remembered to leave you a lighter. That's a whole pack, Old Shu. Don't be too stingy. Remember to share with our brothers down there, okay? If it's not enough, just tell me in a dream and I'll buy more for you. Wu Ming curiously asked, Was Elder Jing really that stingy? Lu Bai replied nostalgically, You bet he was. All our brothers knew that every time we went to visit graves, he was the most frugal of all. That statement made Wu Ming flinch. All those who lie here, his voice slowly rang out. All those resting here are brothers who sacrificed themselves in Jinghua. Throughout all these years, the smiles of our old comrades are still vivid in Lu Bai's memory. He softly sighed. Who knows? One day, this place might hold a few more gravestones. And by then, who knows who will come to light incense for us. After that, Lu Bai turned to leave, saying, "Let's go." Wu Ming suddenly spoke up. "Captain Lu, I want to join the Sierin." He was a bit surprised and didn't rush to agree, as Old Shu's sacrifice wasn't just for him. Old Shu sacrificed for humanity. It wasn't just for me. But then he lowered his voice, denying, "Not quite. I've thought it all through." In this chaotic era, being an ordinary person is the hardest thing, because ordinary people have to spend their entire lives remembering the fallen heroes. It's too exhausting. Those words seemed to surprise Lu Bai, so he didn't hesitate to extend his hand. Calmly accepted, "Welcome to Jiayazi Ren." Wu Ming smiled in relief, taking Lu Bai's hand. Afterward, he arrived at the headquarters of Jiayazi Ren, while Wu Ming's expression was bewildered and slightly flustered. Looking up, he felt awkward under observation. "Is there a problem?" Ning Ning asked with an amused laugh. "You look handsome, by the way. Do you have a girlfriend or maybe a boyfriend?" This time, Wu Ming was truly speechless. Bai Wei spoke up, trying to stop her. "What are you trying to do now?" She only saw Ning Ning pulling her friend over. "Go sit next to him." Though he didn't understand, Shi Rui still obediently complied. Ning Ning intently watched the two awkward people, then enthusiastically gave Sister Wei a thumbs up. "They look so good together." Nancheng immediately gave her a head knock. "These silly matchmaking games only cause trouble for people." She pouted. "Matching the captain with you would be worse for me." Lu Bai saw the heat coming his way and quickly changed the subject. "If you're so idle, why don't you take Xiao Ye for a walk? I've already submitted his application to the higher-ups. If there are no surprises, it should be approved soon." So Ning Ning happily pulled him along. "Come on, let me show you our 30 square meters villa." Ye Wu Ming looked flustered. "I can walk by myself." Only innocent Shirui remained slumped in place. "Do I still have to sit here?" After the two disappeared from sight, Nancheng finally asked, "Will the higher-ups really agree?" He pulled out his phone. "See for yourself. It says, after reviewing the application to officially join Squad 144, Ye Wu Ming's application to join the Jinghua garrison was rejected. However, due to special circumstances, temporary membership in Squad 144 has been provisionally approved." He was startled, realizing, it seems the higher-ups already had their own arrangements. Bai rested his chin on his hand, nodding silently without a word. Then Nancheng patted his shoulder. All right. Everyone has their own path to walk. For now, let's just focus on finishing that other matter first." Elsewhere, Ning Ning was introducing the house. "The whole place is only about this big. You can see everything just by standing in the living room." She walked over to the fridge. "Do you want anything to drink?" Ye Wu Ming smiled nonchalantly. "Anything is fine." As Ning Ning retrieved something, she instructed him, "Just help yourself to anything in the fridge. If you want anything else to eat, you can ask Ma Zhao to make it." He curiously asked, "Ma Zhao?" She handed him a can of soda. "Zhao Nancheng, our deputy leader. However, every day he acts like an old mother. He nags me all the time, which is why I call him Ma Zhao." Chen Ning Ning remembered, right, as a rookie, according to regulations, you must undergo 1 year of training. Wu Ming paid attention to the training. She explained, "The Sierin is a disciplined organization. Besides learning how to use the spirit domain, you also have to go through basic training courses." Chen Ning Ning leaned back on the sofa, drinking water. After that, she continued. For instance, close combat, firearms, tactics, and how to open barriers. Still, this kind of paramilitary training won't start for at least another half a month. It's mainly to give you hot-blooded young men time to reconsider. This statement made Wu Ming feel a sense of threat. Her expression turned grim. After all, I've met quite a few young people like that. They talk about protecting the homeland, then turn right around and run from spirit beasts at the first hint of danger. He affirmed without hesitation, "Don't worry. It's not my first time encountering spirit beasts. I'm not scared." Ning Ning's demeanor brightened. "That's great. Also, we don't have accommodation for new members. Nevertheless, before you start training, you might have to undergo the captain's private training." This remark made Wu Ming curious. "Captain Lu's private training? What exactly do I have to train for?" Just then, Lu Bai appeared. "Let me explain first, so you won't be caught off guard. Those who participate in the reserve training, more or less, have some foundation in close combat and shooting. If you just charge in like that, you'll easily get beaten to death." Nancheng chuckled reassuringly. "Don't listen to him. It won't be fatal. At worst, you'll just end up with a few broken arms and legs, that's all." But that tone only made him more worried. Lu Baiwei also came over and joined the conversation. She said disapprovingly, "A bunch of unreliable folks who only know how to pick on a kid." Actually, spiritual domains usually manifest in certain types of people. First, there are soldiers near foggy regions. Prolonged exposure to the fog makes them prone to activating spiritual domains. The second type includes those who've had close encounters with death, like doctors, nurses, or those in the funeral industry. Then there's inherited ability. If the previous generation had a spiritual domain, it's highly likely their descendants will possess one too. All these people, except for the second type, have some kind of background, especially the third group. Their families began training them from childhood. But people like you, with no background at all, if you run into them, you'll just get absolutely trashed. Just a few words, and Wu Ming was already imagining himself getting bullied. He quickly clutched his head, kicking that thought away. That sounds too scary. Wu Ming pointed at himself. So I'm in the second group? But Nanchang spoke up again. No, you're in group. Lu Baiwei quickly cut him off. Nanchang forced a smile, barely managing to shut his mouth in time. Their attitude, however, made him curious. What's wrong? Lu Bai didn't explain, just waved her hand and laughed. It's nothing. Nothing. She also patted his shoulder, comforting him. Don't mind them. They're always so secretive. According to our investigation, you were hit by a divine domain activation code. This is precisely the fourth group. The group of people gained their spiritual domains in a strange way. The specific reasons are still unclear. My spiritual domain is also like yours, belonging to the fourth group. After Baiwei finished speaking, she touched her hand to her shoulder. She pulled it down, revealing a red mark. I got bitten by a fish, and then I gained my spiritual domain. The scar surprised Wu Ming. May I ask what kind of fish it was? Baiwei hesitated, a little awkwardly, and replied, Squid. The strange answer left him utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, someone else nearby couldn't hold it in. Ning couldn't control herself. She was about to burst out laughing. Squid? Wu Ming felt utterly perplexed. Is it really that funny? Nanchang spoke up to explain for his teammate. She laughs easily, you know? Oh, right. There's no lodging for new members here, but since you've already joined the cultivation professionals, you can't just casually go home. Yet another clause left him bewildered. So where do I stay? A hand gently rested on Wu Ming's shoulder. Baiwei smiled and gestured. At my place. It's nearby and has a vacant room. He quickly nodded. Thank you, Sister Wei. She waved her hand. It's nothing. We're teammates now, so there's no need to be so formal. He didn't notice that Nanchang was bowing his head, being scolded. Lu Bai slapped his shoulder. You idiot! You almost let it slip. Nanchang looked flustered. I was too busy and completely forgot. However, then again, were you really not going to tell little Yi about his parents? Lu Bai sighed, deep in thought. He then decided to wait until little Yi was strong enough to deal with that particular social stratum. Let's just let this kid be carefree for a few more years before telling him. After that, Baiwei took Wu Ming and Ning back to her home. She used a facial recognition lock to open the main gate. Then Baiwei gestured, introducing the place to them. This is my home. Please come in. Wu Ming was utterly stunned by the sight. A gigantic villa with a garden appeared before his eyes. Ning chuckled softly. Just get used to it. Our rich, big sis, Baiwei, is actually pretty approachable, she said warmly and humbly. It's been a while since anyone tidied the garden, so it's a bit messy. Please don't mind it. Wu Ming quickly waved his hand. No way! You've already let me stay here. I couldn't be more grateful. Oh, right. Coming here so suddenly like this. Won't your parents be bothered? Hearing his words, Baiwei suddenly paused. She replied, unable to hide her sadness. They went missing a long time ago. Her gaze remained calm, though. She slowly took a breath before recounting. Back then, they left me alone on a boat. They said they were going into the deep sea to look for something. In the end, they went missing, and I was almost killed by a fish. Yet, thanks to that, I became a spirit contractor. Jia brought up someone else's painful past, making him quite flustered. Apologies poured out, but Baiwei just flashed a carefree smile. It's fine. That's all in the past. She led them through her door, opening it, as she replied. I'm living perfectly well now, thank you very much. That evening, at the Bureau of Special Operations headquarters, someone spoke via a large screen. It was Zhao Wu, the current director of the Special Operations Department. I've already reviewed your report. Lu Bai immediately cut to the chase. Director Zhao Wu, red-eyed spirits shouldn't be appearing in Jinghua. Is this due to kin? She reassured them, don't worry, Jinye is still fine. The number of red-eyed spirits appearing like this is because Jinghua is no longer stable. Nanchang appeared, broom in hand. Didn't you hear Duo Ya's warning signal? Zhao Wu nodded a greeting. Long time no see indeed. He smiled in reply to Director Zhao. She smiled contentedly, nodding at them. Then she explained, it's just instability, not a full-blown collapse. But Nanchang was very insistent. Where's the source? If it can be eliminated, can stability be maintained? Zhao Wu then pointed at Lu Bai. Shouldn't you be asking him about that instead? Lu Bai's expression was grim. Right now, everything is still normal. I don't see anything unusual. She asked again. Are you sure? He explained. After eliminating the red-eyed Wu Lin, I have been observing continuously for days. Apart from the few Wu Lins still within Jinghua City, there haven't been any large-scale concentrations of them. However, there is indeed a slight issue. Lu Bai recalled the trembling Wu Lin from that time. Chao Wu, noticing his emphasis, frowned and listened as he revealed the peculiar detail. It seems these Wu Lin are all a bit scared. Nanchang rubbed his chin, muttering, something that can scare low-level Wu Lin can only be a high-level Wu Lin or a deity. Lu Bai looked up and asked Department Head Qiao, could a deity have appeared again? She immediately denied it. Impossible. Jinghua will not see deities appearing again. Then it can only be a high-level Wu Lin. After that, Qiao Wu checked the recent reports on her computer. She projected an image. Not entirely certain, but recently, a new type of creature has been discovered in various places. Lu Bai saw it and exclaimed in surprise, Noah? Qiao Wu shook her head. No, but they are indeed some legendary monsters. Preliminary analysis suggests they are very likely Lami spirits. His two uncles and Nancheng subtly exchanged glances after she read out the summarized information about the Lamia, a monster from ancient Greek mythology, half-human, half-snake, known for devouring children. He asked, tense. So, does that mean there's a possibility that a similar monster might appear here too? Qiao Wu asserted. Not similar. In fact, it's very likely the Lamia itself. Reports from various locations all confirm that it is indeed the Lamia. Lu Bai's face turned serious. This one has many children? She smiled, raising a finger. Not just one, actually. Lu Bai stated his speculation. Your point is that this creature has already caused havoc in several cities? Qiao Wu rested her chin on her hand and nodded. Although I don't want to admit it, that's indeed the case. Nanchang was puzzled. Then how come you still haven't caught it? Surrounding a whole group is difficult, of course. But surrounding one creature isn't hard, is it? She sighed in response. If only it were that simple, things would be great. The problem is that this Lamia has many avatars. Currently, we've only managed to capture its avatars, and according to the information we've gathered, it's highly likely that the Lamia is currently right here in Jinghua. Anyway, your place always seems to attract. He grumbled, full of disdain, always attracting these strange things. Qiao Wu didn't pay attention. All right then, there's nothing else. I'm hanging up now. The screen went dark, and the room fell silent once more. Nanchang pushed his chair back. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading out too. Lu Bai was still busy trying to turn off the screen, but then he suddenly flinched and froze. Nanchang turned around, suddenly remembering something. He looked puzzled, then chuckled wryly. We forgot to ask where asterisk that thing appeared. So both of them sank into their own blunders. As night fell, Wu Ming stepped inside the hospital again. Wu Ming sighed, looking at Gay lying on the bed. Xiao Er bowed respectfully and said, My dear director, honestly, you didn't have to bring me along. But Wu Ming smiled and replied, How could that be? After all, if your people trick me again, I can just use you as bait for Guy. Xiao Er flinched, hugging himself. Director, we haven't seen each other for just a few days, yet why are you so cruel? Wu Ming leaned closer. Regardless, even if I'm not cruel, your brothers will just play me to death. Xiao Er put on a pitiful act. Director, you're joking again. How could my brother and I possibly harm you? But Wu Ming didn't fall for that trap. He didn't believe him, and excitedly pulled out a notebook from behind him. Excellent! Another volume added. Wu Ming suddenly turned back, frowned, and asked, What are you doing? Xiao Er stammered, I! Suddenly he exclaimed in surprise, Director, behind you! Guy, who knows when he woke up, lunged to attack Wu Ming. Wu Ming flinched, only managing to quickly shield himself with a hand. Damn it! But after a long moment of no pain, he opened his eyes to look. Why is it suddenly so quiet? He then looked at the scene before him, utterly astonished. Guy, however, was grabbed by countless hands. Yet he still shrieked frantically. Die! All of you! Just die! Wu Ming asked, puzzled and curious. What is this? Xiao Er then explained. This is a unique defense mechanism specially designed for you. This is the first I'm hearing of this. What do you mean? He explained. Simply put, my dear director is the master of Pig God Hospital. No one can defeat him in this hospital. Wu Ming rubbed his chin, skeptical. No, that's not right. I remember last time, it wasn't like this. Recalling the first time he met and was attacked by that guy, he grew even more confused. Last time, I was almost choked to death. So what was that about? Instantly, Wu Ming gritted his teeth, realizing, Are you messing with me again? Number 2 smiled, looking obvious. Well, there hasn't been a director for ages, so I was just temporarily filling in, He angrily yelled, Sooner or later, you guys are going to toy me to death. After that, Vo Min turned to look at the other woman. Vo Min took out a book, Amnesia with Violent Tendencies. Let me see if there's a cure. The magical book slowly turned its pages. He checked and scanned through the cases. Vo Min strained his eyes, furrowing his brows. Where is it, though? A moment later, he suddenly looked up. Found it! And he looked a bit helpless. But do we even have acupuncture needles here? Number 2 spoke up, suggesting, Esteemed director, it's in the book. But you've clearly gotten used to this pain, so this isn't another trap, is it? He laughed brightly, waving his hand. No, not at all. If we mess with you again, we'll lose pay. We're just humble wage-earning spirits, after all. It's tough work, no joke. Vo Min frowned and used the book as instructed by number 2. He was a little surprised. Is that even possible? He nodded. Exactly. The Flame Emperor's book can create healing tools. Single-use tools are provided for you to treat the patient. Vo Min was satisfied. Not bad at all. It's even smarter than you two, brothers. Afterwards, he approached Guy who was currently restrained. He immediately applied the needle-throwing technique, and she, unable to resist, had it pinned right in the middle of her forehead. But right after, the anger on Guyer's face froze. Her expression gradually calmed, and she slowly slumped down. 10 minutes later, Vo Min watched the acupuncture needle disappear. It really is single-use, he thought, looking at her curiously. Did it actually work, I wonder? However, that crazed look clearly hadn't diminished much, leading Vo Min to misunderstand. Sure enough, before he could even utter failure, the system popped up. Patient Guy Treatment progress, 3%. Corresponding patient's book unlocked. Vo Min turned to ask number 2. This time, there surely won't be any issues, right? He smiled and said, Theoretically speaking, there are no issues at all. He waved his hand dismissively. Your theories are never accurate anyway. But when Vo Min went for round 2, he still thought, sure enough, it's still not enough. With a crazed, obsessed look, he realized a mere stack of notebooks wouldn't be enough to record everything. At this moment, he had also returned to the hospital library. Vo Min took out the book, hoping nothing unexpected would happen this time, and slowly flipped through, reading page by page. However, Vo Min's eyes grew increasingly serious. He was bewildered. What in the world is this? It was written there. Category 6. Super reproduction. Endless darkness. Chaotic power. Creative domain. Incessant proliferation. Scythe of harvest. Vo Min was stunned. Did I just unlock this catalog? He wondered, then turned to look at number 2, who was quietly sipping tea behind him. But as soon as he saw Vo Min, number 2 spat all the tea right into his face. Vo Min was left completely drenched, grinding his teeth in anger. Number 2 quickly scurried over to wipe him off, exclaiming, My dearest director! Oh, I'm so sorry! I couldn't help it! Vo Min was so furious he wanted to strike him, but he missed, only able to secretly hold a grudge. Oh, great! Another grudge for the list, Vo Min remarked, glaring coldly. I'm quite sure you did that on purpose. He quickly defended himself. Esteemed director, my loyalty to you is witnessed by heaven and earth. Vo Min tossed the towel back. All right, stop acting. How exactly is this book used anyway? Number 2 explained. This catalog lists the skills the hospital can extract from patients. However, if you wish to acquire a skill, you'll need a little luck as well. Slightly surprised, he asked, Luck, like a draw? Number 2 emphasized, Similar. But this one's a lottery. Then number 2 raised his hand to check his watch. After that, he took the notebook. As soon as Wu Ming pulled it out, it emitted a brilliant light, floating in midair. Immediately, a gambling machine appeared. Dean, the moment of truth is almost here. Are you mentally prepared? Finding it troublesome, he waved his hand. Enough with the chatter. Let's begin. He courteously pulled on his gloves. Let's witness this divine moment together. Number 2 reached out and grabbed the machine's lever. The screen immediately spun incredibly fast. Then, the first number that appeared was 1. The second screen also displayed a 1. Wu Ming clenched his fists, praying, Please don't let it be super reproduction. Finally, it landed on number 4. Congratulations, Dean. You can now enter the patient's book to see how to use the skill. The gambling machine immediately transformed back into a book, flipping open to page 114 and showing it to him. On it were written the instructions for using the creative field. The creative field is the mother of all gods. Whoever possesses extraordinary creative power, when activating the creative field, can quickly create objects within the field's range. However, the created objects have no offensive capabilities. Wu Ming furrowed his brows in confusion. This seems a bit useless, doesn't it? Then number 2 shook his finger in protest. No, items produced by the hospital are definitely good stuff. There's no such thing as useless. The next morning, at Wu Ming's apartment building, someone was already knocking early in the day. Manhwa opened the door, seeing the stranger before her. Who is it? She asked. Nan Cheng politely replied, Hello. Excuse me, are you Ms. Zhang, Yi Wuming's aunt? She frowned and replied, Yes. Were you introduced by him? We are staff from the Jinghua Military Government Office. Today, we've come to discuss something with you about Ye Wu Ming. These words made Manhwa panic. What happened to Wu Ming? Nanchang smiled reassuringly. Please don't misunderstand. We are in charge of recruitment. Then he took out a letter from the young man. She quickly took it, opened it, and read the contents inside. Manhwa was dumbfounded. What is this? How could the boy suddenly enlist? Then she asked in a panic. He just got discharged from the hospital, and he's already joining the army. He's a doctor. What would he do enlisting? Moreover, he's never said anything about joining the army before. Are you tricking me? Suddenly, a hand was placed on her shoulder. Legion reassured her. He already said it before, Auntie, that he would enlist once he recovered. She frowned in confusion. How come I didn't know? He smiled and said, It's a young man's secret, Auntie. He probably just hadn't had a chance to tell you yet. Hearing that, Manhwa felt somewhat reassured. This kid. At this moment, Nanchang had also noticed Li Jin, his youthful face, but with a mature, knowing smile and eyes. He frowned slightly in suspicion. This boy, Rui took out a stack of envelopes. That's right. This is Ye Wu Ming's enlistment allowance. Please take it, Auntie. Manhwa looked at the money, but only felt worried. It's too much. She explained that Ye Wu Ming belonged to a special unit, so his pay was a bit higher. She was startled. A special unit? Is it dangerous? Is he stationed somewhere far away? Is it cold? Can I visit him? Can he call home? Nanchang quickly reassured her. Yes, he can. Please, let go of my hand first. A while later, the two of them were finally able to leave the apartment. He clutched his head, thinking, this is even more tiring than a mission. The two quickly returned to their car. From inside, Wu Ming asked, Deputy Captain, how did it go? Nanchang recounted. The letter has been delivered, and the money has been received. He smiled, letting out a sigh of relief. That's good, then, he said. Nanchang frowned, reminding him, but that's your salary for a whole year. What about you, then? Wu Ming pouted, replying, just be a bit thrifty, and it'll be fine. Shiti also seemed sympathetic. When I cook, I'll make an extra portion for you, she offered. These words surprised him somewhat. He turned to look, and her eyes held a hint of danger. Don't get too touched. You'll have to pay me back later, she warned. Wu Ming burst out laughing, replying, all right, don't worry. After that, he quickly drove away from the residential area. They didn't know that from above, Legion had observed everything. He smiled, watching as the gears began to turn. After that, Wu Ming's training course began. Ning Ding instructed, Little Yi, remember this. The most important thing in shooting is her eyes were somewhat frantic, and in her own way, she immediately demonstrated a chaotic shooting display. The sheer force of it made him look away in fear, while Ning Ding was absolutely delighted. Everything the eye sees. Not a single one is missed. Wu Ming quickly ran to dodge the barrage of bullets. Bah! He cried out in panic. Are you shooting your own side? At this moment, two people were observing the training process. Nanchang chuckled, sighing. Xiao Ye really has started her hellish training, hasn't she? Lu Bai didn't show much sympathy either. There's nothing we can do. It was her choice after all. Talk about being blessed by heaven with such good fortune. Let's rewind to 10 minutes earlier. She had told Wu Ming, and Lu Bai hesitated. But now there's a rather serious issue. You're the only student. But there are so many of us teachers. She smiled and snapped her fingers. So, to be fair, a box was placed in front of Wu Ming. We'll draw lots, shall we? He stammered, sensing a slight risk in drawing lots. Lu Bai gently reassured him. That's not important. Feel free to just draw one. I don't think you'll be that unlucky. This remark only made Wu Ming more suspicious. Are there bad prizes too? Her expression revealed nothing. It's not exactly not good. It's just that the teaching methods are a little unique. No sooner had she said that than Lu Bai thought of the image. Off Ning Ning's insane gunplay. But he couldn't refuse. All right, I'll draw a lot then. All the members in the room watched attentively. They curiously looked at the piece of paper Wu Ming had just drawn. Who is it? He innocently blurted out the name written there. Ning Ning and Lu Bai couldn't help but pat his shoulder, comforting him. Oh, you poor naive soul. Nanchang also turned to look out the window. A truly tragic sight. Bai Wei sighed, shaking his head. Well, fate is already sealed. She crossed her arms and consoled him. All we can do is wish you good luck. Just survive first. This attitude completely freaked Wu Ming out. Wait, what do you guys mean? What the heck does survive even mean? Just then, a hand gently settled on his shoulder. Ning Ning smiled and said, Don't be so tense. They're just messing with you. Yet Wu Ming is now fending off a hail of assassination bullets? Bai Wei frowned, observing intently. When will he finally remember he still has his divine domain, I wonder? Lu Bai burst out laughing. He's been beaten into a stupor. He probably won't realize it immediately. But Nanchang pointed a finger, reminding, we can't be so sure. Just then, the wooden chair was also shredded by the barrage of bullets. Wu Ming promptly discarded it, facing 3 incoming projectiles. He then immediately activated his skill. The Golden Dawn Mist, a golden haze, materialized as a defensive shield. 3 bullets impacted it and were completely absorbed. Baiwei raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Michael's Golden Dawn power! I thought he only knew how to use his holy sword, Bai observed carefully. The higher one's innate talent, the more dangerous they become. Before this kid went for training, we absolutely must protect him very carefully, she replied with a confident smile. Don't worry. Outside the yard, Wu Ming was still using his skills very well. A week later, a table and 2 glass bottles appeared in the yard. Suddenly, a bullet shot over and shattered one of them. The bullet's trajectory came from the high-rise building, Satit. Someone was standing on the rooftop, still holding a raised gun, and he asked, how was it? Shi Rui, wearing headphones, walked closer to the table. She calmly replied, you just killed an innocent passerby. Wu Ming scratched his head awkwardly. Next time, I'll definitely aim better. Shi Rui's voice was cold as she reminded him, for a passerby, there won't be a him. Next time. Lu Bai, observing from the side, suddenly sighed. Nan Cheng walked over with a file, asking, tired? He replied dejectedly, yeah, I feel like I've aged several years this past week. He pushed the file forward. It's fine. Something even more exhausting is waiting for you now. It was an urgent warning document that had been submitted. Lu Bai's expression darkened as he read the information. So many people died? Nan Cheng summarized. According to incomplete statistics, over the past week, 23 people have died and 16 are missing. And it's basically confirmed. He emphasized that the monster's appearance was Lamia. He clutched the paper in his hand and ordered, gather everyone back for me. In the living room, all members of the Bureau of Private Affairs gathered. Lu Bai announced, we just received news that a series of child deaths and disappearances have occurred at Jinghua Kindergarten. We suspect Lamia is inside the kindergarten. Calling everyone back means I want everyone to enter the kindergarten. Find this Lamia. Baiwei offered an idea. Big boss, given the current situation, perhaps we should prioritize getting the children out first. He shook his head and replied, a barrier has appeared outside the kindergarten. One can only enter but not exit. Ning Ning grumbled, how annoying. Why don't we just use a skill to collapse the whole kindergarten and get it over with? At this, Wu Ming still couldn't get used to her personality. Does it really have to be so reckless? Nan Cheng was even quicker, directly flicking her on the head. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Bai clapped his hands. All right, settle down. Let's get to the main point. We want to capture Lamia alive. We need to infiltrate the kindergarten. He frowned, wondering. It won't be easy to get in there. Ning Ning smiled and chimed in. Piece of cake. Just walk straight through the main gate then. Clearly she hadn't given up that thought. Grab a gun and shoot them all clean. And just like that, she got another smack from Nan Cheng. Ning Ning hugged her head in protest. Don't hit my head, I'll turn down. He snorted coldly. As if you're smart now to begin with. Baiwei nodded in agreement. Aunt Zhao is absolutely right. Ning Ning looked indignant and pounced. Sister Wei, are you bullying me too? Only he remained silent. Watching the team's predicament, he couldn't help but feel annoyed and helpless. A team like this couldn't even find one trustworthy person. At this moment, everyone turned to look at Lu Bai. He gently exhaled a faint white mist. After that, he activated his skill on the people in the room. Immediately, the mist enveloped everyone. Whether it was Ning Ning joking with Nam Than or Wu Ming trying to intervene, all seemed to have their time stopped. Lu Bai looked at them with satisfaction. This is just perfect. Then he revealed the plan. They wanted to enter the kindergarten, but couldn't let Lumia detect anything unusual. Everyone would disguise themselves as kindergarten teachers, a chef, and the school doctor. Immediately, he gently snapped his fingers. The mist covering the room slowly disappeared. Everyone's time was restarted. They were stunned, not yet understanding what had happened. Wu Ming was startled. Deputy Leader, did the leader also use a spirit domain just now? He nodded and replied, Spirit domain and divine domain are terms. Used to, these are just special abilities that a person possesses. However, what the captain just used, as well as your morning power, are called spirit skills. Typically, a spirit domain wielder will possess 4 types of spirit skills. Meanwhile, a divine domain wielder will have 5 types, and this extra skill is called a divine art. This new knowledge left Wu Ming utterly bewildered. Divine art? Baiwei explained what a divine art actually is. In essence, it's a skill that a person can use based on the deity they've contracted with. Just like Cold Star, for example. When a divine art is used, a phantom of the contracted deity will appear. Saying this, she turned to assess him. But you're a bit strange, Wu Ming. He quickly waved his hand. Strange how? Baiwei frowned. Your holy sword and morning power, logically speaking, are both skills of Michael. Yet no phantom of the deity appears when you use them. If it's not a divine art, then how exactly can you use a god's skills? This made Nan Cheng suddenly realize something. He chuckled, interjecting, Probably just some high-end knockoffs, that's all. All right. First, let's discuss who's going to apply to be the chef. Wu Ming replied, "That's obviously you." Nancheng stared at them blankly. "What is this now?" So that morning, in front of the school gate, Suo Si Ye's group had appeared. Ning Ning grumbled, "Why do you have to be a kindergarten teacher?" She glared resentfully at the other two by the roadside. "Why doesn't Shirui have to go?" Nancheng replied matter-of-factly, "After all, is there a kindergarten teacher who doesn't know how to smile?" Shirui watched with amusement as Ning Ning wore the kindergarten teacher uniform. She could only sigh and accept her fate, thinking, this is nightmare fuel. Nancheng took a deep breath, trying to compose himself before this chaotic team. Then, he waved at them. "All right, let's go in." On the other side, Shirui suddenly spoke up. "Captain, I have a bad feeling." Lu Bai raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong? Do you think they'll run into trouble?" She glanced over. "They'll be fine, but you, on the other hand, definitely will." Hearing this, he panicked, letting out a stunned, "Ha," he thought with a touch of worry. Shirui's premonitions have always been incredibly accurate. Could it be that these unreliable guys are going to cause trouble for Jeanette again? In the principal's office, the principal was reviewing the files of the 4 individuals. He pushed up his glasses. Miss Bai and Miss Jiang, the 2 individuals whose names were called, raised their hands in greeting. The principal's keen gaze swept over Nancheng, remarking, "Judging by your face, you must be the chef." He managed a strained smile, trying his utmost to appear friendly. "That's right," he said, turning to look at the last person in the room. The young man, who had shed his youthful air and donned a meticulously tailored suit, was Dr. Ye Wu Ming. "All right, let me give you all a quick tour of the kindergarten," the principal announced, his hunched back leading him out of the room. Outside in the yard, the children were happily playing together. Their joyful laughter echoed everywhere. He introduced them, saying, "These are all the kids from the younger classes. They are usually looked after by Teacher Zhang." The person he spoke of was a young woman with a radiant smile. Then the principal pointed to another room. "The classes on the ground floor are for the older students." Behind the glass door, another group of children were chatting happily. Suddenly, a woman's face pressed against the glass, making Ning Ning shriek in fright. "Good heavens!" The principal reassured them. "Don't be scared. This is Teacher Liu. She doesn't like people peeking in while she's teaching." Sure enough, as soon as he turned, she swiftly closed the curtains. Bai Wei frowned. "She must be scaring the kids half to death." The principal waved his hand dismissively in response. "Oh no, she just looks a little fierce." Ning Ning whispered to Wu Ming, "I think she's the most suspicious one of all." He hadn't even had a chance to reply before a child bumped right into him, out of nowhere. The little girl sat dazed on the ground, clutching her head after the impact. Wu Ming quickly turned around, gently asking, "Little one, are you hurt?" To his surprise, when the child looked up, her eyes were completely hollow. He gasped and quickly recoiled, staring at the little one. But immediately, the little girl returned to normal, smiling sweetly. "I'm perfectly fine." Wu Ming could only watch the child leave with a suspicious gaze. Nancheng came closer and whispered, "What's wrong?" He replied tensely, "That child is overflowing with the aura of death." Ning Ning crossed her arms, frowning. "No way! She looked perfectly normal. Maybe I saw wrong?" Nancheng countered, "Not quite. Xiao Ye is the one who signed a contract with Michael. He can sense evil energy and the signs of death more clearly than anyone else." The 4 of them silently observed the children, who, at first glance, seemed perfectly normal. Their joyful laughter seemed to repeat in a chilling, unsettling way. Just then, the principal called out loudly, "Esteemed 3!" He continued to lead everyone on a tour of the school. Heading towards a separate building, he announced, "This is the cafeteria." The principal slowly walked, hunching his back, towards it. He took out a key and opened the oddly old painted gate. Inside, a series of tables and chairs were neatly arranged. He turned to Nancheng and said, "Chef Xiao, please come in." Nancheng also entered the dining room as instructed. The principal stopped the others who were trying to enter, saying, "The people you're looking for aren't in this office." Then he immediately pulled the door shut, locking him inside. Nancheng was also a little surprised by this turn of events. He turned on his phone's flashlight, looking around for the light switch. But as soon as he touched the switch, Nancheng noticed something strange. Still, he quickly flicked the light on to assess the situation. The moment the room lit up, he saw blood, nothing but blood, everywhere. Nancheng frowned, looking at the red substance on his gloves. "This is..." As if realizing, he whispered in despair, "Blood, so much blood. How many people have died here in the end?" Nancheng followed the thick bloodstains and opened the storage room door. A giant cocoon immediately appeared in his line of sight. Meanwhile, the principal led the way, saying, "This is your office, ladies." Then he pointed to the opposite door. That's the infirmary. Just get acquainted with your new surroundings first. I'll be going now. The three of them put on warm, feigned smiles as the principal leisurely strolled away. They watched him until he was out of sight. Bai Wei was the first to speak. This entire kindergarten is so bizarre. Ning Ning readily agreed. Exactly, especially those kids downstairs. Just a moment ago, Xiao Ye mentioned the kids looked like death warmed over, and Aunt Zhao totally backed her up. She sighed and decided to open the office door first. Inside, two other people were already at work. A pair of identical twins smiled and greeted them. Bai Wei, ever the friendly one, returned their greeting. She then immediately closed the door and told her teammates, "They look just like two dolls." Wu Ming also curiously turned to his own office. He looked at the empty desk, noting, "My spot has no one at all." So the two girls also went in to discuss their plan. Ning Ning ran out to the balcony and said, "Oh, I just remembered. I wonder how Aunt Zhao is doing." Bai Wei wasn't too worried. The deputy captain being alone might actually be a bit safer. Wu Ming, hearing this, was curious. "Why do you say that?" She explained, "Normally, the deputy captain's main job is to keep an eye on Ning Ning. Right now, she's already crawled out and about, and when Ning Ning goes berserk, she even hits her own teammates, and the deputy captain is usually the one who takes the most blows." He couldn't help but feel a little resigned. If that's the case, the deputy captain's power must not be weak. After all, she's quite vicious when she makes a move. Bai Wei smiled in agreement. That's right. The deputy captain is truly strong. Outside the wall, she had already climbed down one floor. "Everyone, come take a look." Then he gestured towards the grassy area over there. Vomin stared in surprise at the symbols drawn in a circle. "What is this?" Ning Ning frowned and replied, "I don't know. Just now the kids suddenly grabbed wooden sticks and started drawing on the ground." Suddenly, Bai Wei spoke up. "It seems these things are—" He turned to look at her curiously. "What is it?" Bai Wei thought for a moment. "I remember now. This is an ancient Greek magic circle." Ning Ning, bewildered, chimed in. "What do these magic circles mean?" She shook her head regretfully. "I'm not sure. It's just that when I signed a contract with a god, I'd seen similar magic circles before." Vomin suddenly got an idea. "Sister Wei, do you two want to go check out the two teachers in the office?" To his surprise, Bai Wei's face immediately flushed. He scratched his cheek in confusion, calling out, "Sister Wei?" Bai Wei, looking as though she was heading into battle, dragged Ning Ning along. "All right, let's go check it out." Vomin watched as the two figures left the room. Suddenly, she turned back, a smile playing on her lips. "Don't disappoint me now." Vomin nodded firmly. "Don't worry, Sister Wei." Only then did the two girls close the door and depart. He sighed tiredly. Slumping back into his chair, his spirit once again entered the first hospital, which politely welcomed esteemed principal. Vomin asked if the hospital had information about ancient Greek array formations. The old man shook his head, replying, "No, but there are related books." He eagerly wanted to check where it was. Number one immediately pointed towards the office, signaling him to enter. Vomin furrowed his brow. "That's not right. I've already tried all the books in the office." "I couldn't access them." The old man chuckled and nodded. "That's right, because your compatibility with the current hospital is too low." He asked, puzzled, "How do I increase my compatibility?" Number one explained, "Treat patients. When the first patient reaches 5% treatment progress, the library mode in the office will unlock." Vomin's face suddenly turned sour. "Thanks a lot, gentlemen. What a bunch of blockheads." The old man stared blankly. "I don't understand what you mean." He scoffed, angrily. "Ask a question. Get one answer." "Afraid saying more won't be worth your salary, huh?" These words made number one break out in a cold sweat. "Thank you for your understanding and support, sir." His thick-skinned refusal to acknowledge fault infuriated Vomin. "You're really something else," he retorted, then walked straight ahead. Just then, Vomin suddenly thought, "Wait, that's not right. I should look at the treatment method first." He summoned the book, Flame Emperor. After reading for a while, he exclaimed, "So I also have to combine it with medicine? It's almost like treating a human, isn't it?" Vomin opened the storage room and was surprised. So many medicines. "Are their locations noted?" The system panel popped up. "Please enter the serial number of the medicine you need." He then checked the medicine name in the book and entered it. The item Vomin needed to retrieve was medicine serial number 23. Immediately, something flew incredibly fast towards him. Vomin flinched, only managing to blurt out a curse. Then he tried to raise his hand to block the incoming object. But as it drew near, he finally saw it was a bottle of medicine. Vomin sighed in relief. "Phew, I almost caused a murder case in a pharmacy." Finally, satisfied, he took the medicine box and left. Vomin took a deep breath in front of Gay's room. Inside, the woman was standing, leaning by the window. Hearing the sound, she turned. "You're here, child," he smiled gently. "Feeling any better?" Unexpectedly, Gay warmly waved her hand. "Come, my dear, come to Mama." Vomin only then realized something was amiss. She looked at him, a little curious. "What's wrong, my child?" Vomin remembered the time he'd pretended to be Gay's son. He embarrassedly covered his face. Why does she still remember that? So he could only approach the woman's side. Helplessly, he awkwardly hugged her leg and called out, Mom! He gently patted her child's head. My good child, you look much thinner again. He raised his head, seizing the opportunity to say, Mom, I want to ask Mom for a favor. She didn't refuse. My good child, just tell me. Bowman tried to suppress his horror. Mom, can you please take the medicine? However, the moment those words were spoken, the atmosphere settled. A few seconds later, he was sent flying by an immense, terrifying power. Bowman's back slammed hard into the hallway wall. He sat up in a panic, muttering, Where's the defense mechanism? Why was I sent flying like that? Gaio angrily approached, declaring, You are a bad child. I don't want to take medicine. I'm not sick. You're just like your father, trying to harm me. Then she immediately moved to eliminate Vomin. But just as Gaio was about to reach Vomin, several hands reached out to stop her. But Gaio, still utterly furious, shrieked, All of you deserve to die. You all deserve to die. Meanwhile, he felt like he had just narrowly escaped the gates of death. He was almost choked again. After that, Vomin sat up and picked up something nearby, he muttered with a hint of regret. Oh, fine. Forced medication it is. He then placed the single pill in his palm. Then, approaching her to get her attention, he said, Mom, look at me. As Gaio angrily roared, she unconsciously opened her mouth. Vomin didn't hesitate, seizing the opportunity to shove the pill in, and she, unable to resist, simply swallowed it. Gaio's eyes gradually calmed down, and she weakly collapsed, still restrained by the many hands. He satisfiedly brushed his hands, muttering, Perfect! The system also chimed in. Patient Guy O. Treatment progress reached 5%. The new dean successfully treated the first patient, unlocking the hospital's library mode. The gods, seeing someone fall, Wu Ming immediately ran to them, mournfully helping them. What a truly pitiful deity. A moment later, Wu Ming entered the hospital library, watching the moonlight fall like glittering dust motes upon the shelves. He couldn't help but marvel. These books, they look alive. A corner of a black robe gently brushed past Wu Ming. Number 1 appeared and respectfully stated, What you saw before were merely projections of these books. Now the real books are on the shelves. He frowned and asked, With so many books, how am I supposed to find what I need? He pointed at Wu Ming's forehead. Simply imagine the content you wish to find. So he closed his eyes, recalling the books he had seen on the shelves. A book quickly flew towards him, and Wu Ming easily caught it. Few words were inscribed upon it. Memory Recall Formation uses children's bodies as sacrifices, able to return to the past. His eyes immediately turned cold. Seeing this, number 1 asked, Dean, are you all right? Wu Ming shook his head, trying to maintain his composure. I'm fine. His body then vanished from the hospital space. When his consciousness returned, he heard someone ask, Are you awake? Startled by the voice, Vomin turned around. Vomin didn't realize Bai Wei had appeared there. She calmly reassured him. Everyone has their own secrets. I won't ask. He sighed in relief, gave a faint smile, and thanked her. Bai Wei immediately asked, So what's that formation downstairs? Vomin recounted what he knew, recalling that it was meant to use the children's bodies to reverse time. She frowned, speculating, What does it want to do? And why did it choose Jinghua City? Then she turned to the empty space beside her and asked, Boss, are you there? A blue eye was peeking from a fragmented space. Bai Wei was slightly surprised. Boss, why is only a sliver of your eye showing like that? Lu Bai truthfully replied, The barrier is too strong. I can't tear through it, but what you two just said, I heard it all. I'll report this to my superiors. You all should break the formation as soon as possible. They replied in unison, Understood. That spatial crack seemed to have completely vanished again. Outside the school, Lu Bai stood waiting by the car. He murmured thoughtfully, reminiscing about the time Lu Bai was worried, then sighed, hoping it was just a coincidence. Hi, she, sitting in the car, asked the captain, What's wrong? Do you need me to step in? He held up a hand, signaling not to act rashly, while his other eye glowed with skill-activated light. Let's assess the situation first. Meanwhile, inside the dining room, Nanchang was checking things out. He used a cleaver to cut open the cocoon, unsure what exactly was inside. From the crack, a tentacle poked out, wriggling. Nanchang frowned in discomfort. What is this disgusting thing? Then he swung his cleaver faster to fully open the cocoon. Immediately, a creature with a human body and a snake tail fell out. It lay writhing, motionless on the ground. Nanchang stared in surprise at the bizarre creature. Then he rushed over, grabbing a broom. He poked the creature. Is it alive or dead? Its pale face stuck out a snake-like tongue in response. The monster slithered up the broom handle, snarling and baring its fangs, intending to threaten Nanchang. With just one bite, it snapped the broom and crawled towards him. Then, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth, it lunged. Nanchang, unfazed, immediately took action. A white mist, as if alive, enveloped the monster, completely trapping it within a sturdy cage. He thought, I'll just lock it up for now. What if it's actually human? Nevertheless, the monster still thrashed about, as if it had lost all reason. Nan Chang then paid it no mind and turned to the side. The storage room had countless cocoons hanging, teeming with so many monsters. If all of them escaped, the entire city of Jinghua would be annihilated. Just then, a sudden knock echoed from the door. He cautiously approached the iron gate of the dining room. He pulled it open, surprisingly easily. It wasn't like he had been locked out. It was Wu Ming and Bai Wei. She gestured for the person beside her to speak. Then he pointed towards the grassy field to show Nan Chang what they had discovered. He frowned, asking, "What is this?" Wu Ming succinctly replied, "A time recall formation." Nan Chang was startled by these words. Time recollection? Bai Wei approached, asking, "Do you know anything about it?" He hesitated, unsure how to explain. "I'm not too sure," she frowned worriedly. "What do you mean?" Suddenly, Nan Chang asked, "Zhao Ye, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" Wu Ming shook his head. "No, I just feel a heavy aura of death in here." Nan Chang visibly relaxed. "Thank goodness." After that, he turned around and walked back into the dining room. He just smiled, leaving them with, "It's fine. Everything will be resolved. At worst, we'll just all die here anyway." That attitude left Wu Ming and Bai Wei speechless. Nan Cheng urged them, gesturing for them to come closer. Then he raised his hand, using a summoning skill to draw something from the storage room. Immediately, a newly formed cage zipped right over. Wu Ming curiously looked at the monster. "What is it? A hag?" And Chang shook his head, replying, "It's probably not a leaf hag, the kind of demoness with a human body and a snake tail. This thing, at most, is just a monster with a snake body and a child's head." Bai Wei frowned unhappily. "So disgusting! Why not just kill it already?" Then she immediately raised her hand, intending to use her domain skill. Nan Chang immediately stopped her. "Don't! What if it's actually a child?" She paused. "Children? Do you mean the missing children?" He nodded. "There are still quite a few in the kitchen, but the number seems to be more than the reported missing." These words made Wu Ming remember the magic array outside in the yard. He voiced his speculation. "Could it be that the number is accurate? I see these children look very gloomy. Could it be that the ones in the kitchen are the real children?" Wu Ming thought of the childlike monster. He murmured softly, "A magic array needs children's bodies for a sacrifice. So in the end, is it these children, or—" He felt a little horrified by what he had seen of those two groups of children. Bai Wei stepped forward. "No matter which group it is, first, let's freeze this entire area." An ice wall immediately appeared, covering the kitchen. Nanchang also left that monster inside. Bai Wei was right. Who knows when those things will break their shells and come out? It's safer if they're frozen. Then they looked at the cold room. Countless cocoons were frozen behind this layer of ice. 3 of them went outside, holding brooms and scrubbing the grassy ground. Bai Wei grumbled, looking at the pattern they had been scrubbing for over 10 minutes already. However, as soon as it faded, it quickly reappeared. She couldn't help but angrily slam her broom down. She sighed, realizing it was a complete waste of time. Wu Ming also felt helpless. "Sister Wei, don't tell me our chief instructor doesn't have a more advanced method to erase this formation?" Bai Wei stammered awkwardly. "No, we don't. We always stick to the principle of forced annihilation." Nan Cheng approached, hands in his pockets. "Don't listen to her nonsense. There's definitely a way. It's just that there's no time to ask for permission now." Bai Wei huffed angrily, snorting coldly. "That's as good as nothing!" Wu Ming suddenly thought, "If we can't erase it, can we add strokes instead?" He picked up a wooden stake from the ground. He crossed his arms and shrugged. "Just give it a try." Wu Ming scored marks on the grass, overlaying the formation symbols, creating deep, sweeping lines on the ground. Nanchang frowned, watching intently. Bai Wei happily ran over and asked, "Is it really working?" However, just a moment later, the scanned mark disappeared. It had no effect. She angrily wiped at it, but it wouldn't get any cleaner, nor could she make it worse. He let out a miserable sigh. "What exactly do we have to do to erase this thing?" Just then, someone walked over. "What are you all doing?" It turned out to be Ning Ning, munching on some fruit. Bai Wei was still trying to scan and research how to make these things disappear. While eating an apple, she pondered, gazing at the formation. Afterwards, she offered a suggestion. "Try digging it up and see." Hearing that, she didn't hesitate to use her skill, but her mop-like tool was blocked as if by a protective layer. Ning Ning gasped. "It even has its own golden bell shield." She could only glumly continue munching on her fruit. Nanchang suddenly asked, "Where did you get this apple?" Ning Ning pointed towards the teacher's building. "They gave it to me at the office there." Wu Ming also asked, "Sister Ning, I just saw that person looking rather odd. How dare you still eat their stuff?" Ning Ning shrugged. "What's there to be afraid of? Even if it's full of worms, I wouldn't see them anyway. I call that ignorance is bliss. Besides, if I happen to eat some worms, I'll just consider it a protein supplement. He could only helplessly acknowledge how wild it was. He poked her forehead and lectured. Aren't you worried you'll accidentally swallow poison one day? Still, Nin Nin just flashed a ridiculously confident smile. She then waved the apple playfully. If it really is poison, then I suppose I can only blame my rotten luck. Everyone says this was drawn by kids. So wouldn't it stand to reason that the kids themselves would have to be the ones to erase it? Her words suddenly made everyone turn and look at her. Nine hesitantly and worriedly asked, Did I say something wrong? Nam Chang patted her shoulder. It's not just that you've gotten awfully smart lately. His clearly condescending remark made everyone secretly snicker. She could only stomp her foot in annoyance, retorting as if it were an everyday occurrence. Like I usually don't have a brain or something? Wu Ming proactively said, I'll go find a child and bring them here, okay? Sure enough, when he found one, there was a child drawing something strange. He didn't mind the child's lifeless expression and gently called out, Little one? Little did he know, it twisted its head around a few times to look at him, like an owl on caffeine. This caused Wu Ming to be stunned and unable to react in time. The child had transformed into a monster with long, gangly limbs. He panicked when he saw it grab him. Bai Wei looked at their struggle with a bit of worry. Should I help a little? Nam Chang, however, chuckled with amusement. Kids are all grown up now. Time for them to handle their own monstrous problems. A brilliant aura emanated from Wu Ming's body. He rushed forward, decisively attacking the monster, making it fly straight back out. Nan Cheng raised an eyebrow, then nodded smugly, quite in my style. Yet Bai Wei still didn't seem entirely satisfied, merely saying, It's acceptable. Still, the monster had already fallen. An unusual silence settled over the grassy field. Just as everyone thought the monster had fallen, a thick cloud of dust erupted. The child's head transformed into a snake's maw and lunged towards Wu Ming, threateningly, as if it was about to devour him whole. Nan Chang observed it, muttering, This thing looks way too similar to the one in the kitchen, yet there are some differences. Bai Wei also found it odd, shaking his head. That's not a human head. No, this snake seems like it hasn't finished evolving yet. I have a feeling that the thing in the kitchen is far more dangerous than this one here. At this moment, the snake was about to lunge and bite Wu Ming. He didn't hesitate, immediately summoning his holy sword, and just as the monster got close, Wu Ming swung his arm, slicing its body in half. This caused the snake to simply split into 2 pieces. He landed lightly after dealing with the monster. He let out a sigh of relief, intending to join his teammates. However, it was clear their expressions weren't looking too good. Wu Ming frowned in confusion, looking at them. What's wrong? Nanchang immediately pointed behind him, his hand trembling. It was then that Wu Ming finally noticed a whole swarm of children. He couldn't help but turn around, bewildered, to look at them. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. Before Wu Ming could even turn to run, the children also tilted their heads, watching him, as if any movement from him would trigger an attack. A whole bunch of children staring with wide eyes was definitely a bit creepy. He couldn't help but let out a long, disheartened sigh. What in the world is going on here? Wu Ming turned to ask his teammates, What should I do? Only to find all 3 had already fled. They gave him a thumbs up, signaling, You can do it! We believe in you! Wu Ming nearly lost his temper then and there. Didn't we say we'd find those clogs together? Am I supposed to do it alone? Just then, a sound from behind caught his attention. Wu Ming startled, saw the distance had significantly shrunk. What? When did they get this close? He gnashed his teeth. Are these things kids or actually some kind of creepy snakes? Wu Ming raised his holy sword, wondering, should I just attack? He turned back to look at his 3 teammates, about to ask, only to see them frantically signaling him. What are they trying to say? Wu Ming suddenly understood, a cold shiver running down his spine. It turned out those long, wriggly heads had already closed in on him. He swiftly swung his sword, batting them away. Bai Wei frowned, observing that group of kids. They weren't normal. Nan Chang agreed. The moment Xiao Ye turned his head, the group swiftly appeared right behind him. Ning Ning was still munching on an apple. It looked just like a game of red light, green light. She frowned, asking, Tell me, everyone, what would have happened if Xiao Ye hadn't turned his head just now? She chuckled, offering a simple idea. It's easy. Just tell Xiao Yi to try it, and we'll know. Immediately, he gave her a flick on the head. Nan Cheng's annoyance was clear. Good thing you only thought of it. What if we try the wrong thing? Ning Ning shrugged. That's just fate. You can't blame others. He shot her a glance. Believing in fate like that? Careful, one day fate might just get you killed, you know? She chuckled dismissively. Nah, I'm sure it'll be fine. Bai Wei, having vaguely overheard, asked again, What did you just say? Ning Ning laughed evasively. I didn't say anything at all, big sister. You misheard me. Nan Chang focused them. Stop with the useless chatter, you two. Haven't you noticed something? Two turned to him curiously, asking in unison, What is it? He pointed towards Wu Ming, who was currently fighting. Then he voiced his suspicion. It's already so noisy over there, so why is the presence still completely still? Inside an empty classroom. Through the window obscured by frosted glass, a hand with long, sharp claws scratched the wall. The Lamia monster whispered, "That dreadful scent!" It swung its massive snake-like tail upwards, then forcefully slammed it down, making the items in the room shudder. The Lamia seemed to be in a fit of rage, pounding on the wall, sticking out its snake-like tongue, full of hunger and fury. And its target was precisely Wu Ming, who was outside in the courtyard. While fighting, he suddenly felt like he was being watched. He turned to look towards that strange gaze, but then doubted himself. An illusion, perhaps? Meanwhile, Nancheng was still observing Wu Ming when Bai Wei came over and asked, "What are you looking at?" He pointed out, "Someone is watching Xiao Dai. Go check it out." She then activated her spirit domain. She sensed the surrounding space. Then she approached the building to investigate. Guided by her senses, Bai Wei arrived in front of a classroom door. Suddenly, the principal appeared and greeted Miss Bai. He still had his usual strange demeanor. "Miss Bai, what are you doing here?" She smiled calmly and replied, "I just happened to be passing by." Then she immediately tried to open the door. Suddenly, the principal grabbed Bai Wei's hand, stopping her. She glanced at him suspiciously. "What are you trying to do?" He pushed up his glasses. "Miss Bai, don't misunderstand. This classroom is haunted. You really shouldn't go in." Bai Wei, however, just grinned. "Is that so? Well, even better. I'm quite fond of ghosts, actually." Then she pulled her hand away from the suspicious man, opened the door, and walked straight into the room. The principal still tried to stop her. "Wait, Miss Bai." Inside, however, it was incredibly chaotic, with desks, chairs, and torn paper scattered everywhere. Despite the mess, it was completely empty. No one was there. He hunched his back and sighed gloomily at Bai Wei's actions. She questioned him with a cold voice. "Mr. Principal, this place doesn't look haunted. It looks more like someone was locked up here." He pushed up his glasses, replying, "Those are all old stories now." Bai Wei wasn't about to give up. "So, Mr. Principal, tell me about it." He laughed nervously and waved his hand. "That's all. In the past. No need to mention it." "There's nothing here, Miss Bai. Please, come with me." At this point, she couldn't do anything else. "All right, fine." Before leaving, Bai Wei turned back to look at the room one last time. As she closed the door, she casually tossed a small ice cube inside. "Leave it in this peculiar classroom." The principal seemed to hastily urge Bai Vi, "Let's go." On their way, he said, "Bai Vi, let's head back to the office." Suddenly she asked, "Principal, why is it so noisy downstairs? Aren't you going down to check?" He just smiled nonchalantly. "Noise? What noise?" Bai Vi approached the window. "Isn't that?" To her surprise, the scene below was merely a group of ordinary children. They were still carefree and innocent, as if no battle had ever occurred. The principal nodded, watching them. "See? I told you there was nothing." She didn't intend to press the matter any further, so I must have been mistaken. Meanwhile, downstairs, Nancheng was still waiting. "Why is Bai Vi taking so long to return?" Ning Ning spoke up. "Say, perhaps I should go down and check." He shook his head and replied, "Let's wait a little longer." Just then, she suddenly realized something strange. Ning Ning exclaimed, "Wait a minute! Where's Xiao Ye, my big, hefty disciple? Where did he vanish?" At this moment, there was absolutely no one left outside in the yard. Just then, Nancheng was using his sword to strike away a monster. However, right in front of him, an entire horde still remained. Wu Ming was furious. "No way! Are you guys really going to stand there and watch me die without helping?" Fighting in endless waves like this, even the most skilled warrior couldn't handle it. However, as soon as he turned his head, he paused, realizing there was no one left. Before Wu Ming could think further, the monsters rushed at him, making him curse furiously. "Go die already! When will this ever end?" He then used a powerful skill to send the entire horde flying. But to his surprise, Wu Ming's golden spirit domain controlled them. Wu Ming realized that a gigantic totem had formed under his feet. He recalled something Jing Shan had also used before, a barrier. Wu Ming suddenly realized he had read about it in the Hospital of the Gods. It was a new skill from Gaia. User Manual, Creation Domain 114. Gaia, the mother of the gods, possesses extraordinary creative power. After activating the creation domain, one can quickly create items within its range. Items created within this domain are non-offensive. He was a little surprised. Could this be the creation domain? The woman tried saying, "Give me a glass of wine, please." Immediately, something similar appeared in his hand. He contentedly took a sip. "If I ever get stranded on a deserted island, I won't have to worry about food or clothes anymore." Yet the monsters took the opportunity to jump and attack. Wu Ming spat out his wine, quickly wiping his mouth. "Almost forgot about them, too. Give me a cage that can block them." Soon, An entire horde of monsters was imprisoned by something similar. This made them extremely furious, yet they could only roar and thrash. Even he, witnessing this scene, felt a tiny pang of reluctance. Still, he wasn't about to mistreat himself, so he snapped his fingers. A luxurious daybed immediately materialized from thin air. Wuming happily reclined. Oh, what a truly pitiful sight. Now I get why number 1 and number 2 spend all day sipping tea and watching the show. Life is truly wonderful. Meanwhile, Nanchang and another person were still searching for him. Ding Ding ran around anxiously. No way! Ma Chao, did he really die? He touched that barrier around himself again. The atmosphere at that moment seemed to be covered by a layer of gloomy mist. She waited, then anxiously asked, What happened? Nanchang sighed. He vanished. Bai Wei's aura is gone too. So Ning Ding took a deep breath to gather strength. After that, she shouted loudly, Big brother, you vanished. A familiar crack quickly tore open in space. That's Lu Bai! Stop shouting! They're still in the kindergarten. It's just that they're not in the same space as us. Nan Cheng immediately guessed. The spaces are overlapping, huh? He affirmed. Yeah, it seems Bai Wei discovered something. But I couldn't see clearly, he mused thoughtfully. The formation on this side isn't even solved, yet my teammates on the other side are all gone. Ning Ning smirked. Basically, our bad luck has just hit an all-time high. She immediately received a fiery glare and could only shrug. Hey, I'm just speaking my mind here, Ubai concluded. In short, we first need to find the gaps between these spatial layers. Only then can we bring Little Yi and Bai Wei back. He nodded and reminded them. All right, you all remember to be careful too. At this moment, Bai Wei waited for the principal to leave, then wanted to exit the office. She reached out, trying to open the door to leave, but it wouldn't budge. Bai Wei frustratedly kicked it. Damn it! The door's locked from the outside again. She turned back, looking at her enemies with provocative eyes, and asked coldly, If I run away, will you guys actually lay a hand on me? The 2 twin female teachers had now revealed their true faces. They simultaneously lunged to attack, but Bai Wei deftly slipped behind them. As if controlled, they roared, Don't run! She gracefully turned, preparing to unleash her spiritual domain. The 2 man-sisters jumped onto the table, charging at Bai Wei. She merely snorted coldly. You say no, and that's final. She then easily slipped past the 2 of them. In a flash, Bai Wei's figure vanished into thin air. At this moment, the empty classroom was engulfed in an icy chill. Her figure reappeared here after using a teleportation skill. Bai Wei gently shattered the ice around her, stepping out. She rubbed her shoulders, letting out a relieved sigh. Then she looked around. What exactly is in this place that has the principal so on edge? Bai Wei examined the deep groove on the wall. Such deep claw marks. The claws must be incredibly sharp. Suddenly, she noticed something. A slimy skin. Like a snake's. Hidden inside? What is this? Without hesitation, Bai Wei summoned an ice arrow. Bai Wei directly attacked the crack. Just then, the wall was revealed to be an illusionary fabric designed to deceive, and she immediately understood. This was merely a trick to fool her. However, the creature hiding within left Bai Wei stunned. That was a creature resembling a sugarcane leaf, camouflaged and fused with a wall. She yelled, Boss! Boss! Are you there? A crack appeared in the air. It was clearly Lu Bai trying to respond, but the barrier was too powerful. Just a second later, it sealed itself shut. Bai Wei frowned in disappointment, realizing it seemed she wouldn't be able to reach him. So she directly asked the creature, Are you blade grass? Hearing no reply, Bai Wei tried to touch her. Suddenly, she heard a faint voice reply, Help! Help me! Bai Wei quickly asked, Are you the one talking? Blade grass whimpered softly. Help! She wasn't about to go soft, intending to attack this creature. Then she shrieked loudly, Help me! Please! Save me! However, an ice arrow had already struck blade grass, from which murky, painful smoke billowed out. Bai Wei showed a hint of pity. Sorry, I can't do it. That action made her scream even more agonizingly. Annoyed, she wanted to get away. Stop screaming! I'll find someone to save you, all right? Hearing that, the mist emanating from blade grass gradually dissipated. Before leaving, Bai Wei reassured her, Just wait, okay? After that, she opened the door, deciding to go find her teammates first. At this moment, Nan Chang and his companion just entered the building. Ning Ning worriedly asked, Aunt Zhao, are Sister Wei and Xiao Ye in one space or 2? He wasn't sure. I hope it's 1, but fundamentally, it's 2. She sadly sighed. I originally thought we'd sweep through this place, but instead, we ended up searching for people everywhere. Nan Chang could only hold her back. Ning Ning, please spare the little ones in the nursery. Walking to a section of the hallway, the 2 realized the surroundings were frozen. Miss Jun, trembling, hugged her arms. Why is it so cold? He said nothing, but extended his hand to use his spiritual domain. Immediately, a barrier was created, separating them from the cold. Nan Chang was a little surprised. This aura is almost as strong as when Bai Wei used her divine domain. Ning Ning, startled, asked, Could Baiwei be flaring up? He shook his head. No, this place feels similar to the monsters from the cafeteria. Just then, they suddenly spotted Wu Ming across from them. Both of them exclaimed in surprise, "Xiao Yi!" They quickly ran towards him, even though he didn't react. She hadn't realized the strangeness yet, and was about to grab him. "Hey, listen to me!" To their astonishment, both of them accidentally passed right through Wu Ming. They even heard him mumble to himself, "Why do I feel like someone's behind me?" Clearly, Wu Ming couldn't see Nanchang and Ning Ning at all, so he just mumbled, "Forget it. Must be some weird, childish illusion." Ning Ning finally realized. "So, the current situation is that we can see him, but he can't see us." He nodded. "Probably. Let's follow him first and see what he's up to." After that, they followed behind Wu Ming, walking down the corridor. They also didn't realize that Baiwei had appeared behind them. She even annoyedly mumbled, "Why can't I see anyone at all?" Just then, Baiwei saw the vice captain and Ning Ning. She quickly chased after them. "Wait for me a moment." But just as she managed to reach Ning Ning's shoulder, Bai Vy realized she couldn't touch her. She stared in astonishment. "This is an illusion." It just passed right through both of them like that. Ning Ning even wondered, where did Bai Vy go? Nanchang, on the other hand, expressed confidence. "With Bai Vy's skills, there surely won't be any problems. We just need to follow Xiao Ye now. Well, we'll just have to make do with whoever we can find." She quickly urged Zhao Mo, "Hurry up! Xiao Ye is going upstairs." Hearing their conversation, Bai Vy frowned. "Xiao Ye, is Ye Wu Ming here?" At this moment, he was feeling quite confused. Why isn't there a single person upstairs? Just then, Wu Ming turned his head to look behind him. His gaze halted, focusing on the floor below. He actually discovered she was walking up the stairs. Wu Ming joyfully called out, "VY! Looks like I finally found someone!" But unexpectedly, Bai Vy walked right past him. Wu Ming was astonished, clumsily reaching out, but he couldn't touch her either. But Ning Ning and his companion had already noticed something unusual. "Did Xiao Ye see Sister Wei?" She ran up happily, looking around, muttering, "What's going on? Wei Ji is here too, you know." Bai Wei heard that and understood. It seemed Ye Wu Ming had seen her, but their deputy leader couldn't see her. Nanchang drew a conclusion. "It seems we can see Xiao Ye now," he said, "and Xiao Ye can see Bai Wei. Perhaps Bai Wei can also see us. So the four of us are actually overlapping. What's more, now is the best time to break it." "That overlapping space," Ning Ning smiled mischievously. "Shall we make a move together?" But he immediately objected. "No. If we do that, the chaotic space will squeeze us to death." Afterwards, Nanchang spoke into Bai Wei's space. "The space anomaly began after you entered the teaching building, so perhaps the origin of this also lies with you." She teased him. "Aren't you afraid Sister Wei won't hear you?" He chuckled in response. "Where there's a will, there's a way." Meanwhile, she remembered the time she went with the principal. Could it have been back then? Then Bai Wei sighed, feeling that things were far too complicated. She stepped forward directly and spoke into the void. "Follow me!" It was Wu Ming who heard. "Is Sister Wei talking to me?" Wu Ming wondered. "Never mind, it's better to just follow for now." Meanwhile, everyone across 3 spaces. They all appeared before that classroom. He tried to touch the doorknob. The aura felt truly bizarre. Thump! A massive shock jolted through Wu Ming's mind. That was the anomaly brought forth by the hospital summons. The Gate of Gods was clearly reacting to the creature beyond. Number 2 raised an eyebrow, waiting. "Looks like the dean finally found our escaped convict, huh? I just wonder which poor, unlucky fool it is this time." The 2 of them simultaneously guarded the Gate of Gods. Outside, he had just endured an excruciating headache. Ning Ning, slightly worried, reached out. "What's happening?" However, Wu Ming had already struggled to his feet. He watched Bai Wei's retreating figure enter, while Nanchang's group observed Wu Ming's every step. Both sides simultaneously followed the guidance and entered the room. The moment he opened the door, he was stunned. "Why is it so cold?" Wu Ming enveloped himself in his spiritual domain. "This room is about to turn into a morgue." He saw her standing in the corner. Bai Wei's actions here couldn't tear open the spatial wall. What is the meaning of this? At this moment, she readied her hand in a combat stance, clearly preparing to strike. So Wu Ming followed suit, directly tearing away the fabric. The sight of the snake-bodied woman made him gasp in shock. Meanwhile, Ning Ning was also startled. "Hold on, isn't that Lin Ya? She's trapped in here?" "So what's going on with all that commotion outside?" "Nanchang, quickly try using your skill to free her." Yet, it immediately struck back with a vengeance. He immediately realized, I seem to understand why Bai Wei wanted to come here. This deathly aura can only be resolved by Michael's power. In another space, Wu Ming had his spirit drained. In front of you was a constantly twisting space. Where was this? Just then, Lamia appeared right behind him. Wu Ming startled, crying out, "Oh my goodness, You scared me. She weakly looked up, pleading, "Save me." He knew he had no other choice but to reach out. The holy light gradually spread, erasing traces of the death energy. But Wu Ming still asked, "Why should I save you? You destroyed the entire kindergarten. What a mess it's become. Why should I save you, huh?" Lamia retorted in fright, "No, that's not what I did. Save me. I didn't harm those children." Wu Ming was unconvinced. "I saw you with a human head and a snake body," she explained. Those were all servants of the snake. In Lamia's lifeless eyes, endless suffering appeared. Before she became like this, she was a principal teacher. "Principal, please play with us again." Lamia loved the children very much. "All right then, let's play cat and mouse." The little boy exclaimed, "Yes, then we'll go hide." "Principal, no peeking." She stood there, counting down, waiting for them to run away. Lamia was still very cheerful at that moment. However, in her subconscious, she saw herself transform into a snake. That sight made Lamia open her eyes wide in terror. She screamed in horror, "Get out!" However, a seductive voice whispered, "Don't resist any longer. You are the embodiment of evil." Lamia resisted fiercely. "It's not me. Absolutely not," she cried. The voice just cackled. "Oh yes, you are, Lamia, a vile, greedy serpent woman." That voice terrified her, making her want to flee. Finally, even after returning to the principal's office, Lamia couldn't suppress her true nature and transformed back into a snake. The evil entity in the mirror spoke. "Look at you now. Are you any different from a wolf bullied by a mere leaf? You're surrounded by delicious, fresh food, yet you silently live a twisted life. If you're going to live such a miserable life, why not just give your body to me?" She resolutely refused. "Absolutely not. Get that idea out of your head. My wrath has been thoroughly provoked. Do you think I'm negotiating with you? You're just a foolish, useless piece of trash." Then the evil entity reached out, as if to yank Lamia into the abyss itself. It stretched out its hand and grabbed her hair, pulling the kind woman into the mirror. And then the evil entity, now having swapped places, stepped out. Bearing a wicked smile, it sneered, "You piece of trash. What right do you have to be the noble Lamia?" "Great, huh? Don't worry, I'll find a good place for you, so there's no need to rush. However, first, I have to invite you to watch a fun game. I'll hold up this big mirror, so be a good girl and watch, okay?" The evil entity held it up so Lamia could see the children on the playground outside. Then it donned the principal's original face and went out. Smiling, it said to the little children, "All right, kids, I'm going to start catching you now, okay?" When a lovely little girl thought it was still her beloved teacher, the evil entity appeared with its true face. "Got you, little one," it snarled, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth to devour its prey. Then it satisfyingly wiped away the blood, murmuring, "Truly delicious. Who should I catch next, I wonder?" Meanwhile, the true Lamia could only witness that horrific scene through the mirror. Horrified, she desperately tried to scream, "Stop it! Stop it now!" After recounting the tale, Lamia sobbed to Wu Ming, "I harmed those children." He finally made his decision. "I don't know if your words are trustworthy, but I will save you." She looked bewildered. "Why don't you believe me, but still want to save me?" Wu Ming affirmed, "Because you are kind-hearted." Though inwardly, he mused, "It would be ridiculous if I couldn't save this strange child, so I couldn't escape either." At this moment, the holy light couldn't even sever a single binding rope. It surprised him, making him freeze. Why didn't it melt? Wu Ming exerted more strength, refusing to believe it. A massive surge of holy light erupted. "Open for me." This ultimately forced Wu Ming to utilize his spirit domain. And so, upon completing the spatial release, the space began to collapse. He staggered, nearly collapsing. Bai Wei, witnessing the collapse, muttered, "What is that brat trying to do?" Nan Cheng watched Wu Ming fall, startled. Xiao Ye and Ning Ning panicked. "Damn it, is he going to die?" The two rushed over in a panic, completely oblivious. Cracks were appearing in the space around them too, but before they could get close, they slammed to a halt, because the entire building in front of them was also collapsing. She trembled slightly. "Perhaps Xiao Ye isn't dead yet, right?" He reassured her. "Relax, that guy's too tough to kick the bucket." Bai Wei appeared then. "So confident are we?" Nanchang faltered. "About that? If he's already dead, then what about us?" Ning Ning grew impatient, seeing him trail off. "What comes next? What happens to us?" Nan Cheng evaded. "Nothing. There's absolutely nothing. I was just babbling nonsense, that's all." Bai Wei spoke up, annoyed. "Are you truly accustomed to treating us like fools now?" At this moment, a hand reached out from the rubble. "Stop spewing nonsense. There's still someone here." Nin was startled. "Oh no, I forgot about Xiao Ye." So all three quickly ran over to dig the person out. Wu Ming coughed roughly and sat up, his mouth full of rocks. She burst out laughing. "That's impressive. Not a single scratch on you, even after all that. You're quite the formidable kid, you're so," cheerfully replied. "Thanks for the encouragement." Nan Cheng helped him up. "Did you release the thing that was in there?" Wu Ming explained. It said it was the real Lamia. The one outside was her evil manifestation, Byway asked, a little surprised. An evil manifestation? Nin was doubtful. Is that reliable? What if releasing it just makes things worse, even more terrifying? We'll definitely be in big trouble then, he shrugged. I don't know, but if we didn't release it, we couldn't have just stayed in that space and waited. She raised an eyebrow, teasing. So you figured it out, huh? Wu Ming was displeased. I'm not an idiot, you know. During this time, you guys talked quite a bit. I could at least guess a little. Nan Chang patted his shoulder and asked, So where is it? He suddenly snapped awake and cried out in alarm. Oh no, it's still buried underneath. So the whole group had to start digging up dirt and rocks again. After a long while, they found someone, and Nin sighed. How utterly immoral. Who in their right mind would seal someone inside a wall? But then again, are you saying he's dead? Why isn't he moving at all? He turned and asked, All right, based on what you just said, this Lamia is a gentle person. But what about those cases in the previous cities? She was also confused. Right, now that the evil incarnation has just appeared, what about those cases from the previous cities? What were they exactly? They were just appetizers, Byway stated definitively. So you've been tricked. Wu Ming shrugged helplessly. Then if it's not that, what do we do now? If we don't release it, we'll still be trapped inside that circle. For now, don't worry about that so much. This level has already collapsed, like this. How come nothing has appeared yet? Don't you all think something's wrong? Indeed, the space around them was unusually quiet. She volunteered. I'll check a bit. The shards of ice then split up to assess the situation. Byway frowned. No life forms were detected. What's going on? Could it be that we can't return to the original space? Nan Cheng looked sympathetically at the unconscious Lamia. I'm afraid so. All right, first, get up. Let's go see where he is in this space. At least for now, we're all in one place, and that's good enough. So the group huddled together to discuss their plan. Suddenly, Wu Ming thought of something. He looked towards Lamia. Deputy Captain, can the one who draws the formation also destroy it? He replied. Theoretically, yes, but it seems the formation drawer has to pay a very hefty price. Wu Ming immediately asked. For example, Nan Cheng hesitated, recalling, perhaps blood from the heart, or something related to one's life force. He then flashed a cunning smile. If that's the case, then it's perfect. He suddenly felt uneasy. What in the world are you planning to do? They only saw Wu Ming pull out his holy sword, directly cutting open a stomach, drawing blood, and removing organs. I'm a specialist, you know! Even Ning shivered a bit. I always felt Xiao Ye had already surpassed his master. Nan Cheng nodded. Looking at this, the student has definitely surpassed the master, Byway sighed. Such a good child, and you've utterly corrupted them. They only saw him unhesitatingly stab into the heart of Lamia. At this moment, in a different dimension, two people were present. The true consciousness of Lamia scornfully thought, This neither yin nor yang form of yours is truly repulsive. The gloomy principal slowly removed his glasses. I truly didn't expect you could get out. After that, his demeanor immediately changed. Suddenly, Miao asked, Is this formation to save me? The evil entity mocked. Don't overthink it. You're no longer worth my risk. Just hope everything goes back to normal. She angrily retorted, This formation can't do that. Why lie to yourself and others? I roared. You shut up, you useless good-for-nothing. You're just a fool meant to be sealed within a wall. I've tried many cities. Only here can there be a miracle. I will definitely succeed. Then the evil entity turned away. Come here quickly, my treasure. Both of them now seemed to cooperate, chanting a spell. A beam of light quickly enveloped them, and it seemed the netherworld on the other side had sensed it. The formation has been activated. Immediately, that twisted space reappeared before them. Nan Cheng frantically stopped his teammates. Xiao Ye! Don't go in there. Hearing that, he didn't act rashly anymore. Ningting whispered from behind. Do you feel like Zhao Mo and the captain are still hiding something from us? Byway sighed. So you're just realizing it now? Ning looked on, annoyed. Your secrets are truly strange. He's saying, Xiao Ye, give me the heart, then go as far away as possible. The further the better. Wu Ming asked, puzzled. May I know the reason? Nan Cheng sighed and explained. Archangel Michael also represents miracles. He frowned, muttering softly. That word again. Miracle. Then he seemed to understand and said, If you're taking out the heart, then you guys be careful. Finally, run far, far away from him. Nan Cheng secretly understood. No wonder the original body would eventually come to this place. It turns out it's because of the power of miracles. What a pity the miracle belongs to Jinghua City, not Mia. Immediately, he crushed the heart in his hand. In another space, Mia suddenly shrieked in pain. Evil Thought, startled, ran over and asked, What's wrong? She was terrified. My heart. Someone is destroying my heart. Evil Thought gasped in astonishment, gnashing her teeth. How can this be? Where is your heart? Maya trembled as she recounted. In another space, I left my body there to come here. Evil thought immediately roared in fury. You truly are a complete idiot. Leaving your body for those humans? How could you even come up with such a foolish idea? Yet, she was in so much pain that she couldn't react. She gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, no, I can't let everything be ruined. So Malice crawled closer, attracting attention. She emphasized, we've prepared for this for too long. We can't fail, can we? Lamia, trembling with unease, asked, what are you going to do? Malice laughed. I'll sacrifice you. We'll succeed, trust me. Then she immediately made her move. Don't worry, I won't let you die too tragically. After all, we are one. Finally, with just one hand, she took her down. She coldly spoke her final words. Rest easy and die. On the other side, right after Nancheng had just crushed the heart, strange power suddenly knocked him back. Wu Ming hurriedly caught his deputy teammate. Then, he used his sacred light to pull Nancheng away. Ning Ning pointed towards the rubble where Lamia's body was disintegrating. Did we succeed? Baiwei denied. I don't think so. It seems the magic formation is glowing even brighter. He also confirmed, just now, the heart wasn't crushed by me. Lamia must have crushed it herself. Wu Ming speculated, it seems there was an internal conflict on Lamia's side. Nancheng frowned. That is not a good sign. At this moment, a wave of spirit domain enveloped them. Countless hands sprouted from underground. Ning immediately drew her dagger, asking, what are these monstrous things? They're utterly creepy. She frowned and slashed at a hand reaching out. We're trapped in a spell array. It seems we've been mistaken for sacrifices. Wu Ming struggled to remain calm. If this continues, everyone will die. We absolutely have to find a way to stop this. He shouted loudly to his teammates. Sister Wei, give me a few minutes. Bai Wei agreed without hesitation. All right, but hurry. I can't hold on much longer. Wu Ming was quickly shielded by a block of ice. I understand. He immediately used his spirit domain. Wu Ming closed his eyes, letting his spirit enter within. What he wanted was to return to the hospital to find a solution. Wu Ming flipped through the book of spell arrays. Besides erasing the drawn array, isn't there any other way to stop it? The fact that he found nothing made him despair. At this moment, number 1 brought a cup of coffee. Director, perhaps you could try asking patient number 1? Wu Ming was slightly surprised. What? She's not lucid right now. Are you sure that will be useful? He smiled meaningfully. Director, according to recent observations, patient number 1's mental state is gradually recovering. She has at least 2 minutes of lucidity each day. Based on normal observation, in about 3 minutes, patient number 1 will regain consciousness. Director, you can come now. With a hopeful mindset, I should get up now. I'll try asking, praying inwardly that I can help. When Vo Min arrived at the patient room, she was standing, looking out the window. The system announced, patient number 1, Guy is waking up. Please wait a moment. The status bar above her head was 55%. He was a little surprised. Oh my God, why does she look like an NPC from a game? Vo Min waited until the consciousness level reached 100%. Then he spoke, asking, Goddess Guy, I hope you can help me examine this magic formation. She gently stroked his head. You've returned, my dear. Vo Min furiously sent a telepathic message to patient number 1. Isn't she awake? He stammered. He chuckled, replying, perhaps the hospital system is malfunctioning. Later, I'll call someone to check it. He was so angry he ground his teeth. Don't make excuses. Both you and your younger brother are equally useless. Unexpectedly, Guy suddenly said, this is a time reversal magic formation. My dear, what are you planning to do? Vo Min's heart skipped a beat. Oh my goodness, she's both awake and not awake at the same time, he quickly explained. Well, I wanted to ask if the magic formation is fully activated. How do I stop it? She directly ordered to kill the soul of the void formation's creator. Vo Ming frowned. However, I am not in the same space as them. Gaia burst into laughter. My dear, have you forgotten? You are my child. You carry my power within you. Furthermore, in this world, there's nothing a god cannot accomplish. As soon as she finished speaking, her awakening power was depleted. The system announced, patient number 1's awakening time has ended. Gaia returned to her original position, gazing at the sky through the window. At the same time, he also withdrew his spirit back to the real world. Baiwei realized this and affirmed, it seems you know what you have to do now. Vo Min calmly replied, that's accurate, yet not entirely. Baiwei, confused, asked, what do you mean? You'll wield your sword and fight alongside me. I must find the sugarcane leaf first. Ning Ning still found it amusing and chuckled. Then you probably need a magical door, don't you? Otherwise, before we even find that sugarcane leaf, we'll either be sacrificed or drop dead from exhaustion. Hearing this, Vo Ming seemed to get an idea. That's right, a magical door. I can totally create one myself, actually. He couldn't help but joyfully exclaim, Sister Ning, you truly are brilliant. She asked, bewildered, Huh? Immediately, Wu Ming plunged his holy sword and activated a skill. Instantly, a spatial portal appeared. Ning Ning gasped in astonishment. "What the hell is this?" he retorted. "It's obviously the magical door." On the other side of space, the gate had already appeared. Wu Ming immediately used it to attack the malicious entity from behind. But then he didn't expect. It's also a one-way, one-person gate? I haven't even officially been initiated yet. Why am I forced to face this monstrosity all by myself? On the other side, Nan Cheng's group couldn't use it either. He was astonished. What in blazes is going on? Ning Ning panicked. "Oh no, it's a one-time use gate, isn't it?" Nan Cheng immediately told his teammates. "Stop with the useless chatter. The important thing now is to find a way to get to the other dimension. Xia Yi just became a spiritual contractor not long ago. They're fundamentally no match for Lamia." She frowned. "Madame Zhao's spatial rupture. If Big Bro were here, these things might still be barely manageable. But for us, our expertise has nothing to do with any of this." Bai Wei also agreed. "Vice Captain Xiao Ye has a few life-saving tricks up their sleeve. Let's trust them a little." He couldn't help but feel helpless. "It's precisely because I trusted too much before that things turned out this way now." Nan Cheng immediately shouted, "Old Six, are you there?" Outside Shirui Kindergarten, worry mounted. Captain, one of his eyes had already lost its vision, yet Liu Bai still reassured, "It's all right. Though, to be honest, I do have some regrets. If I'd known spaces were overlapping, I would have charged in back then. Now look, this eye of mine, it'll be at least 10 days, half a month even, before I can see again." So he finally activated his spirit domain. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wu Ming also decided, "Screw it, I'll try a sneak attack and see what happens." So he didn't hesitate. He grabbed his holy sword and charged forward, aiming to cleave the evil entity in two with a single strike. However, the blow made it unleash a furious roar. Wu Ming cursed under his breath. Damn it, that sneak attack was utterly useless. Just then, the evil entity's serpentine tail powerfully whipped towards Wu Ming. Wu Ming swiftly dodged, causing it to miss him. He gritted his teeth, a mix of tension, disgust, and fiery agitation churning within him. Ha! The evil entity now realized it had just missed its mark. It immediately turned back, intent on bringing down its troublesome tormentor. Wu Ming could only use his holy sword to fend it off. Then, the evil entity transformed into a colossal serpent. A single bite was enough to snap his holy sword in two. Wu Ming was utterly stunned. Unable to believe his eyes, Wu Ming quickly reacted, spinning around. He intended to use his aerial advantage, flying high to escape its clutches. However, the evil entity in its serpentine form was incredibly powerful. It leaped up, instantly closing in on Wu Ming. Then, another bite shattered his wings. Left with no choice, he clutched his wounds as he plummeted from high above. He crashed hard onto the ground, creating a massive impact. When the dust settled, Wu Ming was weak and on the verge of unconsciousness. Suddenly, the Flame Emperor's tome appeared, detecting that the principal's bodily functions were severely compromised. It had activated its healing mode. It floated in the air, opening to a page that even the evil spirit took notice of. Regarding the boy's condition, she swiftly swung her snake tail, landing on the ground. She transformed into human form, muttering, "Damn it! Why does something on this human make me feel both familiar and uncomfortable?" Yet, she didn't shy away from that power, wanting to approach him. The moment she touched it, the holy light burned the evil spirit's hand. She shrieked, quickly retreating. "It's killing me!" She then looked ravenous, thinking, such a good thing should rightfully belong to me. By then, the Flame Emperor's book had finished healing Wu Ming. As soon as he sat up, he realized the enemy was close. The evil spirit was about to reach out and grab Wu Ming. He dodged with a jump while using his morning skill. He then threw a punch at her, but it did nothing to the evil spirit, who sneered, "You're too weak!" What a foolish human. Wu Ming was stunned. What the heck? Where's my morning divine power? How did this healing swallowed up my divine power? Just then, she launched a counterattack. He could only use his hands to block. Retreating backward, he was still knocked back a considerable distance. How am I supposed to win like this? Wu Ming didn't give up. He continued to charge forward, attacking. The moment malice struck, he summoned a holy shield to block it. That's when he suddenly realized, that's right, I don't have divine power, but I can create a divine domain. And my divine domain is even stronger than an angel's power. Immediately, Wu Ming summoned his holy sword again. Seeing this, she gnashed her teeth in hatred. Malice couldn't believe it. Damn it, I can't believe it. This human could actually injure me. At this moment, Wu Ming charged forward, attacking Malice, who was enraged. I'll unleash a move on this damn flea. What was thrown out was Lamia's divine soul, yet he didn't hesitate to confront it directly. He tried to use his holy shield to block those attacks. However, it was quickly shattered by Malice. Wu Ming was consequently struck by the tail and violently flung far away, almost losing control. Wu Ming didn't give up. Clutching his holy sword tightly, he plunged it into the ground, quickly stabilizing himself. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, she's completely lost her mind. I didn't expect her to suddenly attack from behind. What a scatterbrained person I am. Then, Wu Ming created a massive shard. He managed to block the evil spirit's attack in time, but he didn't notice the snake tail behind him. It was then whipped away and fell far off. Wu Ming looked at the wound on his back. If this continued, he'd surely die. This barrier, at most, it can only withstand 2 more attacks. Meanwhile, the evil spirit had also lost its patience. Why won't you just die already? It furiously struck its claws towards him. Wu Ming immediately summoned the large barrier to protect himself. He successfully blocked the evil spirit outside. With his current feeble power, it was completely insignificant. He hoped his big brothers would arrive quickly. In the other space, Ning Ning also asked, how much longer until Big Brother and Mama Zhao arrive? If this continues like this, then we'll really have to let Xiao Yi clean up the mess. While freezing several of the enemy's hands, Bai Wei angrily muttered, can't anything go right for once? While fighting, she still couldn't help but grumble, it's true, you know? I certainly don't want the disciple I just took on to kick the bucket like this. She pondered deeply. The rift on the other side had also been torn open, and Nanchang was trying to deal with this space. If I'd known this, I should have let you go in first while I stayed outside. Through the crack, it's just Lu Bai. There's no medicine for regret in this world. If there were, I'd definitely be the first to drink it. My eyes hurt so much, I'll probably be blind for at least a month this time. He raised an eyebrow. It's fine. After all, it's not your first time being blind, is it? He didn't mind those cold words. Call him over here, I can't hold on much longer. So Nanchang shouted loudly, you two, come here quickly. Bai Wei ran over quickly. I'll go in first to help, he urged. Hurry up. The crack is shrinking. She didn't hesitate and jumped inside. Nanchang called out to the remaining person, Ning Ning, hold on tight. He quickly pushed her into the crack. After that, Nanchang also stepped through the space just in time. Before the crack closed, he grumbled, my clothes are ruined again. However, fortunately, everyone had managed to get out of that altar. On the other side, as Wu Ming was still holding on, the 3 people had exited the crack and entered. At first glance, Bai Wei was immediately startled. In front of her was the embodiment of Lami's evil thoughts. She saw her prey and immediately rushed forward to attack. She wasn't slow. With her eyes closed, she had already frozen the enemy. Ning Ning, disgusted. Oh my God, is this how you step out of real life? How utterly disgusting. Nanchang was also stunned. Is this some kind of monstrosity? The wrathful, malevolent entity roared at them. In the blink of an eye, it shattered, the ice trapping itself. Wu Ming, sighing, opened the door and took a critical hit. My sanity points have completely plummeted. He wasn't paying attention. A tail lashed out. Wu Ming quickly jumped to dodge. You damn bastard, if you're so good, don't use sneak attacks! However, it too had lost its reason. It charged forward, only to be stopped by a layer of ice. Bai Wei appeared behind him. Your opponent is me, she smiled gently. You should rest a bit. Leave the rest to us. Wu Ming didn't hesitate and ran. There might not be much time left. Nanchang used a skill. I didn't want to get involved, but you truly look disgusting. He immediately summoned the Ling Yu Wang Yu bow. With a single release, 3 arrows were fired. That attack inflicted critical damage upon the malevolent entity. One move ruined the entire grassland. The monster howled. Ning Ning chuckled. Surprised, aren't you? Wu Ming nodded tensely. I thought the vice captain was in charge of defense. She looked towards him. That's just how he is now. Before, Mama Zhao was truly a weapon of destruction. It's a shame that's no longer the case. Lu Bai wearily sat into the car. Hi, Thui worried. The captain reassured her. It's fine. I just lost my sight. Don't worry about me. You, on the other hand, should go help. She frowned. I don't feel at ease leaving you here alone. But Lu Bai interjected. I'm just blind. I haven't lost the ability to move around. Stop worrying and go. So Hai Thui could only follow the captain's orders. Rest assured, Captain. She cast one last glance at him sitting in the car. Then she immediately turned and headed towards the kindergarten. Inside the barrier, Bai Wei was currently battling evil spirits. Nanchang had just used a fatal move, resulting in internal injuries. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Indeed, I still can't act recklessly. Ning Ning gently supported him. I thought you could pull off a few more moves. Nanchang gave a helpless chuckle. I'd love to, but my body won't cooperate. Wu Ming also rushed over, worried. Deputy Captain, are you all right? He calmly replied. It's nothing serious, just an old ailment. Nevertheless, the two still helped Nanchang to a safer corner. He waved his hand. Don't worry about me anymore. You guys go help Bai Wei. Oh, right, according to previous information from the organization, the creature's fatal weakness is its heart. However, its soul is immortal. so it will continuously revive. But luckily, each time it revives, it takes quite a long time. At least that gives us some time to prepare. Wuming gritted his teeth in anger. The soul isn't destroyed. The formation won't stop. It's definitely dead. Nan Chang warned him cautiously. Xiaoye, don't be too hasty. Souls aren't that easy to destroy. Wuming nodded. I know, but I have a way to destroy souls. Immediately after, a dagger appeared in his hand. He seemed to understand. Then be careful. Its soul will quickly leave the body when it dies, so you only have one chance. Wuming smiled as he walked towards the battle. I know. Beside him, Ning Ning also ran up, shoulder to shoulder. Only Nan Chang remained, coughing up blood, unsure how much longer he could hold on. Just as he got close, he spoke up. Sister Ning Ning, we need help, she impatiently asked. What's wrong? Tell me. Wuming explained. My strength isn't enough. I can only strike once, and it must be used to destroy its soul, so... Hearing this, Ning Ning cut him off. Got it. Then you stand here and wait. Don't get in our way, okay? She directly drew her weapon of choice. The wild grin on her face couldn't be hidden any longer. Using skill! A brilliant flash of light appeared beside Ning Ning. Holding the scythe in her hand, she grinned. I hate this kind of damage. Time to open my spirit domain. Seeing Wuming's shock, she raised an eyebrow. What's with the surprised face? All the teams stationed in Jinghua City are not weaklings. Without a second thought, they immediately charged into battle. She quickly rushed in to help Baiwei attack. Seeing this, she still had time to tease. I thought you were just going to stand there and watch the show. Ning Ning smiled and replied, I even thought it was a real pity. While dodging the snake's tail, she also teased Baiwei. She then said to the evil thought, You're too weak. What if I cut you in half? However, Ning Ning's cut was negated by her. She recovered quickly. She even transformed into a snake, roaring and attacking with a wave of ice that formed a shield, protecting herself from the attackers. However, Ning Ning yelled at Baiwei, Don't meddle. Then she scoffed. Just wait until you're completely digested by stomach acid. Then I won't care anymore. While the two of them argued, the evil thought roared again. But Ning Ning's spiritual domain also reacted. She seemed to have just evolved, calmly coping with the situation, and what's more, behind her, Baiwei also chanted a spell, wielding an ice arrow. Instantly, both attacks dealt critical damage, striking a perfect vital point. She contemptuously roared, Ignorant humans! How can my scales be so easily harmed by these tiny ice shards? Ning Ning let out a cold laugh, provoking, Oh, really? Baiwei, standing beside her, was helpless. Sooner or later, your mouth will get you killed. As expected, the malice, once provoked, its surging anger instantly shattered the ice layer encasing it. But then Ning Ning suddenly spoke up. Jiaye, it's your turn. In the sky, Wuming's figure flew over, holding a sharp dagger, aiming directly at the malice. Wuming directly stabbed it in the forehead. This time, go die! Yet, the malice found itself completely unable to resist. The malice shrieked in pain, its body paralyzed, and just then, a massive gate appeared behind it. Wuming startled and recoiled. Why does this gate look so familiar? From within it, countless chains shot out, directly binding the malice's body tightly, and pulled it forcefully inside, leaving Wuming stunned. Wuming lost her balance, unable to stabilize herself in time. She was pushed down by the gate's immense pressure, and then it decisively slammed shut, trapping the malice within. Even Baiwei and the other person behind were affected. Everyone watched in stunned silence as that gigantic thing slowly vanished. Ning Ning, bewildered, asked, What is this thing? Is it the gate of hell? Baiwei shrugged. Whatever gate it is, you should probably stop, measuring the ground first. She reached out to pull her up, but who knew? She ended up getting pulled down by her instead. Ning humorously replied, Just let me rest a little longer. See? It's all over now, isn't it? And indeed, the entire magic formation on the ground had also dissipated. Wuming sighed in relief. It's finally over. Yet, in her heart, she still pondered what exactly that gate was. Why do I feel like I've seen this somewhere before? Namthan urged everyone not to sit there anymore. We need to leave here before the barrier disappears. Ning Ning grumbled. Seriously? We're exhausted. Can you let us rest for a bit? He directly pulled them up. If the barrier disappears, people from outside looking in will only see death and destruction. If we just keep standing here, it'll be a huge hassle, got it? She pouted indignantly. If it were me, I'd shoot anyone who dared to say anything about me. Wuming broke out in a cold sweat and whispered, Sister Ning Ning's personality isn't like a normal person's. Officer Baiwei showed a little sympathy. She looks like she just escaped from prison. At this moment, the spatial gate also opened. She urged, Let's go. There are no survivors left here. Wuming could only sigh regretfully. Following his teammates, he entered the space. 1 week later, in the training yard of the supervisory office, he was talking to himself with a bird perched on the fence. Who are you? Nam Than, seeing this, was so shocked he spat out all his tea. He directly walked over and grabbed him. Wu Ming asked, bewildered, "Vice Captain, are you okay?" Nam Than laughed it off. "It's nothing. It's nothing. Go drink some water, then go out and relax a bit." He pointed towards the bird. "Deputy Captain, if you don't pay attention, it's going to suffocate." He was a little taken aback when he heard that. He turned back and saw the little bird was on the verge of dying. Nan Cheng quickly let it go and changed the subject. "All right. You don't need to be here anymore. Come to the military camp tomorrow, so go back and pack your things quickly." Wu Ming was a little helpless at his awkward demeanor. "Deputy Captain, your excuse is truly ridiculous." However, he didn't ask further and left. Only then did the man breathe a sigh of relief. "How dangerous!" Just then, Lu Bai, who was blind, came closer. "You look like you're hiding so many secrets from me. They're practically written all over your face." Nan Cheng looked a little annoyed. "You're blind, yet you can still see. Looks like you're not blind enough," he chuckled. "Are you angry because you're embarrassed?" Nan Cheng frowned. "Don't talk so much. Why didn't you pay attention to it?" Lu Bai replied enigmatically. "A bird with wings cannot be caged. Well, guess how I could keep an eye on it?" Nan Cheng scoffed openly. "I think you're simply clumsy. Anyway, there isn't much time left, so why not let go and enjoy life?" However, his tone showed no intention of changing old Zhao. If there's no longer a chance to turn things around, then let fate decide for now. Perhaps the kids can give us a surprise. He got up dejectedly. "I don't like surprises. I just want them to be safe." Lu Bai supported him as he laughed. "What a pity. We can only hope." The night before leaving, Wu Ming lay deep in thought alone. He was somewhat unhappy. He thought he'd be able to rest for a while after defeating old Miao again. Now that I think about it, where have I seen that door before? Wu Ming closed his eyes, trying to recall. But then he sprang up in frustration. "There are so many paths, I really have forgotten." Not giving up, Wu Ming tried to sense it again. He entered the Divine Hospital space. As soon as he arrived, he saw something familiar. Was this door here before? Number 2 appeared, smiling and saying, "My dear director, you are truly intelligent. The last time you saw it was in the courtyard." Wu Ming was slightly surprised. "So, this door can move?" He hesitated, replying, "Not exactly." Before Kumwit even woke, it had already wandered off to the wrong place. He certainly felt helpless. "Very good. So even the doors of this hospital can't be trusted." Number 2 stood before him. "My dear director, would you like to take a look?" Wu Ming, hands in pockets, slowly approached and asked, "I recall you wouldn't let me open that door before, didn't you?" He explained, "That's because previously you couldn't completely unlock the Dalao, but now..." Wu Ming was puzzled. "What's the difference exactly?" As he opened the door, Number 2 explained, "Last week, you drew in the spleen leaf, and now you can fully control the Dalao." With that, he opened the entrance gate, politely gesturing, "My dear director, please enter." Wu Ming, at Number 2's prompting, slowly advanced through the gate, but immediately after, he slammed it shut. Startling him, he quickly yelled, "Number 2!" Meanwhile, the other person was leisurely sipping tea. "I wonder if my dear director will enjoy the little surprise waiting below?" At this point, Wu Ming had no choice but to push forward, walking along the corridor, wondering if this path even had an end. 10 odd minutes later, he grumbled, "This isn't right. It's been half a day and there's still no end in sight." Then Wu Ming halted, peering behind him. He immediately spun around and sprinted back the way he came. He then used holy light to conjure a dagger, which Wu Ming used to carve marks on the wall. This identical path. It's not some demonic labyrinth trick, is it? Feeling certain about the traces, he finally sighed in relief. Wu Ming continued to turn and run forward. A moment later, his steps slowed, and he looked somewhat helplessly at the traces on the wall. It really is the wall-tapping ghost. Still, it's good. At least there are no strange creatures in this place. Who would have thought? Just as he finished speaking, a Wuling appeared behind him, but Wu Ming didn't flinch, smiling faintly. It is as expected. Even if it attacked, he didn't move an inch. As it got closer, Wu Ming spoke, making it stop. "This place has no monsters or wall-tapping ghosts, only a dungeon." Having come to this point, in the blink of an eye, the Wuling completely vanished. He looked at the dark, hazy corridor before his eyes. Wu Ming affirmed to himself, "Indeed, as long as it's something said here, it will all come true." He pondered, "So, does this prove?" Outside, Number 2 watched with great interest. "Our great dean has already discovered the problem so quickly?" Number 1, sweeping, nodded in agreement. "It's very likely the great dean not only discovered the problem with the dungeon, he might have even discovered your problem." He immediately retorted, "No way. Our great dean might have a hot temper, but his character is bad, and his abilities are also quite subpar." Before he could finish speaking, his entire body disappeared. "But he's probably a good person," Number 1 added. Number 1 watched his younger brother vanish. and could only sigh. Meanwhile, elsewhere, number 2 reappeared in a fright. "Oh, man!" Vo Ming observed with satisfaction. So even ghosts can fall to the ground, huh? So he could only clamber to his feet. He smiled mockingly and asked, "Enjoy the freefall tower ride?" Then he gestured, "If you're here, follow me." Number 2 pouted, muttering, "You petty thing!" Wu Ming's sharp gaze swept over him. "What did you say?" He quickly changed his attitude. "Nothing of the sort. I said my dear Director General is intelligent, incredibly skilled in martial arts, and possesses an unparalleled heroic aura." He scoffed coldly. "As if I'd ever believe a word you say." The two walked to a large plaza, above which were countless cells. Wu Ming was somewhat amused. If I shouted something, would it echo? Number 2 didn't mind egging him on. "You can try. It's a tradition for every mission. Our esteemed Director General's tradition." So Wu Ming actually shouted loudly, "Is anyone there?" Immediately, countless banging and clanging sounds replied. He asked in surprise, "What's going on? Are there really people here?" He affirmed, "Yes, there are, although it's been abandoned for a long time. And the keys are lost, but there are still prisoners who haven't escaped yet." Hearing this, Wu Ming's jaw dropped. "Escape? You can escape from here? Isn't this the hospital of the gods?" Number 2 frowned. He explained that it was caused by lax supervision at the hospital, and the main person responsible was the previous Director General. "This has nothing to do with us, though." After that, he pointed in a direction. "For instance, this one. You follow the instructions and approach that cell, then look at the person locked inside." Vo Min was startled stiff. Number 2 explained that this prisoner had escaped before. The board still recorded the number of times he escaped, in the name of their captor. On that board, it recorded profile, soul state, differentiated, evil attribute, imprisonments, 2. Escapes, 1. Jailer, Yi Wu Ming. You realize the evil attribute was because it had previously killed an original body. So that's why it's like this. And this soul state, 2. So there are also people imprisoned here with their physical bodies, huh? He confirmed. That's right. Vo Min, whose curiosity was piqued, asked, "Lead me to take a look." Number 2 refused. "I'm truly sorry, my dear esteemed director, but you don't yet have the authority to access this." Vo Min pursed his lips, stroking his chin, contemplating his roles as director and chief jailer. After a while, he finally spoke. "I ask you, the patients in the Divine Hospital from before, are they also considered criminals here?" He stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. "This you." Vo Min impatiently waved his hand. "All right, I understand." Vo Min walked along the corridor. "Are all these people escapees? Isn't that too many?" Number 2 calmly replied, "It's not that many. There are only about a dozen or so of them." He was a bit curious. These criminals, they aren't all on the blue planet, are they? His hesitant demeanor made Wu Ming understand without a word. He didn't need an answer. He just chuckled dryly. "You guys are just ties." "Oh, so ties, great." Wu Ming gazed down at the monster, the fugitives, and the Lamia. Number 2 promptly responded, "The Lamia's actual strength is quite weak." He furrowed his brows and stroked his chin thoughtfully. "A single Lamia nearly had me killed twice, and that was the asterisk weakest to name one. If I had to capture all those fugitives, I'd probably die thousands, no, Nasig boot, tens of thousands of times over." He regretfully wagged a finger. "That's no good. The Book of the Flame Emperor won't support that many resurrections." Wu Ming gritted his teeth. "So I suppose I should thank you for informing me that even revival armor has its limits, huh?" Number 2 immediately adopted the persona of an esteemed director. "Oh, it's just a trifle hardly worth mentioning." He tried hard to suppress his frustration. He knew if he talked with Number 2 a few more sentences. "I swear I might just die of frustration," Wu Ming told himself. "Don't get angry. Absolutely do not get angry." After that, he let out a long sigh, as if he'd finally regained his composure. Then he continued, "All right. Let's change the subject. Do you gentlemen have any information or even a location for those escaped convicts?" Number 2 replied bluntly, "About that, no, we don't." Wu Ming clenched his fists tightly. "Then, sir, show me how to catch those escapees." He rolled his eyes. "One can only rely on fate, I suppose." Faced with such shameless talk, the two fell silent. Suddenly, Lamia spoke up. "I have a way to find those prisoners." He frowned, turning back to ask her suspiciously. Her voice carried a seductive allure. "We're all escapees, so of course we have ways to contact each other." Wu Ming directly asked, "What's the condition?" Lamia bared her teeth, grinning. "I like working with smart people. I want you to let me go." He immediately turned away in disgust. "No way!" So she wailed. "Then let me out of this dark prison. I hate this place. I hate the smell of those things. Even if I get out of this dark prison, I won't escape the hospital anyway. Letting me go won't harm you." Returning to Corridor 2, he asked the esteemed director, "Would you consider that offer?" Wu Ming's steps suddenly halted. He abruptly asked, Did those escapees truly escape by themselves, or is someone helping them? I don't care what you all want to do, but the condition is, don't touch Lan Ting. After the threat, Wu Ming left directly. As he opened gate number 1, the director greeted him. Patient number 1 hasn't been treated in a long time. He scoffed. I thought you'd say something to defend your younger brother. The director sincerely said, we all serve the Hospital of Deities, which also means serving you, directors. Wu Ming grasped the main point. You mean the problem in the dungeon was caused by the previous director, right? Number 1 immediately denied it. No, that's not it. The previous director's tenure was very short, and she only came to retrieve a few things. Hearing that, he paid attention. What kind of things? He shook his head and waved his hand. We only know these were items taken from patients. As for the specifics, we don't know either. Wu Ming was somewhat tense. You mean she opened all the patient room doors? After all, he still remembered clearly how difficult it was for him to open just one door. What kind of person was that former director then? Number 1 affirmed. Indeed, the previous director was a genius. You don't need to feel inferior about this. Feeling his intelligence insulted, Wu Ming froze. Disheartened and unwilling to speak, he turned and walked away. At this moment, the two brothers finally faced each other. He suddenly advised, the current director is this type of person. You shouldn't keep dwelling on the past. Number 2 pointed a finger. But this is also his idea. Number 1 looked at the thing hanging up high and frowned. However, I think his idea this time is a mistake. Meanwhile, Wu Ming had also arrived at the patient's room. I hope Guy isn't too crazy today. But as soon as he opened the door, a figure flashed out. She laughed maniacally, attacking, Mom's son. Mommy missed you so much. She lunged and hugged him. Oh, my son. Why did it take you so long to come visit Mommy? Mommy was really sad. Wu Ming was flustered, his mind racing. Wait, why did she change her way of speaking this time? He could only gently console her. Mother, can we go inside to talk? But Guy stayed, saying Mother wanted to take a walk. Seeing that pitiful face, Wu Ming's heart softened. All right, she was happily led out by him. The scenery in the courtyard was beautiful. Mother always wanted to see it once. Suddenly, Guy looked at the basement down there. It had many powerful auras. He curiously asked, how do they compare to Mother? She replied with a hint of tension. Much stronger than Mother, strong enough to destroy heaven and earth. Hearing those words, Wu Ming froze. Guy noticed that attitude. What's wrong, my son? He laughed it off. It's nothing. Although in his heart, Wu Ming pondered. Prisoners who had destroyed worlds could escape from the dungeon. This clearly meant they wanted to destroy all of Lanzing. Behind them, number 1 affirmed the dean must have guessed, and number 2 wondered, will he kill us? He patted his younger brother's shoulder. Don't worry, just as I said, even though the dean has many issues, but he is a good person. Wu Ming led Guy to the garden pavilion to admire the garden scenery. He probed. Mother, do you still remember what the former dean took from you? She mumbled. Something. She took something. That's it. Just thinking about this memory, Guyer's eyes lit up. The expression on his face became maniacal. But before the illness could fully manifest, he fainted, allowing Wu Ming to breathe a sigh of relief. He almost got beaten up again. He then summoned the Blazing Emperor's book once more. He checked the information regarding acupuncture combined with medicine. I wonder if he can meet the qualification standards before military training. A moment later, as Wu Ming was waiting in the courtyard, he suddenly saw those two brothers approaching. Wu Ming asked coldly, "Are you finally ready to tell the truth?" They still dodged the question. "No, but please rest assured, Director. Currently, you are our employer. We won't betray you." "That's right. At least not while you're still the director." He smiled meaningfully. "All right, then please help me talk to Lamia. I'm sure you gentlemen will find a way to make her obediently assist us." The next day, the entire Bureau of Academics brought Wu Ming on his journey. Nancheng instructed, "Little Ye, when you go in there, you must be obedient, all right? If you truly encounter someone you cannot defeat, just admit defeat. You are still young, and there's nothing to be ashamed of." Ning Ning interrupted annoyedly. "Don't listen to Xiaoma. When you go inside, if you see anyone you don't like, just smash them. Even if you beat them to death, it's no big deal. A life for a life. Don't take any losses. If you really can't defeat them, then come find me." Bai Wei covered her mouth, saying, "Listen to advice, but not all of it. When it's time to act, absolutely do not be soft-hearted. But when it's time to admit defeat, just honestly accept it. In short, try your best to persevere until the very end. Only then can you officially join." He patted Wu Ming's shoulder, calming him and urging him to conquer the remaining journey. "Now it all depends on you." Finally, the car stopped in front of the camp gate. Everyone helped him unload his belongings. The special gate opened to welcome the arrivals. Lu Bai turned his head to see who had appeared. Then he exclaimed in surprise, "Shu Ying, you're the training camp instructor. Long time no see." He curiously asked, "Did you come to send someone off?" Shu Ying replied, "I came to be an instructor." Lu Bai sighed inwardly. This kid is truly unlucky to run into that instructor. Nancheng stepped forward. looking puzzled. These people are all new recruits. Isn't this just letting you cause trouble? Are the higher-ups crazy? Or are they planning to disband our unit? Shu Ying curled her lip into a smirk. What? Are you thinking about the past again? Hearing those words, he was terrified. Dark memories from the camp resurfaced. Back then, she told Nan Chang, quote, as long as you don't actually train people to death, feel free to train them to train them to train death. He thought back and broke out in a cold sweat. It was all a nightmare. Wu Ming then asked the person next to him, Sister Ning Ning, who is this person? Unexpectedly, she turned and ran away, exclaiming, a demon! She's a demon! She's a literal demon! Ning Ning immediately scrambled into the car and slammed the door shut. Bai Wei sighed, offering a warning. Good luck to you, you poor unfortunate soul. Everything you said before getting into the car, I can overlook. He became even more bewildered. Not understanding what this meant, she stressed that their new instructor was someone all spirit agents feared. Even Bai Wei trembled slightly as she left. Wu Ming then turned to Shirui. Can I ask a question about her background? She briefly explained. A godlike being, only 27 years old, yet with 25 years of experience as an instructor. Because her divine domain is quite unique, no matter how long the spirit agent team has been established, they all get trained by her. And the higher-ups gave her a rather catchy title. Someone trained by this instructor can take down 18 warlocks. He was astonished, unable to believe it. That's a bit exaggerated, isn't it? But Shirui confirmed, well, it is indeed exaggerated. However, taking down 3 of them isn't an issue at all. Wu Ming suddenly remembered something. That's not right, he asked, bewildered. Before that whole group of warlocks, weren't there malignant spirits too? Our team had such a hard time fighting them. She didn't mind explaining that our Squad 5 is a bit special. Wu Ming was bewildered. Special how? Exactly. While you're at it, could you explain a bit more clearly? She just turned away, flat out refusing. It's not convenient, she said, as Tudon had already taken notice over there. Looks like you're not exactly too bright, huh? Lu Bai defended his subordinate. You can't really say that. He's just a kid, so he doesn't understand much. He's just a bit naive. She shrugged confidently. It's fine. In my hands, he'll grow up eventually. Then she urged, let's head back to the barracks now. Wu Ming followed behind with his luggage. Nan Cheng wiped away tears of sorrow. Take care of yourself, Xiao Ye! You go first. As the door closed, he still turned back, looking at them longingly. Only then did he resolutely walk forward. At this moment, Ning Ning was still mocking Xiao Ye. He's so pathetic, Bai Wei interjected. Laugh a little softer, okay? Be careful, or Xiao Ye will hear you. Inside, the training area was enclosed by fences and barbed wire. Diane Zi Ying spoke up. I've read your resume. Your divine domain is excellent, but your abilities are quite poor. You fought a mere leaf creature and nearly lost half your life. According to the video your team sent back, the ability you used, it seems it wasn't Michael's inherent power. Could you explain a little bit? Wu Ming was a little defiant. What if I don't want to explain? She shrugged, unfazed. Suit yourself. I just asked out of convenience, that's all. He looked at the woman, wondering, are all instructors this curious about everyone? Tu Ying replied directly. No, I'm only curious about you. Then she pointed towards the new recruit registration building. Go on your own. Behind him, Wu Ming's face darkened. It seems I possess many secrets, even ones I'm unaware of myself. He sighed helplessly, trying to suppress the urge to ask. Resigned, he headed towards the building. Forget it. Don't think about those things anymore. Just live in the present. That's enough. Wu Ming completed the paperwork very quickly. He just needed to fill in the complete information and sign. The dorm manager handed him the key to Building 3, Room 501. Go outside and turn right. That is Building 3. Wu Ming pushed the door open and entered the dorm room. Looking at his roommate's name, he thought of Xiaopan. That name is quite unique. He put his luggage aside and lay down on the bed to rest. Wu Ming's spirit entered the Hospital of Gods. Number 1 greeted him. Director, you've returned. He looked at the garden and asked her, why is she in the courtyard? He gestured towards Gaia and explained. After concluding her treatment a few days ago, her mental state has gradually stabilized. Appropriate fresh air will help the patient recover better, which is why I was in such a hurry to bring her out. Wu Ming asked with satisfaction, very good, but you and number 2 have to take turns managing the hospital. Can you manage it like this? Number 1 surprisingly replied, no, I cannot. That's why I found someone. A person with shackles on their feet appeared. Wu Ming also turned to look at Lamia, somewhat curious. Number 1 bowed his head and said suggestively. Director Wu Ming was still surprised. Is this how you all do things? Number 1 explained. That's right. This ensures someone will take care of Gaia and also gets Lamia to cooperate with us. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Wu Ming got a headache and held his forehead at this explanation. It still hasn't completely convinced me. Something like that actually appeared in the courtyard. What's the difference between this and letting a weasel loose in a chicken coop? He raised an eyebrow and replied, Director, you must believe in patient number one's abilities. She won't be afraid of Lamia. Wu Ming, exasperated, retorted, as if I'm worried she'll be afraid of Lamia. I'm only afraid Lamia will cause trouble, all right? She pushed up her glasses. Please rest assured, now I'm of a lower status, so I won't be able to do anything. Wu Ming clearly didn't believe her. She also said she couldn't do anything back then, deceiving people in that exact way. Number one calmly spoke up. Actually, there's still a way. Wu Ming eagerly asked, what way? After that, he whispered softly into his ear. Wu Ming hesitated, furrowing his brow. Can this be trusted? Number one affirmed confidently. It's extremely trustworthy, as a former director once did the same. He was a bit surprised and curious. Who is the target? Number one nonchalantly pointed. Me and my little brother. After hearing this, Wu Ming could only sigh. Then he made a decision. All right, take it over there first. Having said that, he immediately turned and left, leaving number one and his brother to deal with the problem themselves. He dragged Lamia, who stumbled along after him. She protested that he wasn't keeping his promise, but number one merely let out a cold huff. Immediately, countless chains flew out, restraining Lamia. He softly whispered a magical incantation. He, along with her, entered inside the wall. Meanwhile, Wu Ming had also arrived at a room. He looked at the surgical equipment and mumbled, I really didn't expect this. Inside the statue, there was even an operating room. Wu Ming, curious, walked over to the instrument table. He was a bit puzzled. It seemed like this wasn't something that should be in an operating room. Just then, number one arrived. These things are only found in hospitals. Yet Lamia is screaming, You traitor! You deserve to die. He furrowed his brow, crossed his arms, and looked over at the traitor. He had already pinned her onto the operating table. I have never been honest, let alone the matter of betrayal. Immediately, Lamia's body was secured by iron clamps. Number one turned to ask, Director General, would you like to perform the operation yourself? Wu Ming refused. Please, I'm just an intern. Before I can even touch an operating table, I have to check with my mentor first. He calmly looked over at her. I'll only observe from the sidelines. He then politely bowed, indicating his request to begin. He was immediately changed into a blue surgical gown. Number one also reassured her, Don't worry, it won't hurt. I'll give you some anesthetic. After that, he immediately performed surgery on Lamia's brain. Wu Ming looked at this scene and felt a chill. This is absolutely not a proper hospital. 10 minutes later, he threw down the sickle. He reported back to the young master, Director General has completed severing Lamia's soul. It has been implanted with the goodwill collected from the hospital. Now, it will no longer cause any harm. This is the soul that has been severed. We can conduct an investigation through the patient's ID. He couldn't understand which patient ID had such a function, but this one doesn't seem to have it either, does it? Number one shrugged. That's right, but most people who were once patients can... Wu Ming helplessly said, How do I unlock this thing? He cleared his throat, returning to his usual demeanor. He then explained that patient one's treatment progress had reached 30%. Of course, given the current treatment progress, I'm afraid you might have to return for treatment every night. Perhaps it will be complete in half a month. Hearing that, he felt his body ache all over. I really am a born workhorse. While he was resting, someone kicked the door open and walked in. An arrogant voice startled Wu Ming awake. This room is just too small. It's not even as big as a bathroom. It was a chubby kid, covered in gold jewelry. It was none other than Zhuge Xiaoban, the eldest young master of the Zhuge family. Zhuge looked at Wu Ming, surprised. There's still someone here? I didn't scare you just now, did I? I'm really sorry. My subordinates are just too impolite. He shook his head, not minding. It's fine. He seemed so excited. So, you're my roommate? My name is Zhuge Xiaoban. You can just call me Xiaoban. Seeing his friendly demeanor, Wu Ming also responded. He's so enthusiastic, Wu Ming. I'll call you Lao Ye, all right? It sounds rather intimate, doesn't it? Wu Ming felt a bit fond. He really was the type who's easy to get acquainted with. He then curiously watched the maids tidying up the base. Are you allowed to bring people in? Xiaoban smugly waved his hand. Of course. You should know that with money, one can even command ghosts and devils, let alone mere living people. Maid politely spoke. Young master, everything has been tidied up, so we'll take our leave now. He nodded. Go on then. Wu Ming looked at the sparkling clean room, quite astonished. Xiaoban waited for him to get closer, then threw an arm around his shoulder. Since we're living together now, feel free to use anything of mine, okay? Don't worry. Young master here has plenty of everything, even if there's no money for other things. Just use them freely and comfortably, all right? Wu Ming didn't quite know how to respond. Inwardly, he wondered, living together? This tone suddenly makes it feel like I'm being kept. Suddenly, a bell rang out. It was time for dinner. Please quickly head to the dining hall to eat. He immediately got excited. Come on, Lao Ye, let's go see what delicious food they have. The dining hall already had quite a few new students at this time. Xiaoban sighed, glancing at the meal. Just looking at this food, I've already lost my appetite. If I'd known, I would have told my dad to donate a few chefs to the base. Wu Ming quirked an eyebrow. Your family's pretty impressive, aren't they? He shrugged. Just decent is fine. After all, 3/4 of Ciaren's props and supplies are provided by my family. Hearing that, Wu Ming became even more perplexed. Then why would a young master like you come here just to suffer? Xiaoban simply declared, for my ideals. That disjointed remark left Wu Ming utterly bewildered. He proudly thumped his chest. Joining Ciren is my ultimate ideal. A life of wealth is simply too dull and bland. Only adventure and peril can be my final destination. You're quite amusing. Your final destination is certainly unique. Xiaoban, however, was quite agitated. Of course it is. Suddenly he whispered, Oh, that's right. I heard our instructor this time is Xu Ying. According to a reliable source I heard, Xu Ying's methods are quite ruthless, you know. I bet we're in for some serious suffering soon. Wu Ming also sighed, thinking about it. Your source isn't wrong at all. She was the one who personally brought me in here today, actually. Those words made him choke on his soup, nearly spitting it straight at Wu Ming. But unfortunately, Wu Ming dodged, and it hit someone else instead. The one who got hit, Bai Li, furiously roared, Do you have a death wish? After that, he impulsively activated his spirit domain, eager for a fight. Without another word, he was ready to attack Xiaoban. However, at that very moment, someone else stopped him. Wu Ming smiled conciliatorily. It was just an accident. No need to get so worked up, right? Sorry, what just happened was our fault. We apologize to you. But clearly, he was still furious. Despite the apology, he raised his fist again, intent on attacking this old man and wanting me dead. He easily blocked the punch with his hand, saying, You're way too hot-headed, aren't you? We already apologized. Why are you still so difficult? Xiaoban didn't just stand by either. How dare you hit my brother? This young master will fight you to the death. In a flash, he summoned a giant hammer and swung it upwards. However, suddenly, he was struck by an external force and sent flying. The one who attacked them was Xu Ying, who had just arrived. She smiled calmly. Oh, you like fighting that much, do you? In that case, why don't I have a round with you all? Then, she subtly furrowed her brow, her fingers closing as if controlling something. Wu Ming, astonished, tried to struggle. What's going on? Why? Can't I move? Bai Li, even more hot-headed, roared, Get out of my way! Xiaoban's face went pale with fear. It's over. It's all over. Just for one meal, you dared to confront the god of slaughter Zi Ying. She coldly declared, You three have violated discipline, caused a disturbance in the mess hall, and ran around the base for 30 laps. Then, without hesitation, she tossed the whole bunch of them out to the training ground. As Zi Ying sat down, she warned, Everyone else, mind your own business. Otherwise, you'll join them outside for a run, too. Immediately, the entire mess hall fell silent. Outside, Xiaoban sighed. Damn, that really hurt, but seriously, she's so cool. Just one flick like that, and she sent us flying straight out. Bai Li roared in frustration. It's all your fault. I'll make you pay for this, sooner or later. The other guy was confused. Why are you acting like this? I already said I didn't mean it, so why do you keep shouting about fighting and killing? Wu Ming intervened. All right, enough. Get up quickly, or you won't be sleeping tonight if you don't run. We're all at fault here. But Xiaoban is right. Instructor Xu is truly incredible. Bai Li frowned and explained to them, Of course she's formidable. Her divine domain is a super dangerous class 005. Her strength has even reached the red rank among all practitioners. Not many people have reached this level. He was curious, not understanding what that red rank was. Bai Li scoffed. You don't even know this. And you managed to get into the base? Xiaoban patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't mind that, Faker, let me tell you. Actually, after acquiring a domain, there's a rank division from lowest to highest. Huang, Xuan, Yi, Tian, Hong, Zhu, and Wu. Among them, all members from Dai rank and above are official members of the squads. Most squad leaders start from Tian rank and above. Like our instructor Zi Ying here, even among the cultivators, not many can compare. Anyway, as far as I know, the highest among the cultivators has only reached Zhu rank, and there are only 4 people at that. Wu Ming wondered, Are there no Wu-rank cultivators, or... Bai Li interrupted. This entire planet has never even heard of it. Wu-rank is the existence closest to the gods. How could it be so easy to ascend? However, half-Wu ranks do exist. You immediately wanted to know who it was. Unexpectedly, he confidently crossed his arms and replied, Me? You? Xiaoban scoffed. With your strength, you dare to say that? Bai Li retorted angrily. Why wouldn't I dare to say it? The fact that I'm a half-Wu rank. All the cultivators acknowledge it. He scoffed, waving his hand. Yeah. Everyone acknowledges it. Bai Li went ballistic again. I swear. I'm going to kill someone now, believe me? But Xiaoban wasn't afraid at all. No way. Come on, if you're so tough, just kill little old Xiao Ra. Wu Ming quickly stepped in. Stop arguing. Let's talk seriously. What exactly is this demigod level all about anyway? He then continued to explain. It's about this guy, Bai Li. Due to the unique nature of the divine domain, every time he completely releases his divine domain, he will always turn into a demigod. However, when he releases it, his consciousness is completely burned away. He turns into a madman who only knows how to set fires and kill. Therefore, when he fully unleashes his divine domain, the level he reaches is demigod. But normally, he's just a trash-tier imperial level nobody. Xiaoban even stuck out his pinky finger, mocking that trash-tier guy. Bai Li was furious, cursing and about to attack, but he still provoked him. Trash! Go on, kill someone! Watching this scene, Wu Ming was helpless, thinking, why do I feel like everyone I know is completely untrustworthy, for goodness sake? It's another day of reminiscing about Captain Liu and Madame Zhao. It was the second day at the camp. When the two were still sleeping in the dormitory, suddenly, the early morning alarm bell blared throughout the hallway. Xiaoban jolted awake and tumbled onto the floor. My poor backside, good heavens! This alarm bell sounded like a death knell. It made him jump out of his skin. He even felt a bit of an unfamiliar headache. The loudspeaker announced to everyone, assemble at the training ground in 10 minutes. He hurriedly got dressed. They certainly didn't say we'd have to wake up this early during registration yesterday. Wu Ming realized they were probably trying to catch them off guard. 10 minutes later, all the new students gathered on the training ground, looking worn out, sweating profusely, and panting. We were almost late. Wait a minute, why does that hair look so familiar? Sure enough, the person standing in front was Bai Li. It's you guys again, he said, habitually teasing. You should be grateful to see Asterisk this guy here, okay? You know, Wu Ming hadn't even finished his sigh when someone else spoke. Are these the two fighting cocks you're raising? When he turned around, he saw that the speaker was a young woman. She was Yin Su, a female new student with a beautiful, sweet face. He frowned and asked, What? Yin Su repeated, I said, are these two fighting cocks raised by you? Wu Ming awkwardly covered their mouths. My apologies. These two are just used to bickering. She said it in a strangely innocent manner. It's fine. I just thought you couldn't control them anymore. How about I help you manage them? Bai Li irritably wiped his mouth and looked over. Oh, you're so capable, Yin Su, aren't you? She smiled, but her hand was already on the hilt of a knife. Let me help you put that tongue away and permanently shut your mouth, okay? His eyes were already poised, as if he were about to strike. Wu Ming immediately pulled his roommate away to dodge, only to see her attack them without another word. Xiaoban exclaimed, Holy cow, this person is seriously intense. I can't even begin to comprehend this. He just opened his mouth and already threatened to cut off tongues. Is there anyone normal in this base, for crying out loud? In the blink of an eye, the new students were blasted away by Amsu, but they showed no fear, drawing their weapons. The entire training ground immediately erupted into a chaotic free-for-all, techniques flying wildly. At this moment, Tudon calmly appeared. She gently tilted her head, dodging a brick that had just been thrown. Then Tudon sighed, looking at this batch of new students. After that, she quickly unleashed a skill to surround them, as countless hands shot up from the ground. This terrified the new students. What the heck is this? Don't chase me! But there were no exceptions. Everyone was surrounded by those creatures. They were gathered into a group, controlling everyone in the yard. Tudon turned her head to look at her colleagues and greeted them. Good morning. The leader among them nodded back at her. Tudon gave a sinister smile. Chief Instructor, it's still early morning, but shouldn't we let these rookies taste a bit of difficulty already? Li Dong hesitated. Is this really okay? She calmly replied, I think it's perfectly fine. After all, they just registered, didn't they? After that, a powerful spiritual energy emanated from her body. They quickly surged into the nearby forest, making the trees seem to come alive. Malevolent faces appeared. When Shu Ying's spirit energy infiltrated the forest, dozens of large trees seemed to come alive. They swarmed into the grounds, cornering all the new students. Wu Ming also flinched at this sight. He quickly pulled Xiaoban. Bro, this is no time to be spacing out. Let's run. We're even dealing with creatures from underground now. What does Shu Ying's divine domain anyway? And why are there even mud monsters and treants? Xiaoban immediately divulged the information. The power of creation. It said her power rivals Nua's. She can mold humans with her bare hands. A single person can rival 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses. Wu Ming was astonished. That formidable? He broke into a cold sweat and nodded. That's what's rumored. Who knows if it's true? However, looking at the current situation, I'm afraid it's no less formidable than 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses. He frowned, looking at the instructors. Their strength at the Hong level is already this powerful, so what about Shu Ying when she's at her peak? Just how terrifying in existence is she? Really, over there, Shu Ying was calmly observing them. Liu Dong was still a little worried. After all, they are the future pillars of the Enterprise. Don't actually train them until they're all ruined. She didn't pay much mind. If they really get ruined from training, then it just proves they're useless. The pillars of the enterprise absolutely cannot be useless. He sighed, thinking, good luck to those poor children. Ultimately, 3 hours later, most people were caught again. Chudon was finally satisfied and put her hands down. Excellent. It's all quiet now. Well then, next, let's begin the official training. Her spiritual energy swept across the warehouse area. Chudon ordered them. Everyone, listen up. Prepare for a 50-kilometer run with heavy loads. Hearing these words, all the new recruits were terrified. I want to go home. Even Wu Ming felt utterly exhausted and couldn't move anymore. Bai Li grumbled. It's all your fault, she replied as usual. If you say another word, I'll cut out your tongue. She sat up, her face etched with a gloomy expression. I will definitely cut out your tongue, he shrieked. You just threatened me earlier. Why do you suddenly want to act on it now? Are you crazy? He sat up, sighing helplessly. They're clearly a bunch of lunatics. With this situation, all of them should have been locked up in the Asylum of the Gods for treatment already. However, Vo Min also regained his spirits upon hearing the announcement. Within 10 minutes, if not everyone had departed, they would all be penalized with an additional 50 kilometers of training. At this moment, he noticed little Fatty had already stood up and was surprisingly agile. He smirked smugly. Don't underestimate me just because I'm plump. I'm quite graceful, you know. Buckley was astonished. No way! You're not tired at all. Amsu then exposed him, revealing he had been lying on the ground playing dead for hours. Only then did the others realize the truth, staring at little Fatty's shameless face. She timely reminded them, don't stand there gazing at each other so adoringly anymore. Who knows, one might even think your dog-blood love triangle is utterly heartbreaking. Except for Vo Min, the other two turned away and gagged. He disdainfully retorted, who would want to be romantically entangled with them? Buckley also scoffed. Can you please be less nauseating? He sighed and spoke up. All right, let's go quickly. If we're slow, we'll get more training as punishment. So the four of them obediently ran over to grab their weighted bags. After the running training, the dormitory door was kicked open by little Fatty. Vo Min and his companion leaned on each other, returning to their room. He collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. Finally, I understand why the name Chudon makes people scared out of their wits just by hearing it. The whole crew agreed, cursing her out. She's a total beast. No, actually, she's the one treating Sorn like beasts. First she used the earth and tree folk, and then tortured us with a 50 kilometers run while carrying heavy loads. Then she used a bunch of souls to mentally torment us. A beast, truly a beast. You depraved Wu Ming, he slowly spoke. I just want to know if you crawled back to your bed. Can the power of creation truly conjure demons? Turns out, at that very moment, while the new students were still jogging, someone suddenly felt a cold breeze being blown behind their ear. It made him frantically turn around to look behind himself. He muttered suspiciously, why do I feel like someone's blowing air on my neck? Riley ran over, teasing him. I think you're so tired you've gone soft in the head, you useless thing, Cheng Yang earnestly declared. No, I really felt that. He frowned. Are you seriously being haunted now? Just as he was about to turn back and retort, he saw something. His face went pale as he stammered. You! Finally, he screamed and ran, leaving Bai Li utterly bewildered. Is he nuts? Just then, he felt someone touch his shoulder and heard a laugh. Bai Li, still annoyed, whirled around to scold. Who keeps laughing behind my back like that? But the moment he saw that ghastly pale face, he froze, then took off running even faster than the last guy. Oh my! Terrified, Bai Li activated his runaway skill. He even zoomed past the entire Wu Ming group. Someone frowned, muttering. Before even being scared to death by the ghosts, they were already being scorched by their own people. The moment he finished speaking, the female ghost was already standing behind him, cackling. Oh, really? Wu Ming's first reaction? A good old punch to the face. He even grumbled. I spend all day dealing with those number one guys. You, a mere number two? Do you honestly think I'd be afraid of you? The ghost was sent flying by the punch, completely astonished. My face! You can't just punch a ghost in the face! You absolute monster! Wu Ming had no intention of stopping. Seriously, who talks about humanity with a ghost? But before he could even make a move, it had already vanished into thin air. He let out a sigh. This power of creation, it can even conjure up ghosts? Zhaoban, recalling the incident, found it equally unbelievable. No matter how miraculous the power of creation is, it can't conjure ghosts out of thin air. Perhaps it's that the instructors can also control a ghost's spiritual domain. That must be it. Wu Ming stood up and casually asked, So, important question, can we finally go out for dinner now? He looked absolutely bewildered. Eat dinner? Are you serious right now? I can't even twitch a single finger right now, let alone eat. He suddenly heard Wu Ming say, But I have a bad feeling. There are still 3 minutes left, and the instructor might just drag us off to eat. Zhaoban refused. Number way. I'm not going. I'm panting like a dog from exhaustion right now. Whether I eat or not is completely irrelevant. Just then, the loudspeaker announced it was dinner time. Everyone, please proceed to the cafeteria in an orderly fashion for your meal. The one speaking was Xu Ying. Anyone not present will be considered in violation of the rules. As for those who don't show up, they'll get to taste the 100 Ghosts Night Parade. Her subordinates secretly trembled in fear. This girl is always so terrifying. Meanwhile, Wu Ming found it unsurprising. I told you, we can't escape, Xiaopan wailed. If Xu Ying doesn't chop you into 1,000 pieces, I'm not human. A moment later, she crossed her arms, looking at the crowd. What a pity. Everyone actually showed up, he grumbled softly. This girl absolutely has no good intentions. Suddenly, someone behind them said, It seems to be the Renhuan squad. This made Xiaopan turn around to see who it was. That person smiled awkwardly. Hello, everyone. I'm Cao Jie. He enthusiastically introduced, I am Zhuge Xiaopan, and this is my dear roommate. Wu Ming cheerfully replied, I know you two. You were among the 3 who caused chaos in the cafeteria yesterday. Indeed, the 2 of you were there. Xiaopan felt a sensitive spot had been hit. Actually, you could have just kept quiet. Cao Jie chuckled, scratching his head. Sorry, I'm a bit too straightforward. Wu Ming noticed something else. Right. What was that Silver Ring squad you just mentioned? Isn't that one of the 10 squads directly under the Ministry of Karma? So those people in black are the Silver Ring squad. He nodded. Their attire is similar too. And considering the ghost this morning, it's 80% likely this is the Silver Ring squad's ghost technique area. But I don't know why the aura of these quails doesn't seem quite right. Wu Ming spoke up from the side. Xu Ying used to be an instructor of the Silver Ring Squad, 9 out of 10 people who followed her. They would become just like quails. He recalled Ning Ning's reaction to this point. It wasn't wrong, but I always felt there was something off about it. Xu Ying's age doesn't match. The longevity of these squads. Xiaopan looked over curiously. Bro, what were you just mumbling about? Wu Ming played innocent. Nothing at all. Later, the new recruits were herded into the dining hall. He stared in horror at the meager meal. What the heck is this vegetable rinsing water? He quickly stopped his roommate, telling him to shut up. However, Xu Ying had already overheard. It seems someone has very strong opinions, huh? Do you have a problem with me? Xiaopan shook his head frantically. No, absolutely not. She let out a cold snort. It's fine. I really appreciate you expressing your differing opinions. You're not wrong. This stuff really is vegetable rinsing water. So how about this? For you all to stop drinking vegetable rinsing water, it'll be up to you, Xiaopan. Xu Ying said with a meaningful smile. Go out and buy some meat to bring back. He stammered, his face paling. Me? Go buy it. She smiled gently. Outside the base, it takes 4 to 5 hours to get to the supermarket. Oh, right. Remember to buy plenty so everyone can eat. In addition, you have to walk there when you return. You are also not allowed to use a cart to bring the meat back. That's tough for you, comrade, Xiaoban said, then ignored him and left immediately. But Xiaoban, startled, pointed at himself. No way. What does she mean by that? She wants me to go buy it? Min was also puzzled. That's not it. Even if you go buy it, it's not worth any money at all. He sat down, feeling tired. There's so much meat for everyone. I'd be dead tired and still couldn't carry it all back by myself. Someone from Yin Huan spoke up again. Actually, Instructor Shu's intention is for all of you as a group to go down the mountain and buy meat. Xiaoban looked up in astonishment, clearly not understanding. He glanced at everyone. This is a new training course, and as for this meal, you can continue to eat, and only when you're full will you have the strength to go down the mountain and buy meat. And so the whole group obediently sat down at the table to eat steamed buns. The others from Yin Huan couldn't help but remind him, Captain, you've just given them a hint for the entire question. If you're not afraid of Instructor Shi getting angry, then you'll also have to train with them, won't you? Yang Chao said with extreme responsibility, Don't you understand? This is like getting caught in the rain yourself, but you have to hold an umbrella for others. Unexpectedly, Shuzai appeared. If that's the case, then I will tear your umbrella to shreds. Starting tomorrow, your Yin Huan squad will also train with them. The next morning, just as the sun peeked over the horizon, the Silver Ring squad and the rookie group were already gathered. Ming Xiu pointed. Captain, look, what is that? Yang Chao looked up, puzzled. Where? What? A teammate replied, seething with resentment. That's our tent, completely shredded. Look, it's torn to bits, can't even block a single drop of rain. At that moment, Tu Ying, observing the scene, began to speak. Half a month ago, during an sulfur monosulfide level fog mission, your entire squad was almost annihilated. If you still don't train, next time, you might as well go sweep your own graves. She then used the microphone to announce her assessment of yesterday's performance. I witnessed your performance yesterday, every single bit of it. And all I can say is, It was truly abysmal. At times, I even questioned, how can humans be as utterly useless as you lot? Afraid of ghosts, lacking stamina, disregarding rules. Every single one of your antics makes people scoff. Truly, what were Tuye's selection standards? Still, as your instructor, I suppose I should offer you a chance and lend a helping hand. Therefore, I've invited your seniors to join us. Immediately, the Silver Ring Squad, hearing the command, leaped onto the platform. A group of 4 knelt before Tu Ying, while other instructors erected 3 tall red flagpoles. She explained, "From now, for 1 week, 3 of these seniors must guard these 3 flags. As for you rookies, regardless of the method, regardless of the time, as long as you manage to seize just 1 flag, I will consider you winners." Chen Yang excitedly asked, "What if we get all 3 flags?" Xu Ying raised an eyebrow and replied, "If you manage to get all 3 flags, then I'll give you all a week off." "All right, I've made myself clear. So the rest of the time is up to you. Don't disappoint me, everyone." Down below, the new recruits felt as if the sky and earth were crumbling. They grumbled, "Oh heavens, how are we supposed to snatch them? That's one of the top 10 AI squads. Who can possibly fight them?" At this moment, 3 of Yin Huan's 5 members had already received their flags. Ming Xiu turned to ask, "Captain, isn't this too easy?" Yang Chao frowned. "Easy? Do you really think the people below are as weak as Xu Ying says? Besides, just look at the entire training ground. Then look at the 5 of us. With this human wave tactic, none of us can stand against them." Wu Ming intently watched the people holding flags up above. Jiao Ban patted Lao Ye's shoulder. "What are you thinking? Don't listen to what others say. I believe, with this many people on our side, if each person just spits once, it'd be enough to drown the Yin Huan squad. By then, snatching the flags would be as easy as pie, wouldn't it?" Yin Su scoffed. "Killing a tubby like you? That would be as easy as flipping a hand." He irritably retorted, "Why do you always mock people whenever you see them?" Cao Zhe stepped forward and said, "What Yin Shi said isn't wrong. Setting everything else aside, the highest rank in our group is only profound, while the Silver Ring Squad's lowest rank is heaven. What's more, their teamwork is impeccable. They can even rival Grandmaster rank, so if we truly fight them, our complete annihilation is only a matter of time." Bailey crossed his arms and asked, "Then how are we supposed to fight? Or how about I unleash my power? In a few minutes I could wipe them out." She chuckled and replied, "I'm just afraid you won't be able to distinguish friend from foe. You'd probably even kill your own teammates." Xiaoban shrugged. "Exactly. Who doesn't know you'll hack it yourself when you go berserk?" And just like that, the 2 of them started bickering again. Wu Ming sighed helplessly. "Stop fighting already. The urgent matter now is to gather everyone and discuss a countermeasure. Otherwise, if we charge in and attack blindly, we'll only deplete our own combat power." 1 hour later, the rookie group gathered in a room. Cao Zhe led the discussion. "The main reason I've called everyone here is to tally each person's abilities. This way, we can clearly formulate an operational plan." Someone grumbled, "Then what's your basis for this? Whatever you tell us to do, we have to follow it?" "That's right." Bailey fearlessly displayed his strength, then smiled menacingly. "Based on my fists, of course. This is tougher than you. Not convinced? If you're not, come over here and fight me." He stepped in to mediate. All right, calm down," Cao Zhe said with a friendly smile. "Everyone misunderstood. I have no intention of commanding everyone. Just temporarily assisting with intel gathering, that's all. We'll wait until everyone's brainstormed a plan. Naturally, we can also pick a commander." Meanwhile, Yin Su asked, "Who do you think will ultimately get command?" Wu Ming calmly responded, "Cao Zhe is far calmer and more collected than the average person. He's more suited to be the commander than anyone else." She looked genuinely surprised. "I thought you'd be fighting for that position." He rolled his eyes, utterly bored. "Do I look like I'm the type who loves to rack their brain?" To his surprise, Yin Su then suggested, "Or how about Twite be the commander? If I'm in charge, then it's guaranteed to be an exceptionally thrilling battle." Wu Ming didn't answer, but secretly scoffed. More like, before it even begins, everyone will be offered as a sacrifice to the heavens. A moment later, Xiaoban arrived with a stack of self-introduction forms. "They've all been collected." Bailey looked a bit skeptical. "This method, can it really work?" Cao Zhe and the group started reviewing the information. "Whether it works or not, we'll find out by trying." A little while later, Wu Ming asked, "So, how's it looking?" He chuckled and replied, "Looks like we found a more suitable commander already." 2 applications stood out particularly. Miao Miao, whose domain is brain power, can strategize based on known information. She's the most optimal commander. And Li Zhong, whose domain is Heaven's Eye, can link the vision of all living beings within range. 500 meters? Xiaoban excitedly blurted, "Isn't this artificial intelligence combined with the SAO satellite?" Indeed. What an excellent command combination. Cao Jie then took a deep breath. Afterward, he announced to everyone that based on all available information, they had found the two most suitable commanders, Liu Yao Yao and Li Zhong. The two mentioned were one male and one female. He handed the stack of papers to the girl Liu Yao Yao. Right? These are everyone's capabilities. Take a look. Just then, the young man next to him spoke up. You've got the wrong person. I'm Liu Yao Yao. Instantly, the room fell silent. Cao Jie quickly chuckled, trying to fix things. What a unique name for a person. Liu Yao Yao didn't seem to mind. It's all right. I'm already used to it. A moment later, he compiled all the information. The screen displayed countless complex formulas. Liu Yao Yao then spoke up. I've compared everyone's combat power to the Silver Ring Squad. We only have 1 week. So if we want to win, one might as well be talking in their sleep. A noisy commotion erupted throughout the room. I told you so. We fundamentally can't win. Xu Ying is truly a devil. Well, this is just peachy. Even the intelligent computer also concluded that victory is impossible. So what's the point of training then? Suddenly, he cleared his throat to grab their attention. Everyone, listen to me first. Currently, there are 2 possible ways to capture the flag. The first method is to continuously harass them for 24 hours. Each group consists of 5 people. We don't require causing serious injury when capturing the flag. We just want to exhaust all members of the Silver Ring Squad. The second method is a combination of the first. Once the opponents are exhausted, we'll divide into 5 large teams with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Each team will be tasked with subduing 5 people. Afterward, a small team will be dispatched to seize the opportunity and capture the flag. Having finished speaking, Diao concluded. Now, make your choice. Cao Ji spoke up. The second option is the best, I think. I'm sure no one has any objections. Well then, let's get it organized. He nodded. All right then. On the other side, Ming Tu also asked, Captain, do you think these rookies can come up with any tactics? Yang Chao shrugged. No matter how many tactics you have, when faced with absolute power, they're all useless. Qin Hao gleefully offered his opinion. Everyone, tell me what you think. How about we plant our flag at Ziying's spot, huh? This way, we won't need to be on guard for anything, and those noobs will just be fumbling around on their own. His sharp gaze flickered over. So, what do you think if I leave you at Ziying's place? He honestly replied, It'd be useless anyway. Yang Chao stomped in frustration. If you can think of any other idea, then I'll throw you out first to test the strength of those rookies. A pained cry from Qin Hao echoed all the way to Ziying's spot. Boss, stop hitting me! At this moment, Liu Dong also asked, Are you making things difficult for those rookies? Ziying raised an eyebrow. I'm clearly making things difficult for the Silver Blade Squad. He was a little surprised. Do you think the rookies can win? Ziying nodded. They can. Not to mention the divine domains within. They also have brains and heavenly sight. So while it's difficult to win this situation, it's certainly possible to succeed. Liu Dong sighed and pulled out a cigarette. Your expectations for them are a bit too high, you know. If they had a bit more training, they might just succeed. However, it's only been 3 days since they entered the military camp. Ziying adjusted her sleeve. I don't want to rush things too much, but there's no other way. Time is running out. Frowned and asked, Did Lu Bai say something? She didn't hide it. That dead bird is chirping again! Liu Dong's expression gradually grew serious. He took a drag from his smoke. No wonder our superiors decided to establish a base this time, for training in Jingha City. I suppose this is preparation for that, isn't it? Xu Ying sighed regretfully. No matter how meticulously we prepare, it's only to retrieve bodies. Sometimes, I find that truly disheartening. Look, these rookies have already begun their move. Meanwhile, Wu Ming's group was stealthily leading. Xiao Bing grumbled. Seriously, we're doing a sneak attack. So why are we taking the stairs? Why aren't we just climbing the wall? Cao Che explained. Look, everyone expects a sneak attack to involve climbing the wall. So naturally, we have to do the opposite. On their floor above them, it was indeed Xu Ying and Liu Dong, casually tapping their feet while using their invisibility skills. He leisurely watched the group of new recruits. These 5 are huddled together. Don't tell me it's a perfect fit, she said with a smile, listing one brainless one with damaged resolve, another one who's completely money-driven, and one with a stable mind who's also a silent troublemaker. That's quite a suitable combination. Suddenly, Wu Ming stopped in front of Xu Ying. Liu Dong was a bit surprised. Can this kid actually see us? She also found it quite amusing. He must have sensed the unusual fluctuations of our spiritual power. He's quite formidable, he sighed in relief. You almost scared me to death. I actually thought my domain had failed. Bailey also patted his shoulder. What's wrong? Wu Ming shook his head. Perhaps I just sensed it incorrectly. So the group continued up the stairs. Let me signal Yin Su to take a look. She immediately used her divine clairvoyance domain. A massive eyeball instantly appeared. It penetrated through the ceiling above. Bai Li looked doubtful. Honestly, with an eye that massive, are you sure the Silver Ninja Squad won't be able to see it? Yin-Su pulled out a knife. If I gouged out your eye and threw it in there, then perhaps they wouldn't notice. Do you want to try it? Wu Ming could only stop them. All right. If we keep making a ruckus, the whole building will know we're here, Liu Dong assessed. They have no rules or regulations. Their coordination is chaotic, and there's constant bickering within the group. I don't know why on earth we were even grouped together. Shu Ying, however, thought differently. A team like this is actually quite good, because there are no rules. Others can't predict what they'll do. The two then decided to leave to observe elsewhere. At this moment, an image transmitted into Yin-Su's mind. She then saw Yin Huan's group gathering. Cao Che asked, "How is it?" Yin-Su explained, "Everyone is here, and it seems they're not wary at all." Bai Li smirked aggressively. "They seem pretty arrogant, huh? They basically aren't wary of us at all. Let's go. We'll teach them a little lesson." He was startled, quickly trying to restrain him, but the person had already dashed off, quite uncalm and utterly reckless. The whole group could only look at each other helplessly. They simultaneously made the decision to go. The door to Yin Huan's group's room was smashed open. However, no one showed any signs of flinching. There really are some people who don't know their place to directly challenge us like this. A ray of light sliced young Chao in half. The one who struck was Bai Li, but then that body quickly vanished. Leaving him stunned, his phantom appeared right behind him. "Divine domain, quite impressive. But your strength is too weak. Go back and train for a few more years. Who knows, you might even succeed at a sneak attack." After that, Yang Chao shot out a strand of white silk, easily hanging Bai Li stuck to the web-like wall. He shrieked, "Oh my heavens, big bro! You really should have given us a heads up." As soon as Wu Ming appeared, summoning his sacred sword, he immediately charged towards the Yin Huan group, attacking them. At the same time, someone appeared and freed Bai Li. Yin-Su chuckled coldly. "You didn't actually fall to your death, so what's all the fuss about?" Her body transformed into a hazy cloud of smoke, enveloping the sacred sword and catching him by surprise. This is Yin-Su, explaining her skill concisely. "You just focus on fighting. Stop blabbering." Just as Wu Ming engaged in battle with Qin Hao, spirit domain transformed into a hand, controlling her enemy. It seemed Yin-Su was about to capture him. Unexpectedly, Qin Hao transformed into a spectral form. "Little friend, it seems you've forgotten the divine domain of our Yin Huan squad," she fumed. "Playing ambush games with a bunch of ghosts is truly unwise." Indeed, he easily appeared behind Yin-Su. On the other side, Cao Ji also performed a hand seal. The spiritual energy around him gradually showed anomalies. Cao Ji quickly marked her and Qin Hao's positions. In a flash, he carried Yin-Su, escaping the swift attack's range. This caused his attack to miss. Xiaoban hid behind the door, terrified. "Are you guys serious?" Ming Su, with astonishing skill, held a knife to him. "Who would play a fake game with you anyway?" Just then, Xiaoban swiftly dodged by ducking. After that, he released several strange, small marbles. A smoke bomb exploded, obscuring her vision. From within the smoke, a figure lunged forward to attack. Bai Li chuckled, bringing his fist down. "Have a taste of my punch!" Inside the room, ear-splitting tremors continuously erupted. Below, two instructors were still observing. Upon seeing this scene, they stared at each other in astonishment. Then Liu Dong went berserk and cursed loudly. "My building!" An entire floor collapsed before his eyes. From inside, a group of people emerged, coughing. The new students in the Silver Ring group safely crawled out from the rubble. He furiously yelled, "I told you to protect the flag and capture the flag, yet you demolished my building. I'll tear you all to pieces." Shu Ying quickly intervened. "Calm down," Liu Dong roared angrily. "Calm down about what? Let me tell you. Don't stop me. Today I'm burying these kids alive. No one will escape alive." This time, even Shu Ying was helpless. She directly ordered, "What are you looking at? Run!" And so, the whole group obeyed, using all their skills to escape. On the way, Qin Hao was startled and dodged a move. "This kid is taking advantage of the chaos," Xiaoban replied gleefully. "This is called using wits to win, you fool." Just then, a hand reached out and grabbed him. Liu Dong tightened his grip on what was in his hand. "This net caught you all at just the right moment," he cried heartbrokenly. "My net!" Then Yin Xiu quickly dragged Xiaoban away, even claiming they'd win using their wits. "Now, you clearly just gave it away for free to them." But he was obviously stronger than these freshmen. He directly mustered his strength and threw the net towards the two of them. Later, when Shu Ying makes her move, the difficulty level is already high enough. "Sir, please don't increase the difficulty even more." The net quickly shrunk and fell into her hand. Shu Ying clicked her tongue and sighed. They're all such an unreliable bunch. At this moment, inside the freshmen's meeting room, the others wondered aloud, "How's the situation now?" Why haven't they returned yet? Did they succeed? From what I see, they've been caught. Meow Meow turned to look at the person next to her. Well? Li Zong rubbed his forehead. It's hard to explain everything. They've angered the general instructor. Everyone was startled. What? What's going on? Why is the general instructor involved? She was about to explain. Just as they were about to burst out, the door was kicked open by Wu Ming, who then rushed in. He shouted loudly, announcing, "Quickly, close the door! The general instructor is attacking us." Meow Meow quickly helped Xiao Ben up and said, "You guys were supposed to attack the Yinhuan squad. You've switched to attacking the general instructor instead." He waved his hand to explain. "It wasn't us who blew up the office building." After that, the chief instructor went crazy. For a moment, the entire classroom fell silent. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded from outside. Everyone in the room grew tense. Xiaoban urged Bai Li, "Go open the door," he protested indignantly. "You're the one who blew it up. Why should I be the one to open it? Hurry and open it. Don't hide behind." Yinsu chimed in, pushing the person. "This trouble is your doing. By rights, you should deal with it yourself." The chaos forced Cao Chiet to use his silencing skill. Immediately, a talisman was slapped onto all three of their faces. Wu Ming patted their backs, reassuring them. Even infighting has its time and place. After that, he proactively moved towards the classroom door. The person who arrived was actually Xu Ying. "You really dared to open the door, huh? Weren't you afraid it was the chief instructor?" Wu Ming calmly replied, "Hello, Instructor Xu. Please hand over the grid. You should store your items carefully." He nodded, responding, "Thank you, Instructor Xu." Xu Ying turned her back and walked away. "No need. If you truly want to thank me, then win this competition. I really want to see the play of the rooster versus fake soldier." These words truly caught Wu Ming a bit off guard. After that, he took back the items Instructor Xu had returned to him. Xiao Ban was still whimpering with his mouth taped shut. He wanted to say that Cao Zhe had just broken the speech-restricting spell. He sighed in relief, exclaiming, "I almost suffocated to death." But then again, Don't even brought the spirit animal back. He narrowed his eyes and reminded them, "This reconnaissance has revealed many of our problems." Li Zhong agreed. First problem is that you can see the entire terrain, yet you can't see the situation inside a room. Next, there's the cooperation between me and Diu Diu. He agreed. Li Zhong can see, but his descriptions are relatively delayed. That doesn't quite align with my way of thinking. Furthermore, even if the two of us cooperate perfectly, communication with the rest of you still has flaws. Wu Ming silently reviewed a stack of documents for a while. Then he pulled out a separate sheet and said, "Look at this." The whole group, curious, leaned in to see what it was. It only had a few words written on it. Spiritual link cycle. Diu Diu turned around and asked the group, "Who is Chu Chi?" A beautiful short-haired girl stepped forward and said, "That's me." He eagerly asked, "Can your spiritual link transmit the images Li Zong sees to me?" She hesitated. "My level is too low. I can't achieve visual synchronization yet." That remark once again brought our plans to a screeching halt. Just then, another voice chimed in. "Perhaps I could give it a shot. My spiritual domain can boost the strength of anyone inside it, though it's capped at a single level." Wu Ming gasped, giving a vigorous thumbs up. "Incredible! This spiritual domain is absolutely peak-tier support." Yansu nodded. "No exaggeration there. If it could boost someone to an extra pillar level, wouldn't that directly boost them to martial level?" Hu Zhao scratched his head awkwardly. "It's not mod. Overpowered. Low-tier individuals can get a full-level boost. High-tier individuals, at best, only get a slight bump in combat power. And even then, my own rank needs to be reasonably high for it to work." Cao Jie clapped his shoulder. "Don't be so modest. Your spiritual domain is absolutely incredible. Combine the spiritual domains of all four of you, then you absolutely must be placed in a command position." Meanwhile, the two instructors on the other side were also intently observing them. Liu Dong raised an eyebrow, taking a sip of tea. "Well, isn't this interesting? They're practically forming a command unit right here. Once training wraps up, these four should be directly gift-wrapped and sent straight to headquarters." Xu Ying chuckled playfully. "Didn't someone I know claim they didn't think much of these new recruits?" He retorted defensively. "I never said I thought highly of them. I was merely acknowledging the potential they represent." Wait a moment, I just realized something. This competition is for selecting talent for the headquarters. You weren't planning on hiding it, were you? Besides, don't you think this first round could also help us find many more new teams? For instance, that Wu Ming group. They don't cooperate well, and their personalities are fierce, but they're very suitable to form a new Team 5. I have a hunch this team won't be any less impressive than Team 10. Liu Dong sighed, reminding her, "Don't forget your purpose this time. As an instructor, are you going to choose them?" Xu Ying's eyes intently observed them. Yes. He was a little surprised and quickly asked, "Who?" But she didn't answer immediately. I already said earlier, Team 5 is quite a mess, but I feel it's just right. Liu Dong understood these words, yet felt utterly helpless. He felt pity, secretly thinking, "Poor souls. I'll mourn for you all. Suddenly, Su Ying pressed the remote and changed the channel. On the screen now was Yin Huan's group. Jin Hao was complaining. Seriously? These kids are truly black-hearted. If you can't beat them, then you play dirty? Ming Su also felt annoyed. Who said it wasn't true? They directly threw explosive mascots. How utterly disgusting. My beautiful face is going to be ruined by that fatty. Only Yang Chao remained, his expression grim, not saying a word. Then he angrily flipped the table over, directly scolding his teammates for being so sloppy because of the new recruits. You guys still dare to complain? You're truly useless to the core. Jin Hao calmly rested his chin in his hand. Isn't it also because we didn't expect these new recruits to be so rich? How do they even have mascot bombs? Yang Chao glared angrily and smacked him on the head. Still daring to make excuses? Weren't you given the new recruits basic information? Haven't you ever heard of the big young master Zhuge Fat from the Zhuge family? Ming Tu leaned over and whispered into Chen Fan's ear, Didn't he also get blown up? How dare he criticize us? He replied. Has the captain reached menopause? He's so easily explosive. Suddenly, he appeared right behind him. Then you'd better be careful not to get blown up by me. Chen Fan, pale-faced, stammered. But Yang Chao stood in the middle of the room, sternly shouting, I see everyone needs more training. Get out. Let's have a meeting. Scene change. At the training ground, under the scorching sun, 4 people, including Bai Wei, were chatting. Xiao Bai suddenly asked, How many times has it been now? She looked intently and answered, It's the 3rd time already. It turned out what they were looking at was a spirit bird, standing on the fence, looking up at the sky and crying out. Bai Wei turned back with a serious expression. The 4th time! At this moment, Ning Ning exclaimed in surprise. So what exactly is it warning about, boss? Haven't you already scanned the entire capital city? There's nothing unusual. Nan Cheng stood by and patted her shoulder hard, saying, Not having an anomaly is the biggest anomaly. Ning Ning gently rubbed the spot he'd just hit, a puzzled expression on her face, unable to understand. He then explained, Xuanling is indeed an anomaly, and the entire Jinghua city doesn't even have Xuanling. Do you think that's normal? Lu Bai, who was lying on the chair with his eyes closed, relaxing, said, I thought I could hold on for a few more years. There isn't much time left. You all need to hurry. Returning to Wu Ming's camp, deep in thought, the 4 people sat facing each other, surrounded by a soft, pale blue light. Let's begin, someone said. Zhou Qi closed her eyes. Her brow furrowed in concentration, and raised her hand to unleash her divine power. A powerful light emanated from her body, like charging cables. One side attached right to the middle of his forehead. The other side attached to Li's blank, unfocused eyes. Zhang, eavesdropping outside, saw Wu Ming's group turn pale and scream. It hurts so much. This is truly evil and disgusting. Dao Ze sighed, thinking to himself, Team 5 is so unlucky. Zhou Qi's gaze was serious as she watched everything happening. Then she softly said, Hu Kiao, it's your turn now. He closed his eyes, raised his hand to activate his spirit domain. A blue life force spread out like a shield, surrounding everyone. Juju was also seriously assuming a stance to unleash her special ability. Immediately, several streams of spiritual energy approached Wu Ming from behind. They directly enveloped and stuck to his forehead, surprising him. What is this? Nearby, Xiao Ben was astonished as Wu Ming's voice exploded directly in his mind. This thing is really that incredible? It can even make sounds inside your head. Yin Su angrily frowned and snapped, You idiot! Keep it down! Your blabbering is giving me a headache. Du said, I didn't expect the effect to be asterisk this good. Not only can we see Li Chong's line of sight, but we can even see everyone else's too. This combination is truly excellent. Cao Che beamed with delight. This way, even if the enemy has electronic jamming equipment, it won't affect our communication with headquarters anymore. Zhou Qi quickly announced, This full communication ability, with my current strength, is limited to just a few meters. However, linking at a long distance with fewer than 10 people can still be done now. Therefore, for the next step, everyone anxiously turned their eyes to Du. He thoughtfully pressed the control panel. This reconnaissance, at this moment, is truly a tricky situation. These guys don't coordinate well, theoretically speaking, so sending just one person to check it out would be the most suitable approach. After a few minutes of contemplation, Du called out Yin Su's name. She pointed at herself in surprise. Didn't I just go there a moment ago? He replied matter-of-factly, Precisely because you've already been there, you're the most suitable. Especially her skills, they're perfect for peaking. Plus the speed of the divine domain. Miao looked at Yin Su with full expectation. She was definitely the most suitable person. After that, she could only reluctantly agree. All right, who told me I was so talented and had so many tasks? And Yin Su became the next to have energy channeled into her. Seeing her look worried, Zhou Qi immediately comforted her. Don't worry. Once you leave the classroom, these mental connections will become invisible. Yinsu turned back to look at her, her mouth muttering, I hope you're trustworthy, or I'll kill you when I get back. After receiving the information, she spread her wings and flew away. With a resolute gaze, from the empty lot outside the base, she spread her wings and flew straight up into the sky. Looking through the window at the scene, Xiaoban regretfully remarked, These wings would definitely look beautiful on me. Bai Li chuckled teasingly. I'm just afraid the wings couldn't handle you, and you'd fall to your half-death. While the two were joking around in the distance, Wu Ming stood with his arms crossed, relaxing. Suddenly, a sound transmitted into his head. Can you hear me? Meow Meow asked. Wu Ming, full of questions, replied, Meow Meow. His eyes fixed forward. Meow Meow continued transmitting. Don't look at me. Wu Ming pretended to be nonchalant, but inwardly continued to ask. What is it? Meow Meow then relayed, You also need to go investigate the situation. If possible, I want you to capture a flag. He frowned. Aren't you overestimating me? Meow Meow recalled his resolute gaze. No, I've checked some records. You once killed a blade reed. Your strength is enough to capture the flag. Wu Ming frowned sternly. I feel like you want me to go sacrifice myself. After a bit of back-and-forth calculation, Meow Meow continued to persuade him, analyzing the situation. Will you return safely? Chen Fan's shadow spirit domain returns to the classroom. It quickly enters and touches him. As they make contact, information is also transferred. Yang Chao stands up and asks, How is it? Did you hear anything? Chen Fan nods. These people are thinking about the one sent to scout the enemy. The one who came is that girl with long wings. Yang Chao frowns. Was that recent defeat not enough? Do they still dare to look down on us? The scolded team members are also a bit tense. He claps his hands. All right, everyone, focus! Don't look like deflated eggplants anymore. If they want to scout for information, then we should gift them some information in return, shouldn't we? The remaining 3 members of the group all agree and obey the order. 10 minutes later, Yin Su has flown close to Yin Huan's location. She activates the God Scouting Spirit domain skill. Inside the room, Qin Hao says, Captain, the 2 of them have arrived. Chen Fan also reassures him, don't worry. We will definitely protect these 2 flags well. After that, the eye then sees the one called Captain wave his hand for the other members to leave. That eye obtains the information and immediately leaves. It glides past the wooden cabinet inside the room. Then it flies through the wall, heading towards the rooftop, not noticing the scheming smile of the person in the room. The Eye of God returns to Yinsu's body. She huffily asserted that there wasn't a single flag in the cabinet. Even Diao Diao received information that the Silver Ring Squad was a seasoned combat unit, and it was highly unlikely that they would resort to such a low-level trick. Yinsu frowned. So what do you mean? Should I go check it out? He replied, no need. I already said to go gather intel. At most, you can go with those 4 people out there. Hao Jie offered his opinion. Perhaps there aren't even 4 people to begin with. She didn't understand. No 4 people? Those 2 holding 2 flags are truly arrogant. Suddenly, Yinsu thought of something. She immediately laughed and said, I want to try and snatch a flag. Diao say? Diao was confused. Snatch a flag from where? She asserted. On this side of the room. Perhaps that hooded person isn't the captain of the Silver Ring Squad. He immediately objected. No, you can't. It's too dangerous. The relative strength between the 2. Our view is too vast. If you go there, you'll just be handing yourself over. But Yinsu completely ignored him. I'm not negotiating with you. I'm just informing you. Seeing her already in action, Diao Diao fumed. She's truly causing a ruckus. Calzier tried to reassure him. Calm down a bit. You should reconsider. These people are 1 in 10,000. Naturally, they'll have their pride and won't be happy being bossed around by others, he disagreed. But they can't be so reckless. I've already arranged everything. Didn't she just mess everything up? Kaoji calmly replied with a smile. Not necessarily. Have a little faith in her. She might be a bit arrogant, but her abilities are certainly there. Who knows if she might accidentally stumble upon something? The glass door was violently smashed by Ansu. She easily rushed into the room. The person on the chair suddenly removed his hood. Yang Xu, smiling confidently, greeted, So you've arrived? Ansu didn't seem surprised at all. You truly are the captain. He stood up and replied, That's right. After all, we're the most honest team. How could we possibly deceive anyone? She even good-naturedly gave a thumbs up. Quite brilliant. The highest form of deception is, in fact, telling the truth. Yang Xu humbly accepted. Thank you. You're too kind. But unfortunately, I'll have to eliminate you first. After all, one less combatant is a good thing for us, isn't it? Immediately, countless spirits rushed towards Ansu. But then her spiritual domain appeared, blocking their path. Behind protective angel wings, Ansu's spiritual domain fully materialized, appearing within sight. Yang Shu, the divine figure, raised an eyebrow with interest. I didn't expect I'd get to meet Lucifer, and that spiritual domain also opened a pair of cold eyes. staring at him. With just a few moves, it easily wiped out the horde of demons. Yang Shu was somewhat intrigued. I'm a little curious. Is this divine form the original deity incarnate, or merely a wisp of remnant thought? Lucifer raised his sword and declared, "Those who gaze upon the divine slash." Immediately, he launched his weapon without hesitation. He flustered, startled. Do you really need to be so heavy-handed? He quickly leaned back and restrained him. Hey, buddy, I've already held back. You know, yet you still want to directly take my life. Ling Yu spoke emotionlessly, shattering the iron chains, and with a terse, "Too much talk," Lucifer suddenly materialized behind Yang Chao. He directly prepared to plunge his sword down. Unexpectedly, a Soul Reaper appeared behind him. A Soul Reaper appeared, flying closer and flinging its chains towards Lucifer. After grabbing its target, it violently pulled the chains, yelling, "Soul Snatch!" Yin Su, seeing her divine presence threatened, immediately charged forward. Holding a scythe, she scornfully declared, "A puny Eastern Soul Reaper dares to try and snatch my soul?" With that, Yin Su unleashed a strike, cleanly severing its chains. Seeing this, Yang Chao, not knowing his place, remarked, "Behind great power lies a very high price. Perhaps you can't maintain it for long." However, Yin Su didn't bother with those nonsensical words, instead yelling, "Quiet, you're being too noisy." Immediately, Lucifer charged, striking him with a slash for being such a busybody. However, to everyone's surprise, Yang Chao was able to dodge by splitting his body. Useless. While those two were fighting, Weisel and Wu Ming were surprisingly hiding behind the table. He secretly worried for his own safety. With such a huge commotion, will I, an innocent passerby, get caught in the crossfire? Wu Ming was enjoying the juicy drama when he suddenly looked startled, as if he'd just seen something. It turned out a massive rock had accidentally fallen straight onto his head. With a huge lump now adorning his head, Wu Ming silently cursed, strongly suspecting those two rascals did it on purpose. He slowly stood up and tiptoed towards a nearby wardrobe. Wu Ming looked worried, thinking to himself, "Oh dear, there's no flag here at all." However, he decided to open the wardrobe door anyway, and indeed, there was a flag inside. Wu Ming happily reached out to grab it, exclaiming, "It really is here." But then he suddenly froze, as if he sensed something amiss. Wu Ming's expression darkened, and he abandoned his intention to take the flag. Suddenly, a chain shot straight into the wardrobe where he stood. Yang Chao sneered contemptuously. "Looks like there's even a little rat in there." Wu Ming immediately drew his sword, ready to face the fight. Yin Su, from his side, loudly reprimanded him. "Big brother, you truly are a good-for-nothing," he retorted, refusing to be outdone. "Who would have thought the sound of opening a wardrobe door could be that loud, huh?" Hearing this, he immediately explained, "It's precisely because I feared you little devils would come to steal that I intentionally sought out this particular wardrobe. You see? The moment you open the door, it's heard loud and clear." Seeing the perilous situation, Yin Su reverted back to his human form. She questioned Yang Chao, "Did your silver ring team take all the bamboo shoots from that mountain?" He replied provocatively, "This, my dear, is what we call all's fair in war." Wu Ming thrust his sword straight at Yang Chao in response. Wu Ming calmly asserted, "What a coincidence. We know that move, too." Yang Chao merely scoffed in response. "Force like this won't even scratch me." Wu Ming denied. "Who said I wanted to hurt you?" Instantly, the sword transformed into long, wide strips of cloth, ensnaring Yang Chao. Staring at the miraculous sight before him, he exclaimed in shock, "This is Zhao Nancheng's skill." Hearing this, Wu Ming immediately waved his hand and retorted, "No, at best it's just a mere imitation. But its effectiveness is hardly zero." Yang Chao clutched the chain in his hand and confidently declared, "What a shame. If Zhao Nancheng had truly made his move, he might have been able to trap me." Suddenly, the entire room was enveloped by a strange orange smoke. The smoke momentarily caught him off guard, and Wu Ming's voice rang out, "Sorry, but no one actually wants to trap you." Immediately after that, the smoke gradually dispersed, revealing Yang Chao's look of utter panic. Now, only he remained in the entire room. Yang Chao quickly rushed back to the flag, only to find it empty. He angrily cursed, "Damn it, I've been played!" Outside, Wu Ming was carrying Yin Su, who was holding the flag, as they made their getaway. Yet he was still furious with these rascals. Utterly shameless they are. Meanwhile, Yin Su was praising him. "You coordinated pretty well. Let's keep it up next time." However, Wu Ming's attitude wasn't what she expected. "Oh, just forget it. I'm scared you'll beat me to death," she retorted. "Don't be so petty. I was just trying to help you get his attention, that's all." Wu Ming scoffed. "I think you're using official business for personal revenge. I don't believe you didn't know that a broken brick could fall on my head." Yin Su burst out laughing in agreement. "You guessed right. But whose fault is that? Weren't you the one dawdling? I already told you, this skill of mine only lasts for a few minutes." Wu Ming, refusing to back down, shot back, "You still have the nerve." "To blame me? If you hadn't insisted on making such a huge battlefield, would I have needed to move along the wall? Yin-Su immediately raised her sword high, challenging him. What? Want to fight? Even if I'm weak, defeating you is just a small matter. He decided he wouldn't take it anymore either. Then let's fight. Who's afraid of whom? And then the two of them fought each other to the death in midair. Meanwhile, below, Chin Hao had seen everything. He wondered in confusion. No way! Are these two crazy? They got the flag. Why aren't they running? Suddenly, a hand landed on Chin Hao's shoulder. He turned his head and grumbled. What are you doing? I'm watching a good show here. Then, a hand unexpectedly slapped hard on Chin Hao's shoulder. He said irritably, I told you, I'm watching a show. The moment he turned his head, he froze. You want to do? Chin Hao was sprayed with a strange drug in the face by Cao Che. Hit by the drug, he fell flat on the ground with a thud, Cao Che said triumphantly. No wonder it's the spiritual artifact provided by the Zhuge family. It truly works wonders. A voice echoed from the vortex, urging him to return quickly. Hearing this, Cao Che didn't say another word and immediately lifted Chin Hao. Then, without hesitation, he jumped straight into the vortex to return. Meanwhile, Miao Miao received the news and announced, It's in our hands now. Wu Ming and Yin Su were still fighting fiercely on the side. After receiving the report, they immediately stopped their fight. Both of them quickly prepared to return to the base. Suddenly, two large hands grabbed them. Mintu spoke gravely. You two can leave now. Duong Xiu forcefully flung his hand down. Give them to me. The two were tightly gripped by two hands in midair. He swung a blow, throwing Vo Min and Am Su to the ground. The force was too strong, causing the ground where they fell to collapse. Mintu looked at the two lying motionless and said, After all, they're just rookies. Their combat experience is still lacking. Duong Xiu rushed forward, snatching the flag from Am Su's hand. I said, Let go. Can I have it? How are you two doing anyway? You won't be able to protect this flag, you know. I really don't want to hit you two anymore. She stubbornly held onto the flag, refusing to let go. We rely on our knack for snatching things, so why should we just let go? Just then, a stream of light suddenly appeared, flinging Duong Xi and Mintu away. The two looked dumbfounded at the source of the light. They discovered Vo Min headfirst in the ground. He asked, bewildered, Are you all right? She lowered her voice and said, Let's discuss this a bit. Release me first. Suddenly, a strange voice was heard. No one's getting away today. Duong Xiu and Mintu both turned to look around, searching for the source of the voice. Su, at this moment, appeared with brilliant streams of light radiating from her. She unleashed a powerful force, flinging away everything around her, including poor Vo Min. He fell flat on the ground, indignantly thinking, Seriously? Me again? Duong Xiu and Mintu were utterly surprised by that power. She exclaimed in panic. Heavens! Am Su stood there, an immense power continuously emanating from her. She continuously launched direct attacks at the two of them. Beside them, Wu Ming was thinking, if I go to retrieve her now, she'll be suppressed by Yin Su on one side. I don't know where she is right now. Back at the base, Dio noticed something unusual and spoke up. What's going on? Something's happened. He heard her and replied, Yes, the Yin Su has erupted. It's serious. We suspect it's the same phenomenon as Bai Li's earlier outburst. Everyone at the base was intently watching. Everyone simultaneously turned to look, which made him a little flustered. What are you all looking at me for? Did I commit a crime or something? Diao then spoke up. No, you didn't commit a crime. I just have a question for you. He finally let out a relieved breath and replied, Go on. This young master knows how to answer. She then asked him without hesitation, when you had your outburst, did you lose all sense of reason? He said helplessly, Isn't that just stating the obvious? Bai Li's answer made Diao burst out laughing as she finally understood the problem. So Yin Su also has no reason now, right? Meanwhile, on his end, Wu Ming was secretly observing from his perch in a tree. Her current state is somewhat like a divine manifestation, just the version without any sanity. She now had a different form, with a pair of horns and wings on her shoulders. He looked at her current appearance. The light in her eyes was gone. Miao Miao and Bai Li gasped in surprise at this, prompting Wu Ming to scold them. Keep it down, you two. He continued his analysis. Before, I found it strange. Why did Bai Li appear when the divine aura erupted, but others didn't? Now, it seems Yin Su's attack has not only strengthened, but it's an incredibly potent kind. You two trying to stop it? I'm afraid you won't last more than a few minutes. Xu Ying's voice suddenly appeared beside Wu Ming's ear. He turned, saw her, and nearly fell backward in shock. She spoke as if giving an order. You go back first and tell them to pause the training. Wu Ming turned back, bewildered. So, Yin Su. Before he could finish, Xu Ying spoke up. She's mine to handle. Hearing this, Wu Ming immediately took flight, returning to base to report. In mere moments, he had flown far away, leaving only Xu Ying behind. She pressed close to the tree trunk, observing the situation, just as expected. Xu Ying, without hesitation, channeled her energy, preparing to strike. She stood high on a tree, looking down at the ground where the power was surging. Fierce blue flames erupted around Lucifer, making the surrounding air bone-chillingly cold. After its transformation was complete, it looked at the two people opposite it with utter contempt. "You wretched ants!" Yang Chao and Ming Tu's eyes were tense, ready to jump into battle at any moment. Lucifer's aura suddenly erupted, energy surging and gathering. It swung its hand, and a fierce beam of light gathered, then transformed into a giant hand, sweeping straight towards the two people. Seeing the giant hand about to strike, Yang Chao irritably exclaimed, "What the heck is going on? This guy has lost control too." Ming Tu, standing beside him, grumbled, "How are we even supposed to play this game?" He turned and ran, yelling, "Forget this! Run quickly!" At that moment, it saw someone trying to leave and raised its hand. "Who allowed you to run?" In just a moment, the giant hand reached out and tightly gripped the two people in its grasp. Lucifer roared, and blue flames erupted around its body. Its aura surged in all four directions. The two people were lifted up, moving towards it. Just then, a thorny rope appeared and pulled them back. Immediately after, a calm voice rang out, "Shield breaker! No time for any defense!" Lucifer endured the full brunt of the attack. Knocked backward, a scythe appeared in its hand. "Who dares show themselves here?" Its feet slowly took a step forward. Each step revealed a chilling aura. Xu Ying, with her beautiful face, appeared and calmly replied. Seeing who had arrived, Yang Chao immediately opened his mouth. "Instructor, help!" She controlled the thorny vine, gently lowering the two people safely to the ground, then looked at her opponent and spoke first. "Long time no see." Lucifer seemed to sense a familiar aura. It said, "This familiar stench, you are?" Xu Ying calmly said, "Your presence inside her body will greatly affect her." It roared, fierce blue flames erupting around its body. "That is her fate." Xu Ying didn't flinch, unleashing her spiritual domain. "Her life belongs to her. You have no right to change that." Lucifer suddenly burst into booming laughter, making the entire space tremble. After laughing, it said, "You are all still as foolish as ever. It was true back then, and it's true now." The two stood facing each other in the middle of the battlefield, their imposing auras erupting. The surrounding air seemed to freeze solid. Lucifer attacked first, swinging a blue scythe of light that tore through the air, straight towards Xu Ying. She slightly tilted. Her body used energy to block the attack. Then, without stopping, she controlled the thorny vine to continue wrapping around its arm, preventing its movement. Xu Ying calmly said, "You Western deities will never learn one thing." She spun around and punched towards her opponent, her cold voice ringing out, "You should be polite when you speak!" Lucifer, completely unable to resist, was sent flying into the air. Xu Ying leaped high. "That word, foolish, is more suited for you mongrels." She threw a powerful punch. Surging energy struck directly at it. Lucifer swings his scythe, but it's dodged. Angrily, he shouts, "You!" To Doan lands a kick. "What, you? Get out of her body for me!" She continues to deliver a fatal blow, striking her opponent down to the ground, which then emits a tragic scream. Tudon looks at it, seeing it unable to stand. Fortunately, Yinsu's actual strength is too weak, otherwise it really wouldn't have been easy to drive you out. She walks over, coldly gripping the monster's head as if declaring her victory. Lucifer, seeing Tudon pull him out of Yinsu's body, angrily screams, "You deserve to die!" Thorny vines appear behind, supporting the unconscious Yinsu. Tudon's gaze turns cold. "Those who deserve to die are clearly you all." After saying that, she used force to crush the bone mass in her hand. A fierce stream of light explodes. After that, everything vanishes. The battle finally ends. At this moment, Tudon also subtly exhales in relief. She controls the thorny vines, shaping them into a chair. Then, sitting down, Tudon looks at her hand where energy is gradually dissipating. Still not enough, huh? She thinks to herself, still not enough. Just chasing a phantom almost completely depleted my strength. Her gaze changes as she softly mutters. At that very moment, Tudon transfers energy from her fingertip, touching Yinsu's forehead. There's still a little bit of strength left, so I'll give it to her. While in her coma, she feels a powerful surge of energy radiating throughout her entire body. Meanwhile, Li Song opens his eyes in the room. Seeing that, Wu Ming approached. "What's wrong? Did you see something?" She replied, "I didn't see anything. The instructors from the camp have blocked all the nearby sightlines, but judging by the surroundings, there shouldn't be any issues." Hearing that, he turned around, letting out a sigh of relief. Xiao Che came up from behind and clapped his shoulder. "There's something I want to talk to you about." By then, he seemed to have already figured out what the other person wanted to ask. The two remained silent, facing each other for a long while. Wu Ming spoke first. You want to ask me about Ansu losing control, don't you? He recounted. I've never seen Bailey lose control, but when Ansu lost control, I always felt the aura on her was similar to Migla, whom I saw that year. Dao Che furrowed his brows in confusion. Earlier, when Ansu fought against Captain Yin Huan, didn't she use a divine descent? Was it similar to that kind of aura? Wu Ming shook his head. No, they're not similar. During a divine descent, it's a feeling of reverence for a deity. But when she loses control, it's very evil, and there's an indescribably chilling sensation, he recalled. Didn't you just say that Migla gave you a similar feeling earlier? Wu Ming nodded. That's right. I've never said that Migla gave me a feeling of purity. Honestly, in my memories, Migla was overflowing with an evil aura. Wu Ming remembered the appearance of the deity he first met. Then he suddenly remembered. I haven't asked yet. Your domain is quite special. It's a divine domain, isn't it? Kache summoned a yin-yang symbol, an 8 trigrams divine domain, which was one of the Dao de Tianzong's 3 treasures. And besides, in my impression, the Dao de Tianzong was rather friendly. He chuckled softly. Well, that's truly interesting. That night, when Wu Ming fell into a deep sleep, his spirit entered the hospital again. Director, you're back. Number 1 reporting director. It has been over half a month since you last treated patient number 1. Hospital recommends that you proceed with the next treatment. Hearing this, he stood up, but didn't rush to leave. Curiosity piqued. Director Wu Ming cut straight to the chase. I want to know the information of all current inpatients. Number 1 replied regretfully, My sincerest apologies, Director. I currently lack the authority to investigate this. He glanced over with a cold laugh. How ridiculous! As the director, I have no authority? So who exactly is in charge of this hospital? Number 1 still diligently explained. Of course you are in charge. However, your power is currently too weak. Forcibly checking will cause damage to your body. This is also a protection mechanism the hospital has for you. Wu Ming didn't insist. All right then, I'll change my request. I want to look up the records of all past directors. Don't tell me I don't have the authority. Otherwise, I won't mind washing my hands of this. After all, there's a reason you all went through so much trouble to find me. Number 1 pondered for a moment, tilting his head. Then he resolutely replied, The director's files are underground. Follow me. They re-entered the prison area. The director's files were kept in the prison. What is this, a hospital or a prison, chief? He bent down and gestured for Vo Min to follow him. He slowly entered the opened room. On the way, Vo Min suddenly asked, What exactly Jichuwei is this hospital? He calmly replied, A hospital is simply a hospital, specifically built for divine beings. Here, divine beings will receive the best treatment. He suddenly found it ridiculous. Best treatment? If I hadn't seen Lamia with my own eyes, my soul would truly believe your devilish lies. A moment later, Number 1 stopped. Esteemed director, we've arrived at the archive room. Vo Min frowned, looking at the door. Where's the key? Number 1 then said, You are the key. Each director is the key to the archive room. Standing before the door, you can feel the key now. Vo Min finally found this interesting. Is that so? Indeed. As soon as he approached, a golden key appeared in his hand. Vo Min didn't hesitate and decided to open the door. The large stone gate gradually revealed itself before his eyes. Unexpectedly, a cloud of thick smoke billowed out, making him cough dryly. Number 1 suppressed a laugh. It's probably just a sheer tad dusty in here. No one's cleaned for ages. Wu Ming looked disgusted. Just as I thought. This place is still as unreliable as ever. He could only slowly wait for the smoke and dust to dissipate. As soon as Wu Ming stepped inside, the door automatically sealed shut. He frowned, trying to get his bearings. No lights? Only a single candle provided a faint, flickering light. On the desk were a series of similar candles, along with an ancient set of wooden table and chairs. Wu Ming raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Well, this place is certainly different from the hospital. A piece of paper on the wall caught his attention. Its title read, 16th Term Director Sammy. Wu Ming walked along a section, and all he saw were similar pictures. One, particularly eye-catching, showed 93rd Term Director Calican. He couldn't help but be astonished. This thing is also a director? The picture showed a skull monster with tentacles for a beard. Wu Ming frowned, staring at the strange picture on the wall. Suddenly, the longer he stared, the more the beard seemed to wriggle. He startled and frowned. It moved, didn't it? However, when he blinked and looked again, there was nothing. Wu Ming rubbed his head, dismissing it. Must be the light playing tricks on my eyes. He didn't know that behind him, a tentacle had already snaked out. It even intended to ambush him from behind. Wu Ming's keen instincts made him immediately turn his head. Yet nothing appeared, making him suspicious. What is this? Why do I always feel like something's here? Just as Wu Ming felt he might be too tired, the tentacle shot out like lightning. The tentacle immediately wrapped around his neck, pulling him back. Wu Ming instinctively used his holy power to counterattack. Luckily, he quickly escaped from the tentacle. He knelt on the ground, coughing and trying to catch his breath. However, the painting on the wall suddenly roared loudly, and countless tentacles surged from its depths. They twitched and writhed, intent on attacking Wu Ming. He slashed them apart, cursing, "What in the world is this?" He deftly blocked an ambush attack from behind. Meanwhile, outside, Number 1 was straining his ears, belatedly regretting that he'd forgotten to tell the director. The painting's in the archives room. They're alive. What do I do? Will the director be all right? Oh no, if he's not careful, he's a goner. Then, we'll just have to get a new director. As soon as the words left his lips, the door exploded, and a holy sword was pressed directly against Number 1's neck. Still, he politely remarked, "Director General, anger isn't good for your health, you know." Wu Ming smirked, a cold laugh escaping his lips. "Killing people? The more comfortable and natural I feel doing it, the healthier I become." Then he exposed this person's true identity. "Isn't that right, Lamia?" At that, she no longer concealed it. "How did you ever guess that?" He frankly stated, "Number 1 won't let me go just to throw my life away." Lamia transformed into her true form. "How interesting!" She then whipped around, using her tail to attack Wu Ming. Lamia charged forward, laughing maniacally. "You really put your trust in that dog, huh? Too bad that painting didn't finish you off. No worries, though. It's perfectly fine for me to deal with you personally." Wu Ming calmly parried. "The hospital has equipment to protect the director," but her tail had already lashed out. "You already said it yourself. That's in the hospital. This place is a dungeon." "My adorable Director General." He unflinchingly used his holy shield to block the attack. Wu Ming, gritting his teeth mid-fight, muttered, "You've really put me in a bind, trapping me like this. I'm asking you, where are Number 1 and Number 2? Lamia landed, laughing coldly. "They're dead!" At this moment, Wu Ming sensed she was growing stronger. He frowned, preparing to charge. "Can't let it fully transform." Wu Ming swung his holy sword. "The one who's going to die, I reckon, is you." In a flash, marks appeared on Lamia's body. She furiously screamed, "Damn it! I'll kill you." Yet, he still managed to block it. "Last time, I could kill your body. This time, I can destroy your very soul." Wu Ming struck, sending Lamia flying backward. In his hand, a holy bow appeared, signaling a newly devised technique. "Let's use you for a little practice first." Wu Ming raised it, aiming level with his enemy's face. He smiled, drawing the bowstring taut. "Lucky me. I got to see Lucifer's weapon. Now, let's see the power of Michael's simulated weapon." A bolt of holy light shot toward her like lightning. Lamia scoffed. "Simulated divine artifact? What kind of knockoff rubbish are you talking about?" Unexpectedly, the arrow dispersed upon hitting the serpent's tail. It then formed duplicates that assailed her from all directions. Each holy impact transformed into a rain of countless holy light arrows, piercing through Lamia's body. Shaking from the pain, she collapsed just like that. Wu Ming, satisfied, withdrew his hand. "This demonic training of mine has been quite effective these past few days, wouldn't you say?" He approached her, lying helpless, and coldly inquired, "Where are Number 1 and Number 2? Lamia defiantly retorted, "If you've got the guts, just kill me." Wu Ming clicked his tongue in disgust. "What kind of peculiar statement is that? I asked where they are, not about your soul. What's all this talk about killing you or not killing you? It's fine if you don't tell me. I already have a rough idea of where they are. As for you, just stay put here for now. You won't be getting out anyway." After imprisoning Lamia, he left without hesitation. Wu Ming went straight to the operating room. He sighed, looking at the two struggling mummies, feeling a bit helpless as he rubbed his temples. "I really should reevaluate the strength of Number 1 and Number 2. These two really only have their pretty faces going for them." So Wu Ming summoned a knife of holy power and swiftly cut through the fabric wrapped around them. Number 2 was released first, exclaiming, "That idiot! I thought I was a goner!" Seeing this, he turned to look at the other one, immediately sliced away the fabric on Number 1, who exclaimed in surprise, "Director, thank you for saving us." Wu Ming frowned, looking at them, and said, "Tell me, how did you get caught?" Number 2 eagerly raised his hand. "I'll tell you, Director. You see, I know exactly what happened." He ignored him and asked Number 1. "You speak," he said. Number 1 calmly replied, "Yes." "Director." It turns out before that, while Number 2 was sitting and drinking tea, he suddenly noticed Lamia approaching. She naively said, "Mr. Number 2, there's an unclear sound coming from the operating room. Perhaps someone needs to go check it out." He turned on the camera to observe, but there was no problem. Suddenly, while watching, he noticed a flash of light. What was that? Number 2 quickly flew towards the operating room to investigate. Then, he looked around suspiciously. "There's nothing here. Is the camera malfunctioning?" Just as he turned back to give an order, Lamia made her move, knocking him unconscious in a single blow. Number 1, the useless one, recounted, Afterward, Lamia came to me and said number 2 fainted in the operating room, so Wu Ming looked helplessly at his subordinates. Forget it. The two of your heads combined truly aren't as good as Lamia's. Number 2 immediately retorted, no, that's not it. He ambushed me first. My and his combined intellect is far superior. But number 1 stopped his younger brother and agreed with the Director General. That's right. We really do have a lot of problems. He waved his hand. Let's not talk about these things anymore. Clearly, you've already split Lamia's soul. So why is this situation still occurring? Number 1 explained. The part of the soul I split, it's probably the part where Lamia was previously trapped in the wall. Wu Ming was a little surprised. Wasn't that soul already sacrificed in the ritual? He immediately took out a book from thin air. Then, he opened it to examine. According to the records, Lamia will have multiple avatars, and each avatar has its own soul, so the soul sacrificed in the ritual was likely just one of Lamia's avatars. He frowned in recollection. But I remember you once said earlier that Lamia was an evil spirit. Her soul already split apart. How can she still produce other souls? Number 1 gave an example. In truth, the younger brother is a product of resurrected souls. All the criminals in this prison are like that. This is also the very reason the operating room exists. This time, Vo Min finally understood. Periodically, they cut the souls of criminals. He nodded, affirming, precisely. His face darkened. Just what kind of hospital is this anyway? Number 1 still gave the same answer. It's merely a hospital for treating divine beings. Vo Min, exasperated, turned to leave. All right, I was just being nosy. Let's get to the main business. You all follow me. They returned to where Lamia was being held. Number 2 still had the nerve to tease, what if you catch a cold sleeping here? She gnashed her teeth in hatred. I should have just swatted you dead right then, you insolent brat. He hid behind Vo Min, scoffing. You'll just burst with anger. Vo Min walked ahead, giving orders. Number 1, you follow me. That idiot can stay put. The two of them headed towards the information storage room. He looked at the pile of tentacles on the ground, utterly bewildered, then glanced at Director Vo Min. Did you kill the manager?